I just turned this button. All right. Good morning, everyone. How are we all doing? We got a little bit of a lopsided crowd here today, but hopefully we'll fill in the seats hopefully as the day goes on. Thanks for your patience as we were just getting started. Folks will be coming in and out throughout the day as they do. So it's incredible to see you all here today. We had an excellent day on the Hill. Thanks for everyone that joined us yesterday on Capitol Hill. We met with several representatives and senators, with folks from Kentucky, Seattle, Baltimore. We had a great team then. So I appreciate everyone joining us yesterday and also for our reception last night as well. I'm Andy Stutzman. I'm Executive Director for Next Century Cities. And as a visual description of myself, I'm a white man wearing glasses with a t-shirt and a sport coat as well, and dressed in black pants. Thank you again for being here. Thanks for those that traveled from far away. And we got some folks from our North Carolina, I know Seattle, we have folks from everywhere. And I appreciate those who just walked over here too. That's which is a great thing about being in a big city like this as well. And we invited you here today not only focus on the issues of broadband access and digital equity, but to also celebrate Next Century City's 10th anniversary. So just give a round of applause. So I'm so excited to be here to celebrate our 10th anniversary. Such a great team. With over 260 member municipalities in 40 states, this small but mighty team has had a tremendous impact over the last decade. I want to thank the Ford Foundation, who was there from the beginning to support us and it continually supports us year after year. I want to thank folks like Chris Mitchell from Institute for Local Self-Reliance, who was there at the beginning helping us stand Next Century Cities up, along with our former executive directors, Deb Socia and Francelo Chilla, who grew this organization into what it is today. I'm so glad to be able to take over such a strong team and wonderful team here as well. And I'm glad that you're here today to celebrate us and take us into the next decade as well. I want to quickly thank my amazing team who put this together. I can't claim anything for it today. With Stacy Baxter, Corianne, some of them are still outside. Stacy Baxter is our program manager. Corianne Zacher, who is our senior policy counsel for state and local issues. Ryan Johnson, senior policy counsel for federal issues. And Brittany Ray Gregory, our director of communications. Thank you so much for everything you've done and to help make this just a wonderful day. So thank you. I also want to recognize some of our board members who are here. And I realize some of them are just still on their way. So we might we'll do that. But we have just a terrific board. Two folks who have been here from the beginning. Rondella Hawkins from Austin, Texas, and Aldona Villicenti, who could not be here today, unfortunately. And Corlette Hannon from AARP, and Carrie Keefe, who's coming from KC Digital Drive, is one of our newest members. And we'll be welcoming back Josh Edmonds from Digital C as well, hopefully soon. So you'll see an announcement on that soon. So thank you for our board members here and the support you've given me since I've started here, and also being here today too as well. But you've heard it before, but this is such a crucial and pivotal moment in broadband access and digital equity. As we fight for equal access and battle against discrimination, we can't lose sight that this battle is also for access to education, job training, healthcare, and economic development. And we can't overlook the opportunities that the Digital Equity Act provides us to invest in the communities that are most marginalized by the digital divide, not only with high-speed internet access, but also with workforce development and job training as well. This is a tremendous opportunity for economic impact in communities across the country. And I know conferences like this can seem like we're preaching to the choir sometimes. We're all here in collaboration together, but I think it's important to take these opportunities to connect, collaborate, and listen. And as I'm reading that, I just realized I quoted Vanilla Ice, I think. But that's okay. But I I appreciate you being here to help us understand how Next Century Cities can be better to support our communities as well. So we want to take a couple opportunities here, just some reminders as well. If we can go to the next slide. And oh, there's the welcome. We got that one. There you go. Just a reminder that there is photography and videography going on in progress. Just want to make sure blanket statement on that, so everyone knows throughout the day. We'll be posting that as well online, and we're being streamed right now by Broadband Breakfast. So thanks to Drew Clark of his team right now for streaming this for us today. And we can go to the next slide. Yeah. And just a quick agenda. Hopefully everyone has their program guides, the beautiful program guides developed by Brittany Ray. Thank you for that. Great agenda. I really appreciate all of our partners and members coming together today to really make this just a powerhouse of a day today too, with these remarks. So the next piece I just want to remind you on the next slide here is we are welcoming folks online and in person here to join us on slido.com. So with number 3920848 on slido.com, you can join us in answering some key questions for us today as we're doing some polling. The first question is, what do you hope to take away from Bipartisan Tech in 2024? And for the next question is, what is the biggest connectivity barrier in your community? These are key questions. We just would love to hear from folks on this as well. And I want to also thank you to our sponsors. As you know, events like this can't happen without sponsors, and they're just key to helping us. As Next Century Cities, I feel like we try to set ourselves apart a little bit, as well as really trying to assist our members getting here with travel. So we did as much as we could as helping people, pay for hotel rooms, getting travel here as well. And those sponsors go a long way for doing that as well. So again, Drew Clark, thank you for Broadband Breakfast for helping us as a sponsor and streaming us. We want to we also want to thank GoDaddy and their .us brand for sponsoring one of the most critical part of today's conference, and that is the coffee bar outside. So I'm not sure if anyone's like me, but I am a bit of a coffee snob, so we made sure to get some really good coffee out there. And thanks to GoDaddy for that, for their helping out with it. And that's their .us brand for that. And I also want to thank NACO, the National Association of Counties, here for giving us this beautiful space and providing us and letting us host this. Just such wonderful space to host a conference like this and to bring people together. And I want to welcome up Matt Chase from NACO to say a few words as well.
Well, good morning. Just wanted to say thank you to Andy and thank you to Next Century Cities. We'll add counties into that name eventually, but want to welcome you to actually a joint conference facility of the National Association of Counties and the National League of Cities. We're co-located here in the building, and we actually want to show how cities and counties can collaborate. So we chose to locate together and to actually have a joint conference center. Your topic today is so relevant to what America's counties are focused on. And I want to just tell a quick story of why I think your topic is so important. I grew up in a rural area in upstate New York where we had party line phones, which meant we shared our phone lines with our neighbors. And we had a dial phone, and you had to coordinate with your neighbors when the Chase family could use the phone. And then I was the youngest child, and I had to negotiate with my parents and my older siblings when I used to get to use the phone. I'm only 53 years old. Then I think about when I started my career in Washington 30 years ago, was the very beginning of America Online. And we were moving from DOS computers to Windows computers. And we had this AOL dial-up where you sat there and you listened to these funny noises as your computer connected to this thing called the internet. And then you fast forward a couple decades, and we just released a new children's book. Beautiful illustrated children's book written in a Dr. Seuss style about America's counties. This book cost us $20 in a monthly ChatGPT subscription and $9 for an illustrator. I bring that up because you're talking about broadband and equity. If our underserved communities, our underprivileged individuals, those with disabilities and others aren't connected to the internet in a generative AI world, they will be left so far behind in this new world. And so I think it's so important that we talk about the importance of connecting all residents, all communities as a public good, including obviously with the private sector who does most of the connection. But we really need to think about the growing disparities when folks aren't connected. The other thing about this book, and I'll just end with this, is there's tremendous bias in these tools. And it's something that we really need to be focused on as we think about how do we connect through broadband, how we leverage these new tools, but also the pros and cons. They're incredibly powerful. They can also be destructive. And so I hope you can talk about these things throughout the day. Andy, I appreciate your partnership. Welcome. Let us know what you need and enjoy your day. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. And just as a note, we do have several counties as part of Next Century Cities, so I appreciate you saying that as well. Sometimes our naming can be a little confusing, a little bit. Actually, I was hoping to invite up Jess George from Google Fiber, but unfortunately she became ill, wasn't able to join us today. But Google Fiber is our premier sponsor, our blue sponsor for this event, and I just appreciate their work. And we are finding ways to work together in the past. I think it was 2017, 2016, we had done some digital equity awards together, and we are looking for ways to work together. But I truly appreciate Google Fiber's, or G Fiber as they're hoping to go by soon, and for their support for today as well. Next, I want to welcome up, to kick us off again for the rest of the day here, Rondella Hawkins. She's former telecommunications and regulatory affairs officer for the city of Austin. Many of you might know Rondella. She's had a tremendous impact, not only her own community of Austin, but with others fighting for better broadband access in their cities as well. Her leadership on the advisory board has been tremendously insightful to me since I started with NCC. And Rondella was there at the foundation, with the first city to sign on with Next Century Cities. And she's going to say a few words. But, well, thank you, Rondella.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all so much for being here and for the wonderful introduction, Andrew. Yes, I just recently retired from the city of Austin after almost 34 years of public service, and the city of Austin, we have been, are committed to digital equity going way back in the 90s, and with Next Century Cities being formed, our goals and our interests are aligned. And so Austin was one of the first cities to sign on. And so really thankful that we have you all here to share information, learning and understanding the value and the benefits from Next Century Cities. So just wanted to say welcome, and yeah, thanks to the sponsors, and thanks to an incredible staff for Next Century Cities for organizing the event. And just wanted to say hello, thank you, and just open to any questions throughout the day, but have a great day.
And speaking of questions, we will have taking questions from Zoom as well. So for those that are attending on the live stream, and throughout the day, we'll have mics available for questions as well. So for that, yep. Thank you, Rondella, for that. Next, I want to invite up Lucas Peterzak as well. And Lucas is here. Yep. So Lucas is here to talk about the future of Internet for All. Lucas was a former staffer for Next Century Cities before my time, and I appreciate his work. I also appreciated the effort that Lucas went to in his volunteering of storing all of the NCC swag and equipment in his storage unit for a good year. And now it sits in my attic. So, but thank you to Lucas. He's with the NTIA, and here with Ryan Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thanks, Andy. Can everyone hear me okay? Hi, everyone. My name is Lucas Peterzak. I am a white man with brown hair and glasses, and I'm in a blue suit and a blue tie.
And good morning. My name is Ryan Johnston. I'm Senior Policy Counsel for Federal Programs here at Next Century Cities. I am a white man with brown hair wearing a gray sport coat and jeans. What we wanted to do is give Lucas a chance to kind of talk a little bit about really two things today. One, about generally what's going on at the NTIA, what you all are doing, how things are progressing as we are getting very, very close to money starting to roll out for the BEAD program. But one of the other things that I wanted to ask about too, and we'll talk a little bit about this, is really how your work at NCC has shaped exactly how you view a lot of the things that are going on at NTIA, excuse me. So first question, the big one, to do a little level setting. Where's NTIA at right now as it pertains to the BEAD program? Like what's going on?
Yeah, that's a great question. And to introduce myself to you all, sorry, I forgot that part. That's important. I will start by saying thank you to Ryan. They originally wanted me to talk to you for 15 minutes, and I promise you we could talk about a lot in 15 minutes. And about 10 minutes ago, I told Ryan he's going to come sit up here with me instead, and we're going to have a conversation. So thank you, Ryan, for being a good sport. But like I said, my name is Lucas Peterzak. I work for Alan Davidson, the NTIA administrator, and as one of his broadband advisors. I've been here for about 2 years now, which is exciting. Valentine's Day is my government anniversary, which is always fun. And then spent a few years with Next Century Cities prior to that. So I'm excited to be back talking about broadband back at Bipartisan Tech, which is exciting. But to answer your question about where we are, I'm actually going to start outside of BEAD because we spend a lot of time talking about BEAD. And folks often forget NTIA is actually administering right now 6 programs as part of Internet for All, which, you know, BEAD is exciting, digital equity is very exciting, but the other 4 are also really special to me. And I want to let you all know where we are with those. So starting with our tribal broadband connectivity program, which you may have heard about, we actually just closed the application window for our second round of funding. So we're getting ready in the next few weeks to announce the number of applications we received there and really the record-setting interest we've gotten from Native entities for more funding. But for our first round of funding, we are actually seeing shovels in the ground, which is exciting. Assistant Secretary Davidson was out at the Osage Nation in Oklahoma a few weeks ago, celebrating a groundbreaking with them. And we're starting to see more and more as we go into the spring and summer. So we're really seeing these Native entities be some of the first networks to be dug across the country with our money. Our middle mile program, which is one of Alan Davidson's favorites, he calls it our force multiplier for BEAD, is also starting to break ground in the spring and summer, which is exciting to see and hear. We're going to be going out west to a couple places later to celebrate that and see that $1 billion really come to life. And as we get ready for BEAD dollars to go out the door, really use middle mile as that cost driver to drive costs downward for end users. I think we all know that is the key to making last mile affordable for everyone. We have our Connecting Minority Communities program, which is getting money out the door, over 20,000 devices, I want to say, into hands of community members, thousands of people brought online with new broadband subscriptions at minority serving institutions. And I'm going to cheat off my notes to make sure I don't forget anyone. And then lastly, the Broadband Infrastructure Program, which I call the old sibling of the Internet for All programs. It was sort of our first out the door. And excitingly, later this year will be our first to complete their project. So we're going to be doing a ribbon cutting with one of those projects as they've seen tens of thousands of homes served as a result of BIP. But to answer your question, and the thing that we're all talking about obviously the most is the status of the BEAD and digital equity programs. So for those of you who know, we are actively reviewing BEAD applications. So all 56 states and territories submitted them ahead of the December 27th deadline, which was very exciting. And we've been reviewing them on a rolling basis. As of today, we've announced 48 Volume 1s approved across the country, which lets states start their state challenge process, which I know some folks will be talking. Yes, we should clap for that. That's pretty exciting. But it's exciting as well because it's really a chance for local units of government, nonprofits, ISPs to engage in the state challenge process, which I think Jake is going to talk to you about later today, and how all of you should be involved in that if you're not already. And we've also gotten Louisiana's Volume 2 out the door, and we see real money already out the door in Louisiana being invested in workforce and as they stand up their challenge process and they're getting ready for their subgrantee selection process. But we expect to see the rest of those over the course of the spring and summer. And then, of course, digital equity. You all probably saw 2 weeks ago, we announced the start of the state capacity program, which is $811 million, the largest investment in DE ever from the government, invested in states, territories, and tribal entities. And very excitingly, we just celebrated accepting the 50th state digital equity plan. Sorry, 52nd, if I can count correctly. But that means for the first time ever, every single state, DC, and Puerto Rico have a written and accepted DE plan, which has never happened in our nation's history. And it really shows that every single state has committed to this. They're ready to accept this implementation funding and get it out to you all to do the real work on the ground. So we are in a very exciting time, billions of dollars going out the door.
Yeah, and one of the things that because I'm sure everyone in this room has read all of the volume ones, the volume twos that have gone out. One of the things that I'm curious on your take on is, as you have been kind of going through all of these, what are some, if you have any of these examples, what are some of the most interesting things that you've seen in some of the state plans?
So that's a hard question to answer. I know.
I know.
What we're really seeing, actually, something I want to celebrate, and something that Alan Davidson and I, every time he's getting ready to sign a volume one, he and I sit down in his office. It's our one-on-one time together. And we talk through sort of like the greatest hits from that state's volume one. And I think the most interesting thing I have seen actually in the volume ones are the community anchor institutions that a lot of these states have identified that they want to connect as part of the BEAD program. So a lot of these, John Windhausen and Shelby have done a great job talking about CAIs for years. And we think about, health clinics, libraries, public schools. But some of the other really interesting places that are going to be getting funding that we've seen are correctional facilities or education facilities and juvenile correction centers, state parks, shelters for people who are unhoused, food banks. I just saw that in Guam, they're connecting cultural heritage and learning centers so the community can get online at those centers. Military family services. We're really seeing a greatest hits of the places where people are getting online, where they're connecting with their community. And this is a real opportunity to ensure that all of these places, no matter what it looks like for that state, have the fast, affordable, reliable connection they need for today, tomorrow, and a decade from now. And I think what's been most interesting is no two states have been the same. I make a specific list for Alan Davidson when we're doing these because there are some that we see everywhere, schools, libraries, health clinics, but every state has had their specific flavor of community institutions that no other state has sort of looped in. I think it was Montana who talked about the importance of ranger stations across their country and how those are key to sort of first responders and safety when folks are out in nature in these more rural parts of the state. And it's been really cool to see that come alive and sort of weave this map of what does the BEAD program look like. Congress's intent was 56 different programs with the unique sort of changes that states need to make. And we're really starting to see that come through. And I think when we start announcing more volume twos later this spring, you'll see it there as well if you haven't already in the plans that they put up for public comment.
Yeah, no, it's certainly almost kind of astonishing at how different a lot of these plans are from the different states, just seeing how widely different approaches that they're all taking. But that actually leads me to kind of one of my other questions is, for a lot of states, some of them have had broadband offices for years now, and some of them only just stood theirs up in the last couple of years. Are there any challenges that you're noticing with the states that kind of either have had longstanding offices that are now kind of rooted in what they're doing, or the new ones where they might be still kind of trying to figure out what they're about?
So I thought a lot about this question sort of in preparation for this. And the thing that we say time and time again is specifically about BEAD. BEAD is hard, but BEAD is also brand new for you all, for states, for the federal government. This is a brand new approach to getting this done. And when I was back in Next Century Cities, I remember we would tell municipalities all the time, go talk to your state, go talk to your state. A lot of times there wasn't a state broadband office. There was someone in a different office who was maybe thinking about broadband a quarter of their time.
Development people.
Exactly. And we had to sort of figure out who was that person for you. I think now, I was very lucky when I came to NTIA to lead the State Broadband Leaders Network for about a year and a half as part of my work. And for the first time ever, what used to be a very small group of maybe 30 to 40 people getting together regularly has grown to, I think, over 200 regular attendees from state and territorial broadband offices. We have a cadre of professional, well-experienced experts leading all 56 offices at this point. There is now a person that if we say, call your state broadband director, we know who that person is and we know what they're doing. And I think we're also seeing states really have to expand the skills of their broadband workforce. Before it was maybe a few broadband experts, some planning experts, someone who knows grants. Now we've brought in GIS experts. We've brought in mapping and data folks, program evaluation folks, community outreach experts who a lot of states couldn't afford to have before. But due to this influx of BEAD funding from NTIA and the Department of Commerce, these teams are now robust. And I think Pew, I'm going to pick on Pew because they're my besties sitting over here and I can see them. Pew has also done a phenomenal job of really looking at what are those exact jobs. And I know Next Century Cities has worked on this as well. But we see an entire career field of folks at the state level who are doing this now. And we know that I work on broadband no longer just means it's you and me sitting up here talking about policy. It's the whole list of jobs and careers that need to happen so the dollars can get from our bank account to actually bringing fiber into a home and then teaching someone what do you need to do to get online and have a meaningful adoption of the broadband.
Absolutely. And that's especially even moving far past that into the workforce development pieces, all of the cross trainings that folks are highlighting in some of their volume 2 plans that they're looking at doing. But I believe that we are slowly getting the hook here. So Lucas, I thank you so much for joining me today, and thank you for joining all of us. And we really appreciate the work that you're doing at NTIA.
Thanks. And I'll make one last plug before I get pulled off stage. I will say this is going to be a cliche, but BEAD is not going to happen without you all. I know we're, a year and a half, 2 years into this now. There's still a lot of runway ahead of us. And this is the chance, and folks are going to talk about it all day. This is your chance to plug into BEAD, to digital equity, to these other programs that we're administering. There is a lot of money, and they need local voices like Next Century City members telling state governments, this is where the money needs to go. This is what it needs to do. So please get engaged, be a part of it. Thank you, Ryan, Brittany Ray, Corey Ann, the whole team. You all are fantastic. I was excited to be here.
And this was his invitation to bother him all day. So do that.
Please do.
Lucas and Ryan for stepping in there at the last minute as well. And we're trying to get back on time here, so we're a little bit behind. So for those that are viewing the live stream right now, we are just a little bit behind time and schedule. Now we're going to welcome up the panel for Broadband for All means everyone. I want to welcome one of my favorite people, my colleagues I've worked with a long time ago on a MacArthur Foundation digital badging grant called LRNG. One of my favorite colleagues of all time that I've ever worked with. I was grateful to be working with Carrie Keefe from KC Digital Drive. And she's someone with the skill and foresight of someone that just the skills that I was just really welcome bringing you on the board. And thank you today for moderating this panel. And we'll bring up the other guests, Fallon Wilson, Josh Edmonds, and Anne-Marie Killian. There you go.
I think this one.
Okay, here you do work your magic on that one too. Hello, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Thank you for that lovely introduction, Andy. It's delightful to be here today at the Bipartisan Tech, and I am so excited to be able to have this conversation today with these amazing panelists this morning. My name is Carrie Keefe. For a visual introduction, I am a middle-aged white woman wearing bright red pants and a denim jacket with some kick-ass sneakers, and have medium long brown gray hair. And I am delighted to start this conversation. We are going to dive deep into what it means to have broadband and equity for all. We have both local and national experts today that are going to lend their expertise to this conversation. And I would love to start with Josh, and we'll do just some basic introductions so that they can contextualize why they happen to be sitting up here on the stage alongside me, and the kind of expertise that they bring to this conversation. And so would love for you to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about Digital C.
Wonderful. Well, All right. Yeah, this is on. I can hear it. All right. So Joshua Edmonds, I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Digital C, a visual representation of me. I have a nice haircut. I mean, it is.
Solid.
I am African American, and I do have earrings on. Yeah. But all right, about Digital C and my role there. So when we begin looking at the panel today, we'll be touching much more on our role as a local community-based network. So we are a 501c3 wireless internet service provider. We recently received a pretty large contract from the city of Cleveland to deploying a hybrid network throughout the city. So it's both deploying wireline services and fixed wireless, and we offer our services at $18 a month. And that's $18 a month without a subsidy. So as we look at the fate of ACP, wherever that lands, at least in Cleveland, Ohio, we have a plan to connect every resident for $18 a month with no qualifications. And as I look at the broader role and why I might be on this panel too, does go back to some experience that I have working in a city as well. So former Director of Digital Equity and Inclusion at the City of Detroit. So not only looking at the issue of expanding broadband to everybody from a local internet service provider lens, but also from a municipal government lens and the roles that we have within that. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Okay, Dr. Fallon Wilson, if you would greatly introduce yourself and the work you do at MMTC.
Good morning. That's
Morning.
the energy for me. Good morning.
Good morning.
So much because I had to battle traffic from Alexandria to get here because I remote work. So I don't realize how traffic is really traffic in the morning. My name is Fallon Wilson. I'm the Vice President of Policy at the Multicultural Media Telecom Internet Council. And I think I'm here to talk about our Black Churches for Digital Equity work that we work with state broadband offices and with church leaders across the country. For the last 3.5 years, beginning with the emergency broadband benefit, we have been educating Black church leaders across denominations about the impact that they could have when it comes to building digital futures for Black people in this country, beginning with digital equity and then eventually layering what does it mean to live in an AI future where Black people are actually recognized. And so we do this work. I'm very excited to talk about the work we've done around ACP and the work we could be doing around ACP if we had political will and mass mobilizations. But thank you. Oh, I am a young and youthful African-American woman with a very beautiful skirt on. It has gold and teal. And is that good enough? Because I'm
Very
not sure.
solid.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you, Fallon. Okay, and last but certainly not least, I would love to introduce Anne Marie Killian from TDI for Access. I would love an introduction from Anne Marie.
Thank you, Carrie. Can everyone hear me? Okay, excellent. My name is Anne Marie Killian, and I am the Chief Executive Officer for TDI for Access, originally formerly known as Telecommunications for the Deaf. I am wearing a hot pink blazer, not influenced by the Barbie movie. I've just always loved pink with blue navy pants, tan sandals, long brown hair, middle age, but I look very young for being middle age, and rim glasses with silver earrings. I want to thank the NCC first for extending us the opportunity to be here on this panel on this very important topic, and also for adding the criticality of providing image descriptions. I'm close vision as a result of surgery. And so really advocating for access to communication from audio to captioning to, as well as our sign language interpreter who is here with us today and I believe is deserving of an introduction, Liz. I want to thank her for being here with us today. Just a brief story of my background. I am deaf, obviously with the presence of the interpreter is not for my benefit, but for everyone that is here. The topic of digital inclusion for all is stemmed from my experience being a byproduct of a hearing family, 3 brothers, 3 sisters, and parents who did not have access to resources available to open the doors for me with communication. I did not learn American Sign Language until I was 15 years old. So prior to that was 15 years of extreme isolation frustration, even trying to identify with where my place is on this earth. And as a result of that, I'm very passionate about digital inclusion, amongst other things. We recently just had a conference this past summer. Some of you attended the TDI for Access Conference. We had over 300 plus people, and the topic of discussion was digital inclusion for all. It was not limited to individuals with disabilities. However, our entity and our organization and population, obviously, with digital inclusion, has encountered some tremendous challenges in addition to ACP, when we have over 70% of our individuals who are deaf and hard of hearing are unemployed or underrepresented or underemployed. And as a result of that, we all know the cost of affordability that is necessary. So I look forward to expanding on this topic. And once again, I want to thank NCC for inviting us to the table.
Thank you, Anne Marie. That is especially poignant given where we are today. Okay, so kind of piggybacking off of what Lucas was talking about with Ryan, I am from Kansas City, Missouri, and I work for an organization called KC Digital Drive, and we are a nonprofit NGO civic tech organization that sits in the nexus of digital inclusion and regional innovation. And we are a bi-state region. Kansas City is both on the Missouri and the Kansas side of the states. So in looking at and examining the state plans, I'd kind of like to talk for a minute about how each of you are encountering and your experience with those state plans, how they are both impacting what you're doing and any issues and challenges that you've seen come down. It's interesting as at KC Digital Drive in particular, when we try to kind of standardize digital equity within the region, it would sure be great if the states had similar plans, but they don't. So to contextualize and kind of look at and examine how each state, what they're bringing to the table from the broadband office down to their Digital Equity Act plans, what are you seeing in your local communities and how is that impacting your work? So maybe let's start with Fallon, if you want to start. Or maybe you want more time. I know. Well, he was nodding, so he looked ready, but then I didn't want to just always go to him. So I'll let you two duke it out. Whoever wants to go first. Oh, such manners.
That's fine. I'll say one, Cleveland, Ohio, as it relates to some of the broadband mapping that's been released, despite how we might feel about that locally on the ground, what the maps say, we were already communicated even before the allocations were taking place that we weren't going to be getting anything from BEAD. And I think for us, it's one of those things where I'm not, maybe it's a different space for us as we're deploying a network now, and it's not being funded by BEAD. That's not to say that the state of Ohio hasn't contributed. Actually, the governor did a press conference earlier this year and gave $10 million to Digital C. And I think that the reason why that's significant in the context of BEAD is because what I'm starting to see is a lot of people or a lot of organizations might not have access to their state. And historically, well, not I should say historically, but currently, a lot of the broadband decisions are coming from the state broadband office. In our case, ours came from the governor. And building that relationship and just being able to educate the state broadly about our digital divides, plural, I think that has then allowed us to essentially find other funding that could be allocated to support. So what we saw in Ohio was that, yes, there was a strategic allocation for BEAD, and you know, I'm not going to argue against the case for Appalachia, Ohio getting funding. I'm well aware for why they should. But I think that for us being able to build those relationships with the state has proved to be very helpful for us, because then that resulted in another pot of money being allocated to then supporting Cleveland, Ohio's broadband goals, not related to a map. And I would argue that even that shouldn't be used to silence us. And no, I don't believe that is, but I do believe that there's responsibility on the local side for us to continue to highlight examples where we are still seeing residents being underserved. I do think that it also puts us in a unique position as we see the increase in speed for what constitutes as broadband today, then circling back to the areas that might have been listed as served in some capacity. With the new speeds now, I think it forces us to be much more on the ground. And as we've been deploying our network, we've been finding residents who have been getting for years, maybe 25 megabits, maybe 25. And, this is something that as we're deploying, I don't want to say it validates our business model, but it does allow us to shift the conversation on BEAD to the power of community-based networks. And I think that that's something where a lot of the conversation, and rightfully so, has been dominated maybe on the larger incumbent side about what's needed for them to be able to do things, when the community-based network can absolutely serve and expand things. I also want to highlight the advances in fixed wireless as something as an additional point of consideration, that as we continue to deploy what we're doing in Cleveland, our goal would be to be able to educate the state and subsequently other states and other areas across the country how that technology can actually scale when there's a point of fiber that's present somewhere. And I think like that's something that as we continue to scale our model, we would love to be able to educate some of our other stakeholders on the power of fixed wireless from an efficiency side, as well as even from a customer acquisition standpoint. We're seeing significantly lower costs to do that, which is why our service is $18 a month.
Do you expect that you'll be able to expand statewide?
I would love that to happen.
Is that BEAD eligible for you to have that kind of expansion pathway?
It technically is. We're using the unlicensed 6 gigahertz spectrum frequency in some cases. However, we're not just using that. We're also using some licensed spectrum as well. So we do qualify to be able to do that. But I would say that for us, our main focus is really expanding in the underserved. Well, I should say this: locally well understood, underserved, yet served by other standards. That's really where we're serving right now. But at some point, I could see that as we're deploying our model and showing how effective this model is, that there will be some additional resources that will flow our way that will then give us the ability to then expand and then, further show the value of this business case beyond Cleveland, Ohio. And that's absolutely a goal of ours.
So is Digital C a unicorn? Does this exist in other communities currently?
I wouldn't say that we're a unicorn. I mean, maybe like an albino animal, maybe. I mean, like, but not quite a unicorn.
Nice visual.
Rare in itself, sure, but by no means, I don't think we're a unicorn. I would say that there's a lot of community-based networks that, had they been given the opportunity and the stars aligned, they would have been right with us too. And so I think that we got very, very lucky, and we were able to just counter lobby in ways that we just got lucky. But again, I would argue that the passion, the understanding, and the intellect is absolutely there throughout the country. In these community-based networks, we might be slightly ahead of some other ones, but I do envision that there's going to be significantly more examples that are going to be popping up, and a desire of mine would see the way that these community-based networks can sort of band together and essentially counter lobby whatever attacks, because attack on one community-based network is attack on all of them. And so it's like our job to essentially band together and ensure that this model is something that gets the visibility it deserves, and it allows us to get the agency within these broader discussions as these larger allocations are taking place.
Well, it's very innovative. Fallon, how have the state plans or really affected the work that you're doing at MMTC?
In particular, I'm excited. Let me say, I was going to say I am excited. I should say I have great expectations of the plans, because at the bare minimum, they did include Black community anchor institutions, specifically historically Black colleges and universities. In particular, the ones where we have states where we have the largest number of HBCUs, whether we're looking at North Carolina, Georgia, or Alabama, they were included. There were need assessments based on their digital infrastructure included in those plans. And so that is highly encouraging, because they forget about us. Why? Because I don't know if they always understand the complexity in which HBCUs or other historic Black and Brown institutions operate within their community contexts. I'm encouraged by it, because hopefully we'll be able to fix the digital infrastructure of these historic institutions so that they can provide not only internet access and opportunities for the students and faculty on campus, but for the communities that they're often located in, which are not connected and underserved or unserved. And so that's encouraging. Where I find the challenge is people love to include Black and brown people on paper, but when the funding begins to flow and the resources are at hand, we don't get those dollars for our institutions. You can clap that. And so part of the conversation with NTIA and others, and I have this conversation not only here, but also on the Chips and Science. I know that we have guardrails. I know we have a digital equity director. I know how money happens in southern states for Black and brown communities. We don't get the funding. And so for me, when you say, what is the challenge? What I'm worried about is, yes, they wrote us into their plans because of all the amazing community advocates here. But the additional work now requires that we hold them accountable so that those organizations can be, so that they can be ready to do to apply for the funding. The other challenge for me when I'm thinking about our churches in our other institutions is that I think we have to start now getting them ready to get the digital equity dollars. Why? Because you got to have a SAMS.gov. Listen, anybody worth his or her or their salt in this room, if you've ever had to deal with a SAMS.gov, raise your hand. Is it an enjoyable experience? Oh. Exactly. And you have the fortitude and the time and the privilege and the access to do it. Can you imagine if you're a community-based organization having to deal with your current needs, and now you're going to have this amazing advocate and our amazing church leaders come, hey, we want you to put in a proposal. We believe you can do this for your state. However, you have to have this. And they look at you like, oh, we didn't update our bylaw. Oh, a cage. Listen, we went through this in ACP land. Why? Because our amazing, I love the FCC. I love them so much. The outreach grants. Just say that all the amazing churches we worked with across 13 states to sign people up for ACP in August before school, they had to get their own SAMS.gov. So that we can be cost reimbursed as an organization. Let me just say that experience has taught me so much about even helping our federal government get their own digital infrastructure when it comes to software and application together. All that to say, going back to your original question, I'm excited that they took the intentionality, especially in states where we have large majorities of HBCUs and African-American people, to situate them in their plans. My only challenge now is the execution of it and making sure that those organizations get the dollars to actually launch the work.
I think you nailed it right there. It is so difficult to get the deployable resourcing from the communities working on the ground into these grant opportunities. Well done. Anne Marie, how have the state plans really impacted the work you're doing at TDI?
Have to check because I can't hear. Well, first and foremost, with TDI for Access, we represent nationwide. So we work closely with NTIA, NDIA, and the FCC, who we also love. Love the FCC, been a tremendous partner working with us. ACP is a big hot topic, and I want to elaborate on that. Obviously, accessibility is a fundamental need in our society today. It's the way of life. For our community of individuals who rely on American Sign Language through video relay services, real-time captioning, even audio descriptions, and all that reliance on broadband. As I mentioned earlier, affordability is a key factor. We rely heavily on that. And as a result of that, bringing to the attention, for example, with ACP, is going to have a significant impact on our economically disadvantaged consumers who rely extensively. That became so apparent during the pandemic, where individuals within our community who were employed by entities that already provided that broadband within their job, and then to navigate within their homes to continue in their work and not have accessibility. Now, as you all know, with video conferencing, it requires a high level of broadband internet speed, correct? Well, you pay more for that. And as a result, that was extremely challenging. And so during the pandemic, we've witnessed a lot of isolation and ability to navigate and work in a virtual environment. So that's one element that we're working closely on. We also are working very closely on CVTA, which is Communication Video Accessibility for Technology, formerly known as the CVAA, which was introduced in 2010. And it incorporates all of the elements that we need to thrive in this digital era. Obviously, we all know technology changes rapidly, not by the day, year, but by the second. There's always something new when we leave, pull up our phones, and there's something new coming out. So trying to maintain and stay with that trend. So with our new introduction to CVTA, we talk about broadband access and the importance of making that accessibility available not only to individuals with disabilities, but I think another opportunity to bring awareness, which is primarily what TDI for Access does, very involved with policy. We do a lot of filings. I think since we opened in 1968, we've done over 55,600 filings just on opportunities for navigating, and we will continue to do that. But it's not just limited to our community. We also collaborate with other organizations such as American Foundation for the Blind, American Association for the Deafblind, Hearing Loss Association of America. We're working with other entities, but we also want to expand that to work with organizations such as yourself, because it is such a fundamental need that unless we ourselves experience that denial, it's hard to go to the table and represent individuals. So that's why I personally was so excited about today's meeting, is because representation at the table is so important. And the community of disabilities is often overlooked. It's often represented by individuals who have no concept of what it means to be denied access to communication. So we work a lot heavily on that aspect as a TDI for Access organization, is bringing that awareness and how we can foster accessibility and inclusion for all.
Question for you, Anne Marie. Yes, that deserves some clapping. I'm curious. It would be great if you could contextualize some of this with some data points, which I'm sure you just have experienced and collected over the years. What is the statistical relevance of the disability community and the populations that we serve? It's interesting because we often deduce these things to low income status or to socioeconomic elements, and it would be great for us to have some relative perspective on the disability community.
You know, the big D data is a huge topic of discussion in the community. And what statistics do we use? If you Google it, you'll see various forms of statistics. We work closely with Gallaudet University and NTID in gathering data on research. If you look at the recent Google, in fact, I was checking that this morning. I wanted to see what numbers were quoted for just in general, people with disabilities was 45.2 million. I don't know where the 0.2 comes, because as far as I know, we're all full individuals, right? So with that being said, and as I mentioned with our community of individuals who are deaf and hard of hearing, is 40 million, but that's with various level of loss. Now, one thing I want to bring to this discussion today is that the focus on disabilities, what we don't realize is that stats have shown, especially with the World Health Organization, and it's interesting because I had to read the lines again, and I'm happy to share it with you all, is that by 2050, individuals will either be deaf or dead. And I thought, wow, deaf or dead. Aging is also a contributing factor to impacting our ability, which is whether it's our eyesight or whether it's our hearing. So I think that stat alone is recognizing that each and every one of us in this room will experience some level of sensory loss. And so think about that for a moment. Just really think about that for a moment and the impact that it might have on you as an individual. I'm curious, how many of you use phones, cell phones today to call someone? Raise your hands higher. Okay, to call someone. But interestingly, in my observations, and I did it this week with traveling because I wasn't able to travel for 3 months due to my recent surgery. But at the airport, I saw everyone on their cell phones. Everyone. I did not see one person without their cell phones, whether they're texting or on the phone. Imagine not having that access. So if I were to come to you today and say, hey, I want to challenge you all to give me all your phones and I'll bring it back to you next week, how many of you would run out of this room? Big show of hands, okay? But that's what we experience every day.
Thank you. That's awesome. I mean, it's not awesome. I appreciate the information. Okay, so let's turn to talk about affordability. We've touched on ACP. It is sort of an all-encompassing problem, but I'm curious how you are approaching the construct of affordability in a post-ACP world. I think we've all been struggling with what is the sustainability path, because we knew ACP was not going to be forever. We knew it had a limited runway. What was the plan all along? I'm just would love for you to talk a little bit about your experience in the affordability matrix. Feel free to jump in where you want. Anne Marie?
I'd love to jump in on that. I have a question for the audience. How many of you follow NDIA? Okay, how many of you are part of their listserv? Okay, excellent. How many of you have signed the petition for the ACP? Okay, we need more. We need more. It's advocating. Really, it's advocating in numbers is powerful. And I really encourage each and every one of you to sign that petition. Affordability and connectivity program, as we all know, is contingent on Congress, right? Will they substantiate additional funds for that? And with that being said, if we think about changes that have transformed in this technology era, it's all been due to the power of numbers, the power of influence, and bringing people to the table and signing the petition. So I did want to take advantage of that today to encourage you, if you have not, please take a moment to really read NDIA's distribution. I applaud them for extensive advocacy efforts, not only just for the general population, but individuals with disabilities. So I think the ACP program really requires that we take a stance and bring forth the importance of digital inclusion for all.
I'm going to build on what you shared, but I'm going to take a little different view of it. I want to talk to all of our liberal, progressive, public interest tech organizations that are in this room, see some of you, and also our critical foundations in this country that do progressive work. And I want to say, you're right, advocacy is needed. And there are a lot of national organizations that signed the petition that's supporting the HILL activity. That, I mean, Cheryl, y'all are there like in the face. However, it is not enough to mobilize people in local communities. There's a disconnect. We need advocacy, but for us to get to the advocacy, you have to have critical dollars to be able to train and mobilize people on the ground, not just as in a text message, but how do you get them to the halls of Congress? One of the amazing things that I have been able to do the last year and a half was to bring Black church leaders from across this country to the halls of Congress. And every time we walked, an aide came by, oh, you have wow, we never see Black people in the hall. That's, yeah, you smile because you know what I mean. We never see this number of Black people in the halls of Congress. Why is this important? I think it's important because I don't think national organizations know how to, I don't think we think about just putting out a media marketing ad doesn't get people to tune in. You really have to work with on the ground organizations and chapters and city leaders to really get people to understand the critical moment we're in. I had hope for ACP. Let me just say this. When you live in a constant state of your rights not always being true, hi, women, you have no reproductive rights. As a Black woman, additional types of challenges, you have to always have hope. So I had hoped that our country and our nation understood the critical moment we were in, and they would put aside their partisan politics and see the need for future. That this is a part of an AI world. You cannot have an AI economy when so many people don't have access. Make the math make sense to me, people. You can clap for that. And so for me, my challenge is around this issue of advocacy is challenging our national organizations to look at your operational budgets and figure out how you can support on the ground activity, number one. Number two, to my foundations who are supporting CHIPS and Science Act and pooled funds. These foundations are pooling dollars to support regional engines and AI because they love AI so much. But they're not doing the same thing when it comes to addressing the digital divide. They could have stepped in over the last year and a half and provided critical dollars to mobilize our communities, but it wasn't a need for them. Why is that? Once again, for me, it doesn't make sense how you can have an AI future in this country and Black and brown and tribal and other immigrant communities don't have devices, don't have internet, cannot afford it because the subsidy that we had, we let it go. Other thing I'm gonna say to this point about advocacy and mobilization is that what I realized, and I'm gonna talk to the FCC, and I love the FCC, love all of them over there. Here's the challenge. We use our social capital as community organizations, both national and local, to tell people there's an opportunity to sign up, right? We ask them to come to their parking lots, their libraries, their churches, their mosques, their temples, and sign people up because there's hope. But then you give them funding to do this work, and then you make a cost reimbursement structure. Let me tell you how challenging it is for advocacy at this moment. Not only did they have to endure cost reimbursement, well, we don't have capital up front, Fallon, to front this amazing grant that we got. And then I'm going to have to do SAMs. And then we're going to go through the process of becoming, government is making it difficult for us to be community advocates in this space. And I hope, and I know there was a modernization of government. I know, am I wrong? Wasn't there some bill where they're supposed to modernize it? Listen, all that I'm saying is we cannot expect rain to happen if the clouds are not present. And so you're wanting a movement and a mobilization, but y'all are not helping us make that on the ground work. And so we can say, send the email, but it's all going to be performative. It is not going to be transformation.
100%. Thank you, Fallon.
I'll take that. Thank you. Follow my greatness. Follow my greatness.
No, I wish it went the other way this time. I mean, well, for us, again, it's interesting going from the national and obviously definitely co-signing the need for mobilizing locally too. As representing Cleveland, we're per capita one of the highest enrolled cities on ACP as well. And it puts us in a very unique position as we're rolling out our service. The demand is great, like, wow. And that's a morbid demand. And I want to put it that way, where I'm like, an $18 a month service, we do 100 symmetrical off of that. So 100 download, 100 upload. So that actually, I mean, that's quality. I mean, y'all, come on. And we're price locked to that. We're price locked for the next decade. So for 5 years, it's going to be $18. And then the next 5 years, it's going to adjust for inflation. So, it might be less. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one. But the point is, the fact that we were able to do that, great. But at the same time, we're booked too. I mean, we're booked well into next month of just scheduled installs. So people, the demand is there. They're seeing ACP going away. Now on the ground, it's not like we say ACP like to residents. It's usually, oh, my internet discount's going away. They don't really know where it's coming from. And I think that it puts us in a very, again, unique position, because while I can smile and say, wow, like we're really building something of value locally. Wow, we're making people think differently about what sustainable affordability could actually look like, and not one that's relying on us having to sprint every 4 or 5 years to get something done. Like, so I'm proud of that. But at the same time, what does that do for any other community that we don't serve? And so if I know the implications of the digital divide nationally, then like I'm not going to say that I feel bad for mentioning what we're doing in Cleveland, because it's like, oh man, everyone's starving, but we got sandwiches. Like I don't want to make it like that. So it's like it's an interesting dilemma that we're in, because like I can feel the need beyond, but I can also see and be proud of what we're doing locally. And I think that my argument would be like, okay, while we're advocating, we should continue to advocate, even if the end doesn't seem the way we want. It's just like keep going, like keep pressing. At the same time, we should walk and chew gum here and look at the value and the potential of community-based networks too. Because I think that like that's something where what we agreed to at that table, no other large company is going to agree to that. Like no one's going to agree to price lock for a decade. And so it's like, you know, their response is going to be, we're going to do whatever we want to do. And it's the fact that we are headquartered in our city. Over half our team lives in our city. So it's like we have an imperative beyond to connecting our neighbors, because these are people that like it's relationship driven now. Now it's not a profit driven, shareholder driven decision we're making. This is for our city. And so I think that as long as that attitude and that mentality gets attention as relates to affordability, where it's like, yes, we'll advocate for a subsidy, but at the same time, we'll also advocate for visibility on community-based networks who can also solve a lot of these challenges in a long-term capacity as well.
Thank you. Because the second part of your question was, how do we live in this post-ACP world? Part of what we have done, and I think we should be doing this in general, that ACP is part of a larger digital equity strategy, right? And so building a narrative around digital equity and situating the context would help us get further, so that people are not like, the movement has fizzled out. No, the movement is going to be transformed, but the larger purpose is digital outcomes for our community.
Well said. Okay. I could sit here and talk to these folks all day with my questions, but I would love to give all of you an opportunity to ask questions of this expert panel up here. So if there's anyone that has a burning question you'd like to
We
ask.
actually have some questions. We have some questions from online. I want to.
And excellent.
Yes.
Bring them on.
One of them is how do we hold stakeholders accountable during this time as well? So those that are being funded to do this work, and those stakeholders, how do we hold them accountable?
I see the church fan. All right. So these ladies are going to give a way better answer than I will. However, no, well, y'all will.
Okay, now
Josh, hold on.
Because you know that's what you, okay.
So, and holding stakeholders accountable, I believe like that's going to be germane to where we sit. So it's like everybody has a role there. So in our purview of holding stakeholders accountable, you know, anytime that we see a community, and I think that there's sometimes a respect thing that oftentimes limits us in our ability to actually speak out the way that we should. So it's like, oh, well, because I might like this organization, but I see them doing something, I'm not going to say anything. And I think that we have to get away from that. Digital equity, while yes, recently co-signed by the pandemic, has gotten a lot more visibility. That visibility has not, it's still a question of staying power. And with that question on staying power, I do believe that the onus does fall on us. If we see something, say it, not like the airport, but if you do see it, you say it. But like even locally, when I see attacks from other providers or people lobbying against communities and what they want to do, a lot of my work has been maybe behind the scenes and reaching out to people saying, hey, man, I really agree. Hey, I co-sign it. But I think I'm just internalizing this much more to say on our side, we just have to be much more visible and much more vocal allies whenever there's something that is, you know, we know is going wrong. I believe that accountability needs to fall on us. And maybe that's just more so for me. I'm not sure if other people will feel the same, but for me, I see a lot of stuff going on. And sometimes I'm not always as vocal as I should be. And I believe that that's a part of the accountability challenge that I need to rise to ensure that, you know, the real vision for digital equity that I see is actually brought to the forefront.
I had to think about that because I think there's different elements in how we could drive accountability. But through my experience, and not only individually as a deaf person, but also just through my advocacy efforts, I have found that driving accountability includes bringing all key stakeholders once again to the table for discussion and shedding light through storytelling. I have experienced a lot of aha moments in driving accountability with people coming forward and saying either we didn't recognize the impact or how can this influence us? Because, you know, DEI and now possibly the A is being added to discussions and really calling out those organizations who claim to be in support of DIA. let me tell you, that will drive change because we need to let them know that we're here to partner together. I don't think you get any progress with accountability by alienating stakeholders, by calling them out, but asking them to join you in identifying a resolution. So DEI is a big topic of discussion, and there are a lot of corporations pushing for that and making sure that the visibility that I think you were talking about, Fallon or Josh, is bringing that to the table, especially if you are into storytelling and marketing and et cetera, is bringing them to the limelight to share those success stories.
I would take a different stance. I believe in shame. Shame is an effective tool. And for communities who are always having to struggle at the intersections of different types of oppression, shame has helped us push a lot of needles in this country toward democracy. I think it's, I represent the Multicultural Media Telecom Internet Council. So I always have to make sure I say the things that are super within a line with our messaging. So I have to always catch the authentic Fallon, because authentic Fallon wants to say so many things. But I will simply say I love in an anti-affirmative action moment that we're living in, anti-Blackness that we're living in. I don't know if I have and also the acceleration and how AI is terraforming, at least the pandemonium is terraforming how our political, social, and economic outcomes will be, even though we're still trying to end the digital divide. I have to say, for like holding people accountable, it has to be direct, it has to be focused, and sometimes it has to be shame. Because sometimes people don't get the level of dysfunctionality that happens when people don't have access. Yeah. Once again, we don't want to go back to children in Taco Bell parking lots having to figure out how to get their schoolwork done. Even though that was the picture, we know the divide has been way longer than the pandemic, but I think leaders will have to be held accountable. Number one, those are my taxpayer dollars that are coming into states and into Southern states in particular. And so once again, this goes back to having an intentional strategy around community activism and mobilizing communities. That is not just sending out a listserv, that is not just a petition, but literally building the infrastructure for a movement to make sure that the dollars in the city go to the communities who need it the most, and not just the amazing consultants, and some of them I see in this room. That was my low level moment there. I wasn't Michelle Obama. I went to the gutter on that one.
Are there any questions from the room here as well?
Hi, all. Thank you very much for a super interesting panel. So, Fallon, I don't work for a foundation, so I can't write the big checks. But keeping that aside, what are the resources or the kinds of logistical research, other kinds of support that each of you need right now, let's say in the next 6 to 8 months, to do your work?
Oh, I'm so happy you asked me that. We are launching a digital equity Bible study, which is why I want to talk to you. Oh, no, it's going to be great. I can't tell everything, but know that things are coming in your inboxes soon. What we really need is, once again, technical assistance for community-based organizations to get ready to apply for funding. The SAMS.gov is our, listen, I don't want to say enemy, because that is an amazing institution that our federal government has created to procurement. But it is going to be the stumbling block. So the first stumbling block, in my opinion, is SAMS.gov. We got to figure that out and help community organizations understand what that looks like. Secondly, we need to be honest about the technical assistance for proposal submissions and having the technical and writing help to get those things in. And so that doesn't require capital, that requires human capital. So those would be my immediate things. For us, see me after this.
For us, thank you for the question. I would just say visibility and awareness. Oftentimes these community-based networks, and everyone knows it, the further you go on the ground, the more isolating it is in like this digital equity arena. So like, it's really great coming to conferences where I'm not gonna say everybody thinks the same, but there's a common thread that we can all kind of glean. And when you go locally, though, you're competing against a lot of other and very valuable priorities that cities are just, yeah, it's very difficult locally. And for us, sometimes that validation from national stakeholders means the world locally, because we've seen kind of how telecommunications has shaped thinking. I'm not even just saying like it has shaped thinking. And when you're trying to build something, the skepticism that you're running into locally it's massive. And what that then does, it gets a lot of people who have very well intentions and makes them disillusioned very quickly. And so I would argue that a lot of people who've been trying to do coalition building on the ground or been trying to build community-based networks have not got the visibility or the opportunity to really, exceed. And so for us, even in Cleveland, it's great that we've received funding, but at the same time, we don't want to be looked at as a unicorn. Think of that we want to be looked at as a norm that can be established. But in order to do that, we would need some additional validation from folks. So that doesn't require a check either. All it is like, hey, you want to show up? You want to take some pictures, post some stuff on LinkedIn, tag us, say how this stuff works. I mean, that actually goes a really long way for us, because more I say, it's like, oh, sure. But if you all say it, like, that means a lot to us too. So I would just say any opportunity to validate, it doesn't have to validate ours, fine, but validating community-based networks and even plans that people are doing, or even uplifting work that people are doing, that goes a long way in the broader fight that's usually happening against us, which the counter lobbying tactics happen in rooms that we're not in. So we don't know that. So we have to be very, very visible. And that requires people who have larger audiences to help us do that.
Right. Thank you, Josh. We have one more question from online as well. I just want to read it out here. It's a long question, so but from Brenda, she says the ADA recognizes electromagnetic sensitivity. However, it's never accommodated. How educated are you all in understanding this disability, and how are you all expecting to provide accommodations for that specific demographic? It's around it's around recognizing the sensitivity around electromagnetic sensitivity and the disabilities around that, and if there's others in the room that are meeting this need as well, how are tech companies, how are communities dealing with that sensitivity as it's being recognized now by the ADA as a disability?
This is Anne-Marie. First and foremost, thank you for that question. With full transparency, that electronic magnet, is that the word? Okay. I learned something today. I'm not familiar with that. So if the question is, how do we engage the transformation of technology to support individuals with that? Is that correct? Okay. Excellent question. I don't have an immediate answer for that in terms of resolution, other than I can tell you just, again, from my own perspective as an advocate, is now that you have that in the ADA, which I look forward to reading more about that, because I believe that as advocates, regardless of where we're from, we could play a key role in spreading awareness on that and actually learning about what technical assessments or support you need. I would hope that you would take this time and go a step further and share that information with the NCC and bring that to our attention, because with full transparency, I will be the first to tell you if I'm not familiar with something, but I would love to learn more.
That's why we're here today, right?
Well said.
Yeah, that's why we're here today, is to learn more. Yeah, from that. We are running short on time right now. So I believe do you want to take one more question from the audience? Nope. Like we're good. Okay.
All right. One more question.
Oh,
Do we have
sorry.
one over here?
Oh, okay. I had to ask it, didn't I?
You did. You had to ask, and
I know. And Kotan's looking at me. No.
it's going to be a good one, I can tell.
So Fallon, you brought up a very important point on how government provides funding that can sometimes feel performative because you have to front capital that doesn't exist. One of the entities or groups of entities that can fill the gap are philanthropic organizations. If you had the opportunity to advocate for coalition building amongst philanthropic entities, because one can't solve all the problems, but together we can solve many, what would that pitch be and why?
that question because I'm having conversations with them now about this in particular. The push would be yet again helping them to understand that all of the focus on AI cannot be fully equitable if we're not looking at how the digital divide is affecting communities who don't have access, right? Getting them to see it. I get artificial intelligence is such a fun topic. It'll, I'm a Trekkie. Let me say that. I am sci-fi. Listen, if I could have a robot that looks like me at this very moment talking, listen, I would live that life every day. However, getting our philanthropic foundation, so whether it's Ford, and let me also say a Meteor Network, and there are some foundations who have done some part on the bead side of the work, but enough are not thinking around the digital equity and community resources needed to support where we're having to go. And so part of the pitch would be, once again, helping them to understand that to have an AI future, you have to deal with the digital divide. If not, you're reifying the same types of inequities and challenges that we're currently having in this moment. But if you know some additional people, because, I talk to them all about this moment, but we need more amazing people like Pew. Hi, Catherine. Good to see you. Hi, Lee. How are you doing? I'm going to call it. There are amazing people here who have conversations with philanthropic partners all the time that maybe if we all got together and then had a conversation with a group of them, then they can think about pooled funding to help the digital equity work in the States, because we're going to need it.
Okay, please join me in thanking this wonderful panel of experts. They'll be around, so ask your questions later.
All right. Thank you, everyone. This is such a wonderful panel as well. We want to take time now for our keynote panel coming up next. And we're all excited about the keynote. So I invite those panelists to come up. The one thing amazing I feel about this panel right now is it really speaks to who Next Century Cities is, as a mixture of having some of our member cities up here, plus public interest partners. And I think that really talks about who we are. As we have 260 members across the country. And as we tried, and I realized I lost my microphone somewhere. There we go. Right. And as we work with our members across the country, and we're finding ways to connect to them as well, and with public interest partners, with each other as well. And I think this keynote panel really represents that as well on the stage today. So welcome to Kotan, who's going to be leading this. Thank you.
Hey, everyone. So would you do something for us for standing?
Oh.
Is it not on? Let's see. Good morning. Can you hear me? All right. We're standing between you and lunch, and we are very aware of that. So would you do something for me? If you're able, can you stand up for a minute and raise your phones above you? I know you all have it in your hands. So just stand up for a second. Oh, thank you. And those that are at home, if it's possible. Oh, how beautiful everyone is here, standing up and stretching. Lee, I see you stretch. There we go. Wonderful. Thank you so much for being here with us for this keynote. We're very excited to be talking with you today, and we hope that you will have more questions than answers by the time we're done. So that's the goal of our panel. What we want to do is, this is a highly interactive panel. So we want to know who is in the audience today. We're going to do a quick poll. And if we could get that, if you could kindly join us, we would like to have 100% participation in the room as well as online. Let's see who's in the room. If you could kindly take those phones that you reached over your head with and then join us in a survey. And we're going to show the survey in a minute, I think. Korean, is that right? Results live online. Okay, let's see who's in the room. Thank you so much for 100% practitioners. So what about policymakers? Do we have any industry in the room? Anything changing, Korean? I think you may need to say it into the, yes, you'll bring it up to me. This is Korean, everyone.
Thank you.
All right. So we have 50% practitioners, 54% practitioners, 15% industry business, 7% policymakers, and 90% other. All right. Thank you. That's awesome. So we're going to do a quick introductions, if we could. I'm going to start on this end and ask everyone to please say your name and also describe yourself for our friends online. If we could start here, please.
My name is Ricky Santiago. I am the digital inclusion manager for the city of Louisville. I am a 35-year-old Puerto Rican man, bit on the heavier side. That's it. That's my description.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Lewis. I'm the president and CEO of Public Knowledge, a civil society tech digital rights group here in DC. I'm a bald African-American man with a goatee. And if I'm standing up fully, I'm 6'8", so I'm easy to spot in the room. My pronouns are he, him.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Super happy to be here. I'm Taylor Carter DeSanto. I serve as the Deputy Director for Broadband and Digital Equity in the city of Baltimore, Maryland. I am a young, lighter-skinned, multiracial woman of color. I'm wearing like a light pink, almost cream suit, have my hair slicked back, and wearing some silver hoops. So looking forward to the conversation today.
Thank you.
And she has her own fan club.
And she has her own fan club. Go ahead, Reza.
Good morning. I'm Raza Panjwani. I'm a senior policy counsel at the Open Technology Institute at New America. We advocate for universal access to communications technologies that are open and secure to ensure that everyone benefits from technology and the opportunities that it affords. I am a middle-aged South Asian male. I have short cropped black hair, short beard. I wear glasses, wearing a navy suit, and I'm a shade under 6 feet tall.
Oh, wow. Very nice. All right. So I'm Khotan Harman. I am the acting telecommunications and regulatory affairs officer for the city of Austin, Texas. I am a middle-aged Middle Eastern woman. I am not 6 foot tall. I wish I were 6 foot tall. I am wearing a teal jacket and a long dress, I don't know, yellow, teal, pink. I think that should do it for us. So we're going to ask you, what do you consider to be the most challenging part of emerging tech? So today we're going to focus on technology, policy, and practice. We're going to divide our time together, and we're going to be taking polls during this time to ensure that you're also engaged in it. So let's get the next poll up, please. And the question is, what do you consider to be the most challenging part of emerging tech? And we're going to look at the results. Corianne, please. I feel like I'm saying, and the Oscar goes to, yes. Yes, come here, love. Let's see what we have. Okay, and so the choices are lack of industry standards, data privacy and security, need for regulatory compliance, digital equity, automation, and workforce disruption. So let's see what you all think. And you are welcome to vote more than once. So a lot of us are thinking 50% of us digital equity, 22% lack of industry standards, and it's shifting a little bit, data privacy. So still digital equity, lack of standards, data, wonderful. This is great. Thank you so much, Corianne. All right. So let's start with, what is the landscape of emerging tech today? What is being developed? What's already here? What is emerging? So whoever would like to take that, let's see. Chris, I think you might want to start us with that, and then we'll ask Raza what's going on.
Sure. I think the landscape is definitely about emerging technologies, some of the ones that we hear in the news, and we already heard a shout out on a panel about digital divide. We heard a shout out for artificial intelligence. So that's the hottest one in the news right now, but there are others. When I think of where virtual reality and the XR, VR space is going. I think that's fascinating as it's merging with artificial intelligence. I think of decentralized web technologies and that can be used for ill, like we saw with some of the speculation that we saw around Bitcoin, or when it can be used for good, like when you use it to create platforms that promote competition in the marketplace and empower people to have technology, like the original 1.0 version of the web was a decentralized web technology. But overall, as these streams of emerging technologies are developing, I think they're dominated by two themes. Number one, opacity. We don't have a great view as consumers into where the innovations are going. We kind of are accepting what the market's bringing to us. And then the speed at which the innovation is happening makes it hard to keep up. And so I think when I think in the next section about policy, I think you have to address that speed and that opacity to balance the power out to the folks who are using the technology.
Thoughts you'd like to add, Raza?
Yeah, I think a useful heuristic might be to not look at what's in the headlines today, but what was in the headlines 4 or 5 years ago. And so the reason why I say that is some of you may be familiar with, if not all of you, the technology hype cycle, right? It's all over the headlines. This technology is going to solve everything. It's going to change everything. The shine wears off. Everyone realizes, okay, maybe the technology is not ready for prime time. Everyone's over it. And over that period of time, slowly emerging, you see the seeds of actual usable technology come out of that. So 5, 6 years ago, it was autonomous vehicles are going to replace cars, are going to replace trucks, mobility, everything. And everything kind of went quiet for a lot of reasons. But slowly in the background, you're seeing some of these technologies start to roll out more and more. Are they fully baked yet? I don't know. But I think that's an example of something that was the thing 5, 6 years ago that's now starting to emerge. And you can ask questions about how will this help my city, my community? How will I deliver services? Does this improve my, power as an agency, as a government, as a local community? How is this going to empower my community? And you can look forward, you can see decentralized web, Web3, the metaverse, NFTs. Right now it's AI. So all of these things are eventually going to come back in some form that's probably more usable. So I would say be aware of what's in the hype cycle phase and what's in the sort of, now we're in like the real product phase. It can be hard.
Taylor, anything you would like to add to this, or Ricky?
No, I think they really covered it, but I do think oftentimes there is a disconnect in what may be in the headlines and what is like actually happening in community. And so, for example, from a city government perspective, lots of times we'll get these pitches from vendors or even calls from folks like, this is how you can utilize this really cool platform, right? And you can't just adopt technology for the sake of adopting technology. You've got to lay out what that purpose is and what you hope to kind of gain from implementing it. Because without that intentionality, right, then we get these, oh, we're a smart city, but what does that actually mean, and who really cares about that? So the only thing I would add is all of these things are definitely front of mind for city government. But I think for us, we're in a position of figuring out what is worth that investment of time. How can we see the actual impact in our community without just starting to say we're a high tech government, right? We're doing all of the coolest things.
So Louisville Metro has been recognized as one of the better IT offices and sort of our innovation offices, Bloomberg Awards, etc. I think one of the most challenging parts of emergent tech is that on the community side and on the government side, other than in the federal government and maybe state government, on the local level, right? Who really governs, right? Local government, because they're the ones that provide services to the people, right? There's very few of us that actually have a pulse on the emerging technology, right? And we are looking at autonomous vehicles and exploring how is it going to impact. And emerging technology could be scooters, right? Scooters were a thing that now we have to develop policy of where do you ride your scooter, or how do you, where do you park them? Those are things that if urban planning is looking at the city layout 10, 30 years from now, innovation should be looking and keeping their pulse, and instead of sort of receiving like a catcher, actually deploying offensive strategies towards emerging technology. Um, Innovation should be looking at the next 3 to 5 years of emerging technology.
So thank you. Wonderful. So I pulled a few technologists just to see what is happening in the field. As is being stated at the government level, we're still catching up to try to understand technologies that we're implementing. Emerging tech is moving so fast. Apparently, there are different stages of technological advancement. The first stage has been happening for the past 40 to 50 years, and then all of a sudden it's jumped much faster. And the reason for that is the volume of data that is pouring in right now. So it's the ability to absorb and process massive amounts of data. And 20 years ago, they could not process as much data, the technologists are saying. Now, all of a sudden, because of advances in modeling and mathematical reasoning, they've been able to go to the next level, and the speed to absorb this data is very challenging as well. So there's a lot of data flowing in. There's this challenge to absorb it. There's a challenge to know what to do with it, and then keep creating new technologies. And the second step is now taking about 5 to 6 years for technology to keep creating new technologies. Apparently, it's even faster than that. But the understanding is that it's at a toy stage right now. It's technology looking for scale. They're not quite sure how to use the technology. They have it, they're experimenting with it. There's a lot of noise, they were saying. Don't listen to everything that you hear. Whenever the media loves apparently to say such and such a thing is happening, they're saying it might be happening, but there is no real life application to it. And also, the Morse law is now in full effect. Speed doubles the speed of computing. So these folks that I talked to, they all, interestingly enough, said they feel illiterate. And I thought that's an interesting thing to say from a technological perspective, because they're not able to absorb the speed at which things are happening and the massive amounts of data coming in. So knowing that, now if we could move to our next section on policy, we know these are tech capitalists. They're doing their job, and they're interested in consumers. We are interested in consumers and communities. And their interest in communities is how do they open new markets, as it were. So let's talk a little bit through policy. First, let's do a quick poll, if we could. Which is more important when it comes to policy in emerging tech? Is it industry standards or regulatory policies? Thank you, Corianne.
So while they're taking the poll, could I just make one comment for those of, so a lot of us in the digital inclusion space are not necessarily tech people. We're mostly community people that have learned tech. If you're interested in sort of learning what new technology is possible and it's coming down the pipeline, there's a conference by ESRI that is very important, because that is data visualization and how they're implementing LiDAR and how they're doing all these things. That visualization of data is at the cross of what is possible, right? Because everything needs data. So I would encourage everyone to try to go to the ESRI conference and see what can be possible.
Right. So we have another poll for community, and so far skill gaps seem to be the biggest issue around that. We're going to send out another poll in a moment on, yes, and we'll take care of that in a moment. So the important thing here is for us to look at how can policy keep up with rapid emerging tech? What are the types of policies that are needed? At what level should they be made? And what are some innovative policies being made around emerging tech right now? So the folks that I spoke with, they were saying that All the mid and large companies are now asking for support. They would love to, they are asking for responsibility and governance and regulations. They just don't know how to ask for it. Oh, Reza is smiling. He's like, no way. And also what emerged was that could there be a healthcare model like pharmaceuticals, that they have their own trials and then they go to the FDA for approval? So industry is beginning to ask, could they go down that path? Raza, what are your thoughts?
So what you were just describing about, large companies asking for regulation is it's a double-edged sword. It's a good sign that we should have rules, that we should have safeguards in place as we figure out how to address these issues. But at the same time, there's sometimes a risk that it's a nice way to lock in rules that protect your particular way of doing things. It might stifle innovation. It might block out upstarts, disruptors. That's also something to keep in mind. But I think, there's this issue that I think a lot of us struggle with is it's a vacuum on so many issues, on privacy, on algorithms. And the result is we're all having to do privacy analysis by ourselves, algorithmic accountability by ourselves, because we can't rely on the existence of a national framework, some sort of floor that we can then build off of. So I think that's something that we'd love to see around those issues. There are bills that are addressing this. There's, agencies looking into it. So I think some of my panelists can go into more detail about that.
Wonderful. Taylor, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I'm going to take it a little bit different direction, and I'm going to actually say what is now, I think, a curse word in society, DEI. So I think when we think about diversity, equity, and inclusion in the AI space, right, it's incredibly important. I think on two fronts. One is we can utilize less about the doomsday type fear thing, and we can utilize AI to advance DEI, to enhance our capabilities in that aspect. But we can only do that if we have DEI within the development, the creation, the behind the scenes work of the AI. And so I think, studies show, as with most industries, right, diverse development teams result in more balanced AI and more high performing teams. In fact, I think I saw, McKinsey's State of AI study in 2022 found that, teams that had at least 25% representation by women and then also 25% representation of racial and ethnic minorities were 3 to 4 times more high performing AI development teams. So it is, obviously policy wise protecting against any type of bias and in that mitigation, but also it's creating better products. And so overall, it's just a better practice. And so DEI policy within AI is absolutely critical, I believe, as we think about rolling those out.
I'll say yes, and whether it's DEI and making sure that the technology is embedded and built with those principles in mind, whether it's privacy, which we do need a comprehensive privacy law, by the way, federally, and a lot of us are fighting for that, or whether it's other values. There are other values that have to be baked into the technology or baked into rules around the technology. Public Knowledge, were one of the first folks to call for an expert agency over digital platforms. I think it's something that's critically important, not only for protecting and empowering the people who use technology, but also for the industry itself. I mean, when you hear industry saying we're asking to be regulated, they're clearly not asking to be regulated in a way that they feel will be overburdensome. So they want to have a hand in what those regulations look like and have them be as light as possible. But what they're also saying is they recognize that the public does not fully trust the products they're putting out. And not only do they want the public to trust them, and so they're saying regulate us so that these rules are in place so that people will trust us, but they want to know what the table stakes are for what they need to innovate into the future. An expert agency can keep up with the pace of innovation much better than Congress can. I mean, if you see the congressional hearings on oversight of big tech, then you know what I'm talking about. And also they can recalibrate if they overregulate too far. So the nimbleness of expertise at an agency level, I think, is critically important. We don't currently have that, and they could work on multiple fronts, whether it's privacy, whether it's algorithmic oversight, and if you wanted to create an FDA model to say this sort of algorithmic decision making, for example, is too high stakes before we build it into, say, the criminal justice system, or healthcare decisions, and that it needs to be performing at a certain level with DEI principles embedded before you let it roll out into the marketplace. I think an expert agency could be great at that.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. So one of the things that they're saying is that they're working with black box projects that when they're not even sure what's happening inside of AI. And so you can ask this black box project the same questions slightly differently, and you can get vastly different results. So data is very important. If we could speak to that a little bit, and they're very concerned about data bias because of what happened with Gemini. Apparently, Gemini is the Google equivalent of ChatGPT, and it was asked to who are the founding fathers, and then it showed Asian and African American men, because Google was trying very hard, according to someone else in the industry, trying to ensure that there is no bias in data, and they manipulated the data to the point where it did not match historical reality. So that's one thing that they were saying. The other is that a lot of data is biased, like housing or mortgages, financials, education. And so they're asking for help. What can they do? Do you have any recommendations about how they can work with data? And of course, they have the challenge of data leaks, which they also call hallucination, when there are so many different data sources flowing in that this black box project, AI, gets very confused and makes up its own answers. That has nothing to do with reality at all. So any thoughts around that? What do you think about that, Raza? I know you're dealing with data a lot.
Recently for a product that said, oh, hallucination-free insights, right? It's now product differentiation. I saw, I think the Free Case Project has a browser add-on that can look at your legal research if you do through generative AI to make sure the case citations are real and exist, to validate the output. So that's kind of where we are. I think it's helpful though to think about AI, what are the things that are out there right now? So there's predictive AI, which already we've seen, appraisal values, recidivism predictions, where biased data is having actual ongoing harm. And now we have this generative AI, which is kind of, an interesting tool, but is being confused for, I'm going to the Wizard of Oz and getting a consultation, and the Oracle is speaking to me, as opposed to, I asked it a question, it looked at this massive body of language and said, based on the language you just gave me, here's what I think a response might sound like, not the definitive answer. So I think the concerns are real. I think ways of addressing it, we're still figuring it out. And the best approach is to approach it with healthy skepticism, lots of questions. Are you addressing these known problems that have existed with this type of technology? What guarantees are there? What is my recourse if there are problems? Who's on the hook for this if there's a problem? Is it going to be me or is it going to be you? Be an informed and pushy customer before you adopt this technology.
Anything to add, Chris?
You want to say something? No. All right. Well, I want to make sure I would say yes, that when I talk about an expert agency, I think this is the role that it could play. That the idea that we want to get innovations quickly is a good thing. And I think that creating agencies or systems in government where, on behalf of the people, on behalf of what is in the public interest, they're helping connect innovation as it develops to the way people want to use it in their community. I think that could be also a role for an expert agency. when you were talking, this is why I wanted to let you talk. When you were talking about like, oh, we're a smart city, but are we really? I couldn't help but think about like when social media rolled out. Twitter was described as a micro blogging tool, and then real people started to use it, and Twitter became what it became because that's how people used it when they actually got their hands on the technology. In my community, Black Twitter, we use it in a wholly different way or a slightly different way to build community, and that's a good thing. And so if you're taking technology through agencies, if you're building connection paths to people on the ground in cities, I think you can get a better sense of how it will be used, and also address these concerns of bias in the data, bias in maybe the people who are developing the technology, as well as the questions that the algorithms are asking.
So I think I'll take it a little bit step
Please.
further. Not only do we need an expert agency to keep their pulse on emergent technology and data should be insured, right? Our data should be insured and protected. Also, the people that are in charge of sort of contextualizing this data, sort of democratizing this data, getting this data out to the people, they need to be regulated as well. And I'll give you an example. This might sound, a little bit pop culture, but the NBA went through a phase where everybody's shooting 3-pointers now, right? That is an overcorrection to a data point that said that if you shoot 38% from 3, it is the same as shooting 50% from 2. So the data officers at NBA, right? They were like, wow, this is great. Maybe we should incorporate more 3-pointers. The coaches heard we only need to shoot 3-pointers, right? So there's a disconnection between the language of what data officers are saying and the people in technology, and when the people that are actually doing the practical exercises and what they understand.
Yeah. And so on those points, I want to say, I full disclaimer, right, come from the perspective of working with the community and local government. I am by no means an expert into how a lot of these systems and technology work, but it comes back to a very simple point. And when I talked, it's intentionality. Again, the doing things with purpose. What is the purpose of including the gender information? What is the purpose of including your racial and ethnic information? You need to ask that question before you incorporate it, or you will not think about the potential outcomes that it will, cause. And so it's the same thing with, what is the purpose of you implementing this technology? What is going to be ultimately that end result? And you cannot answer that alone. And I'm really speaking again from a local government perspective. When we implement a new technology, I can't answer the question of what is this purpose on my own. I have to talk to the folks who will be utilizing it, who will be impacted by the utilization of it, right? Whether it's hiring practices in healthcare. Criminal justice is a very good one. When you think about the data behind predictive policing and the consistent cycle of inputting bias data to then output more data that is going to make you be more biased. So I just simply take a step back sometimes, be intentional with what you're incorporating, because as much as I think we think, oh, DEI or inclusiveness, we've got to include it all. Gender, race, ethnicity, religion, whatever, let's throw it all in there. But depending on the purpose, that may not be the answer. So you've got to just think a little bit more critically about that.
Yeah, Kotan, can I just add,
Please.
just to your original example of Gemini, it's a good thing that Google recognized that Gemini gave the wrong answer, and they publicly said, okay, maybe this wasn't ready for prime time. Imagine if that was done with the support of conversation with community as well as with experts in the government. And then maybe that wouldn't have been a news headline. It just would have been a blip in the development cycle of Gemini. So, because to me, some folks are trying to demonize what happened with Gemini to make DEI a dirty word, like you said, when instead it just simply gave the wrong answer. And the correct answer may have been a George Washington or a Benjamin Franklin, or the correct answer, if the technology was created and ready for prime time that included DEI, might have been George Washington and prominent Black and Native folks who were involved with the revolution. So let's not the culture. Let's not let the culture wars keep us from trying to make the technology what it should be and demanding that as consumers.
Those of us that are in the space understand that what happened with Gemini is the natural course of innovation, right? You get a wrong answer, you innovate, and you make it better. That is a natural course of innovation, right? But to the point of Chris and my colleague here, to the point of DEI, and if we want people in tech spaces, our people, brown people and people of color, Black people, indigenous people, LGBTQ people, we need to make sure that the technology is accessible to them, right? So digital inclusion as a principle needs to go hand in hand with DEI, right? As a principle of DEI, because we need to make sure that the historically Black neighborhoods of Louisville have access to technology, right? Have access to explore, and that seed of talent grows up in technology, right? So digital inclusion is you could talk about the cross of DEI and digital inclusion. We need to make sure that refugees have access to this kind of technology so that they're native to the technology.
Really briefly on the Gemini thing, I would even say, like, what does wrong answer mean there, right? And it highlights the struggle that you can't really win with these issues, which is you have stories of, different, image generators that struggle to create an image of an interracial couple because it's just not in the database. Or you ask for a business leader, you get a, a male figure in a suit. You ask for a doctor. All of these things sort of end up representing bias. Then you try to correct that and you end up in the other direction. So you really can't win with these things, right? It can't read your mind. People think they can, but they can't. And now, one of the ways to fix this, right, is solving some of the information asymmetry, where if you're on the policymaker and government side and you're trying to understand these claims I'm hearing from vendors and from these technologists, are these legit? How do I poke a hole at this? How do I use this, right? And this ties into capacity building and DEI as well, which is, this is going to be a little bit left field, but we need to fund government capacity. We need to be able to pay salaries. I know it's always a touchy point of like how much should government workers made, but if you're Congress, if you're a state legislature and you want that capacity, you need to be able to bring that talent in and keep them long term, right? You not just on a 2-year fellowship, not just on a rotation. And I also want to make sure those are folks who aren't just folks who can, afford to take an unpaid internship, who can afford housing in DC, right? I want someone coming from that community in Louisville and spending 5, 6, 10 years in Congress, bringing that experience. I want the best technologists who can sit there and say, yeah, I worked at Google and Facebook and whoever else. I know you're just making stuff up because I worked on that stuff. I get this as well as you. Now that we're on the same level, let's talk about what this technology can and can't do and what it can do for my community.
So great segue to our last section, and then we're going to open it up to Q&A. So I'm just letting you know so that you can think about the questions that you have or any comments you would like to make. I think you've already taken this one, yeah? Yes, start.
They've taken this one. If you want to open it up for which is more important.
Oh, okay.
When it comes to emerging tech.
Okay.
And I started it for you.
You did, thank you. And wonderful. Which is more important when it comes to emerging tech? From everything that you heard us discuss right now, what do you think? Is it industry standards? They should have their own standards, or regulatory practices? We can accompany them and help them make sure that they hold to those industry standards. It's a very challenging thing, and they're really trying hard. I know there are all kinds of actors in industry, but those that I spoke to, they really are very concerned, and they would love to know how to engage the community, which is, 100% regulatory practices. Okay. So, and I don't know if online they're also voting. Wonderful. So if that's the case, let's segue into practice part of this. So what is the role of community? I actually asked them a point blank question. I said, are we training people to use technology, or are we building technology to serve people? And guess what they answered? They are training people to use the technologies that they're able to develop. So when it comes to the community has certain needs. However, there was a lot of discussion around they would like to be of service by knowing what are the top issues the community has that their technology can help solve. What do you all hear when you hear that? What are the issues in the community that technology can solve? Chris, you want to lead us off on that?
This is why I emphasize, getting in with the community, is because it may not be what you think. I mean, if you think about what most people in the community, and I used to work in local government, say are important in their lives, it's education, it's protecting their families, it's security financially, it's healthcare, it's these sorts of things. And so, I would imagine that you want to develop these tools so that you can get them in the hands of people and figure out how they can make their lives better in those ways. So just like you were saying, Taylor, that not to just sign a contract if you're the local government because someone's offering you a tool, but actually figuring out, like, is this a smart way for us to use it? We want to use this way for the next decade or more. And that's how you should think about the consumer. And that means getting in touch with people. It's interesting you mentioned the toy phase. One of my favorite old movies is the movie Big. If you're old enough to remember that, some of my staffers are here and they're not that old.
Everyone's Googling Big.
Yeah.
With Tom Hanks.
And it's about, when Tom Hanks is a kid and then he becomes big all of a sudden, he's an adult and he works for a toy company. But the whole idea was he was the smartest at helping them develop toys because he actually was a child in a man's body. Imagine if you take all these, he was a consumer. Imagine if you get all these wonderful toys in the hands of people and you let them actually mess with it and actually use it, or take the areas that they care about: education, healthcare, access to quality government services, and let the folks who are experts in those areas, that's where I think the magic happens. So let folks create community, let them build and use the technology. It'd be amazing what you come up with.
Yeah. So I think oftentimes our office, even when we talk about broadband access, generally digital equity, generally, we try to step outside of the boxes of those kind of like survival things, the basic things that everybody needs to survive. Those are important. Access to education, healthcare, all of those things are critically important and a reason why investment in these technologies are important. But we should also leverage this as an opportunity with the increased attention, the increased funding, to utilize these tools boldly, ambitiously, as a tool for liberation for communities that have been locked down by a lot of these discriminatory practices for a very long time. And so it's okay if you perhaps want to use funding to do content creation, right? Social media content creation things, teaching kids how to do that, right? Kids in low income neighborhoods who would never get the opportunity to be, right, that influencer that makes millions of dollars, from their phone, if not for that. In actually Baltimore City this week, our Recs and Parks department opened up a first gaming lounge, right? And it's like this state of the art gaming facility. We know you can make money streaming you playing games. You can make money through these competitions. And so we want to step outside of that narrow mindset of getting folks just what they need to survive and use this opportunity to help folks thrive and leverage it for those who have been left behind in other aspects.
So when she said liberation, I got chills. So with that thought, with incorporating digital inclusion principles, this might be a bit of a spoiler, but we will recently announce that the community centers owned by Louisville Metro recently got revamped. The computers in there hadn't been touched for over 10 years. So we overbuilt the computer labs. We didn't do just a computer. We put gaming computers that light up for the kids. We put podcast kits. We put streaming kits in there available. We put in 3D printers that the kids can use. We put all the bells and whistles that we could think of. They actually, when we were talking to our provider, they said, well, they can do the podcast out of an iPad. I said, no, give me a mixer, because the idea is for that when they grow up, they already know how to use a mixer. They're native to it, so they can work on it on a professional level. Which brings me to my next point. Digital inclusion as a principle. If we look at DEI, DEI has been transformational for our country, changing the hearts and the minds of the people that lead to action and policy. But digital equity is empowerment to the communities, right? Because we know what the technologies can do. We know what access to the internet. We know what managing your finances online, telehealth. We know that all of these things can empower the communities, and we need to make sure that we continue to overbuild those native communities so that they can grow up within the technology, so that they have the skills to adopt technology, and they can recognize when autonomous vehicles are trying to phase out truck drivers or something like that, right? They can understand it instead of fear it. But
we're going to open it up to all of y'all, see what questions or comments you might have. Are there things that you're doing in your communities, anything innovative? I see a question right here, and that we could all learn from, or the things that we can explore. Businesses in particular, tech capitalists are very interested in use cases, and also they want to monetize what they're building. So they need a lot of feedback from community, and this is a great opportunity for us. So yes, please.
Is the mic on? Oh yeah, hi.
Hi, if you want to say your name and where you're from.
I'm Rachel Hawkins. I'm Digital Equity Coordinator for Lake County, Illinois. About 6 weeks into my job, and everything that you all are saying is everything you all are saying is like right up my alley. I'm like, yes, I'm the choir over here. But what I'm facing locally is an already created strategy locally that I walked into, and I was a part of the strategy, hiring me as a part of the strategy. So now my job is to begin the implementation of this 3-year project. And I'm coming in like, okay, right now we got to get everything done. And I have this vision that you all are talking about in regards to what equity actually is, right? Oh, we shut it down, huh?
Must be timed.
Yes.
Yes.
The question I have though, with everything that you're saying, how did you formulate the understanding from the other side, of the money that any of you all, I know you're on a local level, so perhaps any of you who are on that local level, how do you begin to say that this is the reason why we have this strategy? The equity piece means innovation, means bringing in all this extra bells and whistles. How do you get the okay for that? Because I have some ideas. I have a lot of ideas. I need this the people in power to understand the why.
Yes, thank you very much. So let's see, Taylor or Ricky, go ahead, please.
hi. So as I'm sure you would know, digital equity money is new to the space. So I've had to do a lot of things without dollars, right? So our corrections program was without dollars. The first computer labs that we built 6 years ago were without dollars. The only dollars were my salary and my sweat equity, right? That really was the funding behind it, but the strategy remained the same. We just had to kind of pool resources, right? And prove the concept, so to speak. We're still kind of in that situation because the dollars haven't been released, but there's an expectation for that. So there's a lot of having to prove what it's capable of, right? And I did mention of having someone with the pulse in not only emerging tech, but also the community, right? Those are two different people, right? The persona that has the pulse in the community and the persona that has the pulse into the technology, those are two different individuals, right? But they need to work together, right? I don't come from the tech space. I actually come from immigrant and refugee space. So I was able to quickly incorporate technology to uh, immigrant and refugee spaces, and with the facilities of Urban League, eventually sort of working outside of the margins that I was already started with, working with Urban League, work with the NAACP, working with taking ideas from Dr. Wilson and Black churches, getting the Black clergy out of Louisville to come and understand digital equity. Those things required little dollars, almost zero, and we are in the space that we are now. So as a digital inclusion practitioner, you have to be a disruptor as well.
And please LinkedIn him so that you guys can continue. Taylor, please.
Yes, yes. And I was going to say, definitely could talk about this forever. So certainly let's connect. I think I want to emphasize a couple of things that Ricky said, and that is really the importance of coalition building and partnerships when you are starting up, right? What we know is that although the digital equity money is new, the work is not, and there's lots of organizations that have been doing this for a very long time. You might have to dig to find them. They might not be a traditional digital equity organization, right? But they're a community organization, so they respond to the need in their community. And so we have spent a lot less time developing direct service programs from our office and more time investing in capacity building for the organization, the community organizations, to do the services because they already know how to do it, and you're kind of being more efficient in that way. But however, that means that you need to invest the time, the human capital, in helping to skill up or provide, let's say backroom business acumen for these organizations, right? Our digital equity coordinator, William Honablu Jr., he spends a lot of his time out helping these organizations that did not become a nonprofit doing this work because, like he says, they wanted to fill out 990s every single year, right? They did it because they want to help the community. So let us help you with all of that other stuff, right? Let us provide that service. And so we've shifted our mindset in that way, and that we don't need to build something from nothing. We don't have to be the digital skill providers. We don't have to be the digital navigators. In fact, arguably, in my position, we shouldn't. And so thinking about just using the resources that already exist and just investing your expertise, your experience, your clout to do that. And then where it will pay off is that they will then be able to apply the pressure on your policymakers, your leadership, and show, look at this demonstrated success. We want money to make this happen. And hopefully that is where it develops from there.
Katan, if I could just add on, I completely agree. Let's also remember that while digital equity money for the first time ever in the Infrastructure Act is new and one time, it doesn't have to be that way. That's what's great about policymaking. Let's build the future that we want to have. I think there should be sustainable dollars for digital equity into the future. The field has proven itself. It's proven that it's successful, whether it's through the 23 million ACP signups or the individual stories that all of you can tell on the ground. I'm a DC policy guy. The reason I come to Next Century Cities and work with Next Century Cities is because of the importance of coalition between folks working at our level and folks working on the ground. And there's multiple opportunities to build this into the federal funding model, whether it's through universal service reform or whether it's through some of the ideas my organization and Raza organization have put out around using spectrum auction money to create a digital equity fund. We can do this, but we have to get our coalitions pointed towards those future funding models as well to support the work being done by philanthropy and public-private partnerships on the ground.
There are questions? I think there's one. There's few. Yes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shelby Hinkle. I'm here with the American Connection Corps today. And I had a question on how do we make sure that these incredible resources like the gaming lounges, like the technology advancements are reaching rural communities, because we see such a big divide where the rural communities are missing out on the vital and necessities that we get and we expect but we are not getting that in other low income rural communities. Thank you.
Who would like to take that? Any thoughts about that in rural areas?
Kentucky guy, right?
Kentucky's, yeah.
We'll say Louisville's different than Kentucky. You know, but we do have that experience, right? Jefferson County is a very, very large county as far as land. And how do I explain it? There's two different digital divides in Jefferson County. There's the rural digital divide where citizens don't have access to any kind of infrastructure to internet, right? And then there's the urban digital divide where they're just simply priced out of the market. There is a significant this might just be experience, but people don't know what they don't know, right? And you can coming in and saying, I'm the digital equity manager, a digital inclusion manager, and you need this in your life. That may not be the way to sell them on him, right? On it. Rather, what are you missing? Right? What are you missing? What are things that we can make this easier, right? This happens all the time. Right now, there's a gap in mail service in district. I'm not going to say the district in Louisville, but there's a district that lacks mail service. That district is older. A lot of people, a lot of constituents there are an SSI and they're cash dependent. And how can digital inclusion be a solution for that? Well, we already know about finances, right? So is it a solution to upgrade the mail service? Absolutely, we need to. But what can we do right now? We need to make sure that all of these folks understand that they can do their finances online and they can get their Social Security check direct deposited, right? And how do we teach them that? And how do we build that coalition? And how do we work with nonprofit organizations that are in that district, Bank on Louisville, which is a national certifier of good bank accounts, basically. How do we do that, right? So let's bring Bank on Louisville. Let's do that.
Couple of things because we have one more question. Council of Governments is a great place. Workforce commissions, grassroots organizations like United Way, working with community colleges. Excuse me, I'm having a bit of allergies. So any of those organizations, and a couple very quick points because we want to get to the last question, please.
Yeah, my point melds with yours, Kotan, that the recent news that we currently have 50 states with digital equity plans from the national, from NTIA, the federal agency, giving out the BEAD money. Let's take that and let's develop it further, because a lot of those digital equity plans are focused on the broadband digital divide and closing that, because that's what the money's for. But as we think sustainable and long term, let's make sure those plans are written to deal with and be proactive about what could be future digital divides. So we know the difference between digital divide and rural and urban, and when it comes to broadband, let's alter those plans. Let's update those plans to get ahead of what communities think the digital divide will look like in the rural areas when it comes to other emerging technologies.
Yeah, really quickly, this is where I think it pays off to get into the weeds, right? The BEAD program, like Chris just mentioned, there's state digital equity plans. States have the options, I don't know how many have, to invest in connecting community anchor institutions, which can be sort of the foundation for building out that capacity in rural areas. There's efforts right now to talk about reforming the Universal Service Fund, which has a fund, people call it E-rate, it's for schools, libraries. There's the potential to ask for using some of those funds to make that available for devices and, not just connectivity infrastructure, but the space, the equipment within that space. So get involved in those conversations. Be in touch with your broadband office. Be in touch.
Hey, y'all, I'm Jefferson. I'm with Captain Tomorrow. Captain Tomorrow sits at the intersection of policy, communications, and technology. And this is great. I feel like we're all friends now because I've been sitting back here nodding so hard. But I'm very interested in, particularly from the perspective of Taylor and Ricky, what are we not talking about? What's next, right? What's the next thing that we need to be worried about? As a technologist, I see it as quantum computing, because quantum computing is going to accelerate all of the data work that's happening now, and accelerate some of those gaps that we're seeing. Thank you.
What a great way to end the panel. Thank you so much. I think we will pay you later for that question. That was awesome. So very quick, 30 seconds each. Let's go.
So I think in the future, the equity lines are going to blur between race and have nots, and they are going to be technology. It's going to be access to technology that's going to be the major equity barrier in our society.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would emphasize that. I think the number one thing that we are always not thinking about is you mentioned, quantum computing, right? What does that mean for, right, the student who's in kindergarten right now, right? What does that mean for them? And thinking about, or, in preschool, whatever it is, and developing and integrating those aspects into our educational system, into, right, are from pre-K all the way up through, and thinking about it that way, because, you're asking me right now and I feel like I don't know. It's probably too late for me to understand what that is, but it is not for the folks who are going to be growing up with this a part of their daily lives. So I think that's the only insight I can add into that.
Thank you. And Raza, and then we'll have Chris have the last word, or maybe I get the last word, Chris, but all right, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Sure. I think it's early days to see what the potential for quantum computing is, but I think it ties back to a point I think that Ricky was making earlier, which is good enough investments won't be enough. The investments have to be more than good enough so that when we get to that stage, communities will be ready to benefit and not stuck in 2024 perpetually. So good enough is not enough.
Last thoughts about what we should think about? Just 30 seconds? No.
No, I said everything. Thanks for having me.
It's all covered. Well, this is so lovely. Thank you all for being here. Hopefully you enjoyed this panel, you got something from it, and hopefully you have a lot more questions. Please join us and come and be LinkedIn friends with us. Come and talk to us during lunch. I think lunch is about right now, and I want to thank this panel. Thank you very much for having us.
Everyone, thank you for the panel. So I know you're ready for lunch. So lunch is going to be a little bit of a journey. I'm just going to let you know. Our staff are going to lead you through the lobby here and back around into the kitchen to grab lunch, and then you'll end up back in your seats again with lunch. So we have box lunches here, and I wish you all can join us for lunch, and you can head towards the lobby right now. And after lunch, we'll have our next panel with the FCC as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm gonna try to stalk you on email, but maybe I got it.
Yeah, it might
Sorry, you could be busy.
Embarrass you, Andela. So after what 34 years after 34 years of public service in Austin, we just wanted to congratulate your retirement, all the hard work you've done, meaningful work that you've done for people here, and setting that example for cities and leaders, across the country, and just for all that you've committed to NCC over the last 10 years as well, and what you've given to us. It's truly appreciated, and I'm glad that you're staying on the board. So thank you. The treats out front, there are some special desserts out front. That's in honor of Rondella. So please help yourself out front by the coffee as well. So, but thank you, everyone. Please enjoy. There's still more food. Some great desserts out front as well. As we're transitioning now to our next our fireside chat, and I want to encourage you a couple of things. One is, remember, we have a swag table. So if you haven't gotten your swag, your pieces to a swag, we got some great T-shirts, water bottles, bags out there. I encourage you to do that. We also have our step and repeat, so we encourage you to take some pictures on the step and repeat, and use that hashtag, BPT 2024. And we also have our videographer here who is going to be helping us with some storytelling. So if you have a story you want to tell, if you want to record a story, grab one of our staff in our Next Century Cities T-shirts, and we can meet with a videographer and record some of your stories as well. So I just want to encourage you throughout the day, as there's a chance to do that through breaks, to do that. So next up is our fireside chat, and as we're past the 12 o'clock hour, I want to welcome the Broadband Breakfast Live audience as well. So thanks to Drew Clark again for bringing that audience on here. And we are going to be introducing Corlette Hannon, who's going to be leading our fireside chat with, if we get the next slide up. So with Alejandra Work and from the FCC and Haley Steffen from the FCC as well. Welcome you on board. Give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Is this on? Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. So as Andy said, we're going to have what I think is going to be a pretty robust and insightful conversation today with representatives from the FCC. My name, again, is Corlette Hannon. I am a member of the NCC Advisory Board, and I also am AARP's Director of Livable Communities for the Government Affairs team with AARP. So I'm happy to be here today. And I'm just going to briefly introduce you to our two panelists who are going to be talking with us today. As most of us, or all of us hopefully know, the FCC is responsible for setting and implementing nationwide policies when it comes to broadband. And again, this conversation is going to help us to better understand the role of the FCC, the departments that our two speakers represent, and also how we as stakeholders in the broadband space can interact with the FCC in the work that we do and help in our efficacy. So first, I want to briefly introduce Alejandro Rourke. He is chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, which develops and implements the Commission's consumer policies, including disability access. The CGB serves as a public face of the Commission through outreach and education, is responsible for responding to consumer inquiries and complaints, and maintains a collaborative partnerships with state, local, and tribal governments. And I encourage you to read the rest of Alejandro's bio as you have time. Our second panelist is Haley Steffen. She advises Commissioner Gomez on wireline and space issues. Haley joined Commissioner Gomez's office from the Wireline Competition Bureau, where she served as legal advisor to the bureau chief. Previously, Haley served as an attorney advisor in the Telecommunications Access Policy Division, focusing on universal service and emerging initiatives in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So before I go any further, I do apologize for forgetting to describe myself, which we're all going to do while we're here. So I am African-American. I'm about 5 feet 6 inches tall. I'm wearing burgundy glasses, and I have straight ear-length hair, wearing a black pants and shirt and a sky blue blazer. And then as I ask the first questions of the panelists, they'll describe themselves as well. So to kick us off, I have an icebreaker question for both of our panelists. And I want to ask them, what brought you to the FCC, and what challenge do you, from your perspective, do you see is a major challenge in the broadband marketplace at this time?
Hi, my name is Alejandro Rourke. I'm the chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, and I am a middle-aged Latino man wearing dark rimmed glasses, a blue and red tie. And I'm very happy to be here in community with you all. I would say, what really brought me and interested to me about working with the FCC, specifically coming from the civil rights community, is the recognition that tech and telecom policy really is the new frontier for civil and human rights. We are effectively, the decisions that we are making in this room and across the country in this moment are establishing, laying down the infrastructure of opportunity in this country. So what we do, who is at the table, how we engage, all really matters. And so I really wanted to be a part of the FCC in that community to just ensure that there are sustainable, reliable, and accessible ways for all of us to engage in the agency's policymaking process. And CGB is a great home to do that, like you described, kind of what we do. So that really was, I think, my hook as to why I'm here. And it's been really great to kind of be able to work, collaborate you, appreciate you from afar if we haven't been out in the world together. So again, just very happy to be here.
Do I have to turn this on? It's on. Okay. Hi, I'm Haley Steffen. As Corlette introduced, I'm gonna try to not say that I look like Taylor Swift, but I am a Caucasian white female, and I'm wearing black pants, black blazer, white shirt. I have brown longish hair, and I'm wearing glasses. So yeah, thank you very much for having me here today. I've been at the commission for close to 6 years now. I came through the Attorney Honors Program. As Corlette said, I worked in the Wireline Competition Bureau on various universal service programs. And immediately before this, I was a front office legal advisor. I came to the commission because I wanted to work to ensure that everyone everywhere had, no matter where they lived, had access to connectivity so they could succeed in today's world. So I didn't really know a lot about telecom before I started, but as Alejandro kind of mentioned, I knew that it was something that could open doors to those who had it, and there are people who were being left behind. So I think I really ended up in a great place to be able to work towards that purpose every day.
Thank you both for that. So my second question for both of you is, what are the priorities of the two offices that you work with that you think would be helpful for the audience to be aware of?
All right, I'll go first. I don't know if I answered your second part of did you ask the second part of the first question?
Oh, I'm
I
sorry, I
can loop-
apologize.
I can loop this in. So yeah. The challenge, the biggest challenge I think right now facing the broadband marketplace at this moment is the potential end of ACP next month. As I'm sure everyone in this room knows, this will be devastating to the 23 million families who depend on ACP support, but also it comes at a crucial time when rural broadband deployment as BEAD funding is starting to go out the door. So in light of that, I'll talk about Commissioner Gomez's priorities. So Commissioner Gomez is a firm believer in the power of competition to drive innovation that improves services and lowers prices for consumers. She's focused on how technological innovation can benefit all consumers for economic prosperity and security. So top of mind is connectivity, ensuring everyone everywhere has access to reliable high-speed connectivity and internet access. And she's very focused right now on fighting for ACP to be continued. She desperately wants to see ACP refunded, and has been doing everything in her power to make sure that she can advocate for this crucial program. She believes that this is the greatest tool that we've had to close the digital divide. So that is, her highest priority right now. Next, also, she's very committed to innovation and spectrum, and ensuring that we have the spectrum necessary to meet the thirst for innovation, and we are maintaining U.S. leadership. Public safety, ensuring that first responders have what they need to do their job, as well as making sure that communities have what they need to receive essential emergency alert information. And finally, a vibrant media ecosystem, ensuring that we are protecting media localism. And in each of these areas, Commissioner Gomez is working to ensure that we are taking everyone with us. You may or may not have seen that Commissioner Gomez delivers some of her remarks in Spanish. Commissioner Gomez does not do this for every item, but ones that affect consumers. This is one way that Commissioner Gomez is working to inform and empower consumers about the work that the Commission is doing that can positively impact their lives. We need to meet communities where they are to share the good that the FCC is doing. So that's a little bit about Commissioner Gomez's priorities.
Echo, and I think that our next question is about ACP, so I'll also kind of jump in there. Well, first of all, we're all Commissioner Gomez stands. She is amazing. We were so happy that we had a fifth commissioner. And I think that we've seen her really, I think, hit the ground running with like her very first meeting. And she's out and about. I think she's in Las Vegas right now with the National Broadcast Association. So very, very happy. If you haven't met her, haven't engaged with her staff in her office, talk to Haley. They really want to hear from you, and they really care about everything to do with consumer issues. So, I mean, similarly, I think that our priorities in CGB are the agency's priorities. Over the course of the past 2 years, we've really been focused on ensuring that we have accurate maps so that we know exactly where broadband is and broadband isn't. We've been working to ensure that the internet is fast, open, and fair to everyone. We've been working to ensure that we established the country's first broadband nutrition labels so that all of us as consumers have the information that we need up front so that we can make informed choices about when at the point of sale so that we can choose a plan that will meet our family's needs and our household budgets. We have established new rules of the road to help prevent and eliminate digital discrimination. And these are all just big, big deals that I think have been transformative new tools across the broadband ecosystem. And when it comes to the ACP, I love talking about this program. I love this program. The Affordable Connectivity Program has accomplished more over the course of the past 2 years to bridge our country's digital opportunity divide than any other standalone effort in our nation's history. So with over 23 million households enrolled across all 50 states, federally recognized tribal lands, territories, the success, the reach, and the impact of this program are unmatched. So not only has the Affordable Connectivity Program created new pathways or on-ramps to digital connectivity, it has proven itself to be a practical investment delivering long-term dividends in every sector. And research continues to show that with this program and higher levels of broadband adoption leads to higher incomes and lower unemployment. Unfortunately, in this moment, without congressional action, the ACP is on the brink of shutting down due to lack in funding. And with that, resulting in potentially millions of households, which if we talk about who's enrolled in the program, that's seniors, right? Speaking about ARP, that's veterans, that's school-age children, that's residents of rural and tribal communities losing the internet connections that they need to contribute and benefit from today's modern economy. So while I think we started by saying that's one of the biggest challenges, I will say that in this moment, it's one of our biggest opportunities. Like as we've all been seeing increased movement in Congress, we've been seeing, Congresswoman Clark really out there championing the program. We've seen a lot of bipartisan support for this program across the country. Voters, members of Congress, like all of us in the room believe in the program and the success of the program, and the positive impact it's having for individual households and the economy. Right now, in this moment, in these next couple of weeks, are a really critical moment for all of us to continue to engage, lift up the stories of success of the program in hopes that Congress will take action to extend ACP.
And I will just say too, from AARP's perspective, we are still continuing to fight for funding for the ACP program. You highlighted, I believe that 23 million households have signed up for the program. And we know that 10 million of those households, a little bit more than 10 million actually, are households represented by someone age 50 and older. So AARP has a strong interest in continuation of the ACP program, just as I'm sure most of the organizations and agencies and representatives and stakeholders in the room. But that is a point I wanted to highlight, that for older adults, it is a major program that they are relying on as well. So we'll probably talk more about ACP, I'm sure, as we get into more of the conversation, but thank you for sharing that perspective. So Alejandro, I do have a question for you. You mentioned broadband labels. And so I know that's an issue we've worked on, and a lot of folks are anticipating the rule being implemented. So what can you tell us about the implementation of the rule that's coming down the pike? And then again, for those of us in the room, what can we do if we have concerns perhaps about how the providers are creating their labels, or if we hear of complaints from the public?
Yes, so broadband labels. So many of us have really been anticipating the availability of these new broadband nutrition labels. And so I think that the FCC began exploring this topic in 2015, but thanks to the Bipartisan Infrastructure and Jobs Act and the hard work of the consumer policy team within my bureau, shout out to them. As of April 10th, they became a reality for all of us as consumers nationwide. So now for the first time ever, internet service providers are required to display broadband nutrition labels for both wireless and wired standalone broadband services at the point of sale, which means that everywhere that we are shopping for broadband, whether it's online, in store, we should have consistent, reliable information about speeds, about latency, about introductory rates, how much we're going to pay, data allowances, and performance metrics. And that is game changing. All of us have had the experience of shopping for broadband where we see the marketing materials. We're like, this is exciting. It's a really good deal. And then we get our first bill and it's completely different than what we thought we were going to pay. There's fees, there's installation things, there are things that we didn't even know about. You know, when you shop for broadband, there's this whole like 10-page form that you have to sign that you don't have a chance to read while you're waiting in line at the store. So this again makes consumer choice a lot easier, right? Because we have consistent facts about what we can expect to pay upfront.
Haley, did you have anything you wanted to maybe add to that?
I mean, this has been a significant undertaking. The Infrastructure and Investments in Jobs Act required this. And I mean, I've only kind of witnessed it working with CGB, but it's really exciting that it's finally we're going to be able to see it and use this as consumers.
Also flag that I'm really proud of the collaborative process that the agency engaged in to get us to this point. Like I said, this work started in 2015. We, as the Consumer Policy Division, is one of the first things that I did when I joined the commission. We hosted, at that point it was COVID, so we did virtual field hearings where we invited consumers to share their stories. What is it like shopping for broadband? Is the current information that's available enough for you to make an informed choice? We had academics, we had people that live and work in the space, really shared their stories so that anything that we put forward would be responsive to that reality on the ground. And we think that with these new labels, again, it's a transformative new tool that really gives all of us the information that we need to make an informed choice.
Thank you for that. And so the next topic I want to talk about, we mentioned it, I think earlier, was about maps, new broadband maps. So Haley, can you tell us what the current status is of the FCC's broadband maps and how consumer advocates and policymakers can make the best use of those maps?
So the FCC's broadband data collection and national broadband map is the most accurate broadband availability data that we've ever had. It's a result of really a significant undertaking by the commission that's been ongoing for years. But so, I mean, cross-agency, cross-federal government, process to get these off the ground. And it's the best, most granular data that we've ever had, which is just in time for the billion-dollar investment that we've had in broadband deployment. But the current version of the national broadband map was updated in November to reflect provider-reported availability data as of June 30th. So the map officially gets updated twice a year. So it'll be, the next update will come in, I believe, June of this year. So the FCC completed the 4th collection of provider-reported availability data in March. And in between the 2 annual updates, the broadband mapping team is working to, add newly reported availability data, make upgrades to the map, and, make corrections that are reported to us. It really is a significant undertaking, and the team has done just such a great job. We are currently conducting verification and audits of provider-reported data. And to date, there have been over 900 verifications, resulting in hundreds of corrections to the data. And last month, the commission took its first enforcement action against a provider that knowingly reported inaccurate data. And as you all might know, there's also a second map, the broadband funding map, that shows where federal funding has been committed to build out broadband, overlaid with the current availability data shown on the national broadband map. So this paints a picture of where we still need to invest in deployment and ensure everyone has access to high-speed internet. In terms of how advocates and policymakers can best use the maps, first, check the map. It's an iterative process and data is constantly improving. In addition to the granular location data you can see on the map, the FCC also makes the availability data available as downloadable. And this allows you to work with the data to identify potential errors in reporting or other patterns more efficiently. It could just be a really powerful tool to visually show where in your communities are served and where they're not. And if you see something wrong, please submit a challenge. The FCC continues to accept both location and availability challenges. Challenges allow consumers, state, local, and tribal government entities and other stakeholders to submit proposed corrections to the location and availability. And if you see also significant overreporting in your area, please reach out to the FCC. Those are the things that the team wants to hear about. And finally, also check the funding map. Similar to the broadband data collection and national broadband map, you can download the list of locations that are not currently served and not currently covered by a funding award in the national broadband map. So,
Yeah. Alejandro, do you have anything you might want to?
No, I'll say what's exciting about this of these maps is for the first time ever, we can go to the map on the website, type in our address, and see exactly what speeds, what services providers claim are available to you. And in that same map, in that same window, you can click a button and say, actually, I tried to subscribe. They told me that it wasn't available. I subscribed to the service and they told me at this speed, this isn't the speeds that I'm getting. Like all of that, you don't have to go to a separate website. You don't have to fill out a form. You can just write in the map, submit that challenge. And so again, this came this went from being the FCC's maps, right, or the kind of the industry maps to our maps, right? Our data, our input will help make these maps even more effective and accurate as time goes on. So again, we have a very specific voice in ensuring that those maps are accurate. And I think to the chairwoman's credit, there was an entire dedicated team, still is, that's available at the state and local level to do technical support for local municipalities that want to maybe do some bulk challenges. If you have questions, if you want somebody to come in, walk you through, how to submit those kind of larger challenges together. There's a dedicated team that is there to help you along the way. So if you guys still have questions or still have kind of roadblocks or see big discrepancies on the maps, please reach out. We are happy to connect you to that team. And same thing with Commissioner Gomez. I'm sure they'd love to hear about it. And we'll also help kind of track and monitor and ensure that we get those right.
We get a show of hands of anyone who's been using the broadband maps, maybe to see where service is available for you or others. Good. Okay. Well, remember the opportunity to provide feedback as you're utilizing the maps to make them even more accurate than they are. So thank you.
And let's say if you just go to like fcc.gov/maps, you will actually get an entire dashboard of maps, including the funding map. There's an ACP enrollment map, right? So you can see exactly where ACP is enrolled by district, by county, by zip code. And then we also have our broadband map. So one easy URL, check them out, as well as like a lot of other maps that I did not know existed. But if you go there, you can really just all of your data nerds get in there, get into the data, and reach out. If there's something else that you'd like to see, we are happy to try to explore how to make more information available.
I have the ACP map bookmarked on my computer. I use it all the time. So I'm a user of the maps as well. So let's move on to digital discrimination. So Alejandro, can you just talk to us a bit about where we are now with the FCC's approved rules and to prevent and eliminate this industry practice?
Yeah, happy to. So again, the Bipartisan Infrastructure and Jobs Act included the first broadband access anti-discrimination provisions of the digital age. And by doing so, directed the FCC to adopt rules by November of 2023 to prevent and identify necessary steps to eliminate digital discrimination. Again, that is huge. For the first time ever, we have anti-digital discrimination provisions, and that is a big deal. And so the rules kind of further define digital discrimination as policies or practices not justified by genuine issues of technical or economic visibility that differentially impact consumers' access to broadband internet access service based on their income level, race, ethnicity, color, religion, or national origin, or are intended to have a differential impact. So under these new rules, the Commission can investigate possible instances of discrimination of broadband access, work with companies to solve problems, facilitate mediation, and when necessary, penalize companies for violating the new rules. the FCC will review consumer complaints for digital discrimination of access through an improved consumer complaint portal. And the staff will continues to meet kind of regularly to kind of track trends. And we also adopted model rules and policies that will support states, local, and tribal governments in their efforts to combat digital discrimination. And again, that was a collaborative process. That was, I think, a lot of the folks in the room as a part of our CEDC, which came together, proposed model rules and policies that were adopted in the item. And that was and what I just kind of read, because of the lawyers at the FCC, the way that I think about it is in this moment where we're making this historic, investment in ensuring that our telecommunications resources, our broadband infrastructure reaches everyone everywhere. We now have new kind of rules of the road. And what it does is it establishes a shared language. It establishes a common meeting point for the conversation. And it just helps us all with all of these new tools to ensure that we have all the information, all the data that we need to make thoughtful decisions, so that we don't further entrench the mistakes of the past, right? None of these things are meant to, they're not a stick to just go after people. This is really about, look, let's really use this moment to, again, extend digital opportunity to everyone in this country. And this is just a suite of tools that are supporting all of us do that work effectively.
Haley, you want to add?
Yeah, I'll just echo. I think, if Commissioner Gomez were here, she would echo Alejandro's point. This is not a gotcha for service providers. This is really about asking service providers and those engaged in broadband deployment, the broadband industry, really asking them to take a step back, kind of look under the hood, sharpen their pencils, and think about their practices in a way that is reflective of, and inclusive. So it's not about, getting more money for the U.S. Treasury, but it is more tools to help service providers be more thoughtful so we don't repeat the errors of the past, and everyone everywhere has access, no matter, their income, what neighborhood they live in.
Frankly, ensure that our tax dollars are well spent, right? When we say that the government is investing in extending broadband infrastructure, our tax dollars are the ones that are paying the bill. And this is just going to help ensure that that money is spent wisely.
Thank you. Great points. So in addition to the new maps, which I'm sure everyone was very happy to see, I think something I was happy to see is the definition of broadband changing and increasing the speed of broadband. Haley, can you tell us about the new definition of broadband and what led the commission to make that decision?
Yeah. So in the Section 706 report and order that the commission adopted at last month's meeting, the commission raised the fixed speed benchmark for advanced telecommunications capability to 100 over 20 megabits per second from 25 over 3. So the 25 over 3 speed benchmark was last established in 2015. That's about 9 years ago. It's probably before many of us knew what Zoom was, for example. So really important to update this speed to keep up with what we're seeing in the marketplace. And most importantly, this is consistent with other federal programs that have established their speed benchmark as 100 over 20, including NTIA's BEAD and RUS's Reconnect program. So this is just keeping in pace with technological development and making sure that we, no matter where you are getting the same speeds that, people in urban areas are from rural areas.
Thank you. Alejandro, do you have anything you want to add?
I agree and I support.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, so now I want to ask about another topic that I honestly I'm not familiar with, so you're going to teach me something new. So the cyber trust mark. Alejandro, can you tell us what it is and what it means for the Internet of Things in the future?
Yeah, another new. I mean, hot off the press, I think just in like a month and a half. So the FCC created voluntary cybersecurity labeling program for smart products. So the U.S. Cyber Trust Mark, which is the official name, is a program that will help consumers make informed purchasing decisions and encourage manufacturers to meet higher cybersecurity standards. That is a big deal. All of us carry one or multiple devices in our pocket, in our purses, in our bags at all times. And I think this helps to just create a clearly kind of identifiable mark so that we know when we're buying our devices that they meet a higher cybersecurity standard. So specifically in March of this year, the Federal Communications created a voluntary labeling program for wireless consumer Internet of Things products. So under this program, qualifying consumer smart products that meet robust cybersecurity standards will bear a label, including a new cyber trust mark that will help consumers make informed purchasing decisions, differentiate trustworthy products in the marketplace, and create incentives for manufacturers to meet higher cybersecurity standards. The logo will be accompanied by a QR code that consumers can scan for easy to understand details about the security of the product, such as the support period of the product, whether software patches and security updates are automatic. Again, this is a voluntary program, and we are really relying on public-private collaboration for this. And the FCC is providing oversight and approved third-party label administrators that are managing the activities, such as the evaluation of product applications, authorizing the use of the label, and consumer education. So again, those are something new to kind of look out for. We are rolling out education materials for this through the summer. We're still kind of developing those. So again, just look out for this new tool. Know that it's to keep us all safe, to make sure that we can trust our devices. And that is, I think, a really big deal.
Haley, do you have anything you want to add?
Again, I'll just echo Commissioner Gomez was very excited to support this item, that the chairwoman's leadership on it. Cybersecurity is continues to grow more important, and as we get more connected, more of our information is at risk. It's great that we're empowering consumers with this label. It'll be like the Energy Star label we see on most things, and that's really exciting. And as Alejandro said, it really is an excellent example of a public-private partnership in service of the greater public good, which is really, it's great.
Thank you. And so my next topic is a topic that a lot of us are hearing more and more about, especially with the situation with the ACP, and that is wireless spectrum. So Haley, can you just tell us a bit about the wireless spectrum? What is at play at the FCC when it comes to spectrum?
Yeah. And I'm the wireline advisor, so bear with me. But yeah, as many of you probably know, it's been over a year since the expiration of the FCC's auction authority, after the authority was not extended by Congress for the first time ever last year. So really, Congress's extension of the FCC's spectrum auction authority is of paramount importance to ensure ongoing wireless innovation at home and on the global stage. Without this authority, it's really hard for the FCC to conduct spectrum auctions, which is the primary way that we allocate commercial spectrum, and we free it up for commercial use. So without that authority, we've really we haven't been able to do as much. So, each month that passes without reinstating the auction authority, we lose the ability to foster innovation with spectrum auctions. But obviously the chairwoman she's taking action, and she's not letting, she's investigating ways that the commission can act on spectrum within our authority. And she opened a new docket and issued a public notice, I think it was in March, to explore what the commission can do to fulfill its responsibility to make spectrum resources available for use in the public interest in the absence of our authority. And so that means, looking at the current inventory spectrum and determining how that can be allocated. So we are, trying to do as much as we can, again, within the authority that we have. But ultimately, auctions really take a lot of time, and that's why it's of paramount importance that we get auction authority back, because there is just so much prep work that needs to be done to even get to auction that, and none of that we can't really do any of that without the auction authority. So, it's been really difficult, and yeah.
Alejandro, do you have anything you want to add?
Really important. We need that. I think American competitive is really important. We have to be engaged. We have to have the tools to be able to spark innovation, and Spectrum is a core pillar to making sure that that happens.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And so we want to reserve some time for audience Q&A. So are there any questions of the FCC from anyone in the audience?
For me or Taylor Swift?
Is there a roaming mic? Is there a roaming mic? No roaming. Oh. So over here, and then we'll come over here.
Hello. Oh. Good afternoon. My name is Autumn Evans. I'm the Senior Program Manager of Digital Equity for the Rocket Community Fund. Prior to my role there, I was with the City of Detroit. I wanted to talk more about ACP and understanding and celebrate with the FCC the success. Being boots on the ground, getting 190,000 families enrolled in the City of Detroit was, a big success for all of us. It's something that we hold high. But I am very disappointed in the ending of ACP and what that means for Detroiters and also urban families across the nation that rely on this piece of subsidy and government support, especially understanding how a lot of urban communities may not see any BEAD investment. So it almost seems as if we are stepping back at square one when it comes to adoption support for urban communities. So my question is, I know we are pushing for ACP extension, but understanding that this current iteration had its flaws, not just in how it was administered, but also the flow of funding. What other tools is the FCC looking at that's within its span of control to ensure that urban families specifically have affordability support and that they don't experience the gap that is expected as we wait for either BEAD money to be spent or Digital Equity Act funding to be spent?
Question.
Do you want me to take the? Yeah, I mean, really great question. I would, the FCC has long been involved in affordability. The ACP is obviously our best and most successful effort. But we do have the Lifeline program, and that is one program that can help offset, the bill shock. If ACP ends, many of the ACP households will be eligible for Lifeline, and that can provide support. I think also I hope to continue to see service providers offering low income options as ACP ends. But I think most importantly, continue to share the stories, the success that ACP has provided with policymakers, decision makers, the people who represent your state. I think making it tangible, it really goes a long way. Commissioner Gomez gets emails in about, single moms who are concerned about losing ACP. Their kids won't be able to do their homework. They're just very touching, and we share those when we meet with, policymakers. I think continuing to share the good of this program, the success, and as Alejandro mentioned earlier, really the economic benefit of this program. I think for every $1 spent, it increases a household income by $2. So, really this is an investment and it makes sense. So continuing to kind of beat that drum and share the successes, but also, we do have the Lifeline program, and we are working to make sure, that families experience the least amount of bill shock as possible.
So I'll say this, completely hear you. We know that the majority of Americans live in a place where there is some type of internet service. And we know that that there are varying kind of barriers to adoption. And the number one most cited barrier to adoption across the country, when we traveled to do a lot of kind of listening sessions to prevent digital discrimination, affordability was top of mind for everyone. And it is the number one most cited reason why households are not connected to the internet, not because they don't see the value in it, not because they don't see the utility of it. It's because they're having to make really difficult decisions every time that they get paid. And the price has just kept it out of reach. So the Affordable Connectivity Program, the 23 million households that are enrolled today, I just want to lift up, say thank you, and say that that is something that we accomplished together. The FCC didn't just do this. This was boots on the ground. These were friends in Detroit. These were all the digital coalitions that have been working on this. This is members of Congress. This is municipal leaders. This has been a shared win. And again, I'll just kind of underscore that this moment right now, this week, next week, while Congress is in recess, while they're going to be home, listening to what constituents care about, that this program is making a difference. It really is a unique and very important, very timely opportunity for all of us to continue to engage. I know that it's been a 2-year sprint. We're all exhausted, but we are almost there. There is great movement on the Hill right now. And so I think that this really is the moment for us to not give up and to continue to just kind of like fight that fight because it is making a difference.
Thank you. And again, that was a great question. And there's a question over here.
We have a question from from the online real quick. I just want to make sure we're including our online audience. So Dr. Suarez asks a very specific question, but ISPs are supposed to submit a minimum of 3 years of records to qualify for BEAD. And he's wondering what can be done by newer local internet minority enterprises to meet that requirement. So LIME, as they're calling it.
So neither of us work for NTIA. So I don't know that I have all of the information to be able to effectively answer that question. But happy to connect this person to our friends at NTIA who can really give you some tips and tricks.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Lanza. I have a couple of hats, but today I'm with Best and Krieger. We work with a lot of local governments. And I was really glad to hear this super overview of so many issues representing the constituents of local communities and local cities. And at the next Secretary Cities Conference, though, I felt like I had to ask, local governments are not only acting on behalf of their constituencies as consumers and as folks who are trying to get access to technology, but also as co-regulators. And I was wondering, for example, I mean, I know you lifted up the CEDC, but unfortunately that was one instance in which local governments weren't even on that committee that were supposed to make recommendations about local government policies. And to the credit of the committee, they kind of wheeled around and did go out and seek that input. But I'm wondering what you're seeing as priorities with regard to the FCC and for local governments, like as collaborators, as partners, what are you seeing there for cities and the FCC to work together on?
That's a good question. I mean, Commissioner Gomez has had meetings, when she started, some of the state broadband offices came in. We're always happy to have meetings with folks and collaborate. When Commissioner Gomez has traveled, she's met with mayors and local representatives. So, we're definitely trying to engage there. But I would just say I would welcome, you local governments and constituencies to reach out. We are happy to meet and hear, what's going on the ground, what your challenges are. We also, it can come up in different proceedings, right? And like poll attachments, it just people come in. But I would just say we're definitely always happy to hear from you, happy to collaborate, and also happy to come out to see you all. So just reach out.
You all have, 2 new friends at the FCC, if we're not friends already. Within my bureau, we have our Office of Intergovernmental Affairs. We have a new division chief. Her name is Bridget Gomez. She is friendly. She is accessible. She is running around the country, attending all of these events as well as I am. So please know that they are a really good pathway into the work of the FCC. They will connect you to all the teams that are leading this work. And we are actually about to have tomorrow our first meeting of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee, Advisory Committee. So a really great group of folks that are coming together to dig into on these issues. But again, we are all available. We want to hear from you. And if there are any sticking points, if you're getting stuck on anything, if you have questions, please reach out to myself, to Haley, to Bridget. And we are happy to connect you to all of the issue experts to make sure that you have the support that you need so that we can continue to work collaboratively. When a lot of these things that have kind of come out, we have established relationship with attorney generals across the country. So we know that a lot of these new tools require effective coordination and collaboration. So again, from the very top, from the chairwoman. You know, she's been really intentional about saying this isn't a top-down structure. It doesn't work. This is about us working together collaboratively. So there's a lot of great new partnerships that have been established over the course of this year and last year to just ensure that we are effectively collaborating on the ground in the communities that we all call home.
I would just also echo that I think the mapping initiative in the past, year and a half, that was really the result of a lot of collaboration with, state and local entities and required a lot of just direct coordination. And so many of you probably have met Ed, B, and, the mapping team has been many places throughout the country. And I think the broadband maps they're the most accurate we have because of that direct collaboration and coordination. So
the chairwoman was on calls with every single broadband office across the country. Trust us, that was a fire drill for all of us. How do we get all these meetings? How do we coordinate with her schedule? Like when we say that she cares, she not only cares, but she makes time. And so, like I said, the mapping team is available. We are available. And the chairwoman herself, reach out to her office. She will make the time. And again, this has all been a team lift.
Thank you. So I think we're at the end. Do we have time for any more questions?
We have time for more. Yeah, a couple
Okay.
more questions
Anybody
here.
else
We
have
have
a
one more
question?
online. We'll get to Lee, then Jake here.
Okay. Go ahead.
One question I was online. This is a sentiment I've heard from a lot of folks. Is as the broadband labels are being released now, we're finding a lot of barriers to finding these broadband labels. Whether you have to search for a product and then get it emailed to you, or whatever the barriers might be. What can consumers do to protect themselves and kind of hold ISPs accountable for being transparent with their labels?
Number one, please reach out. If you haven't checked out our new consumer complaint center, it got a new refresh. There is a kind of a dedicated pathway where you can talk about the labels in there. We track those trends. That is an easy and accessible kind of mechanism that for us to get input from folks about what you're seeing, what you're not seeing. Again, the consumer policy division is within my bureau. Please reach out. I'm happy to connect you to them. We want to hear what people are seeing and experiencing on the ground. And again, we're still in the throes of refining that process, refining those labels. So if we get to a point where we need to do any type of kind of clarification on those rules based on what we're seeing in the field, that's something that we are happy to explore. We'll flag that April 10th was when large providers, so 100,000 subscribers or more, are required to have the labels displayed, and smaller providers, so 100,000 or less, have until October. So there is still a little bit of a maybe uneven terrain, but just know that that is intentional to give smaller providers a little bit more of a runway to implement those and get those out in the field.
Hi, my name's Lee Davenport. I'm with US Ignite. Again, past the greetings to both the chairwoman and Commissioner Gomez. We are in constant kind of contact with them. I think they both do great work, as do the others. I think my question really is around a previous life. Before I got to US Ignite, I was a master agent for a lifeline provider for two of them, actually. We had 500 workers or so, social entrepreneurs, getting paid in kind of in a retro pay situation to enroll people, about 10,000 people a month into Lifeline. I do think that Lifeline system does need some significant reform before it becomes the replacement for ACP. I took the job, honestly, between a B-top career and now this current position, because we thought that nonprofits could play a role in enrolling and directly enrolling, so that subsidy does pay directly to the agency that does them. They not need the cash. They can handle the flux of the funds, where the workers, there are low-income sole entrepreneurs who are delivering that Lifeline benefit, often had to stomach the week or 2 or 3 of lack of payment. I think that it would be very interesting for the FCC to continue to look at Lifeline reform, USF reform, the way that structured payments go through TracFone, Assurance Wireless, et cetera. I think there are a lot of people in the room who have a lot of experience now directly enrolling people in a system that had a lot more reliability and validity to it. Different than the stand on the street corner in front of the food stamp office, right? So the way in which we structure those programs could be valuable if we're going to assume that people will just roll from one to the other. They're just not ready for that.
Yeah, to be clear, Lifeline is definitely no replacement for ACP, but it is what we have right now. So I did not mean to suggest that we really want ACP to continue. But yeah, long term, I think that one other huge win, I was going to say before, but one huge win of ACP is the involvement of organizations on the ground, really the organizations that made this program so successful. And one of the reasons why that was possible was because there was funding in the Infrastructure Act dedicated to outreach. FCC was allowed to dedicate money to invest and provide outreach grants. So we were allowed to partner with these organizations. And I think that we were able to meet people where they are to enroll them. And I think whatever the future looks like, we definitely will, build on the successes, both of Lifeline, of ACP, to make whatever is in the future the most successful, hopefully bringing in all those wins. I just wanted to highlight the community, the organizations that have really helped make ACP a success. And I hope that is whatever future these programs have, that we continue to have direct funding support for community engagement.
That grant program was also a game-changing tool. Again, this is something that comes out of my bureau, the Consumer Affairs and Outreach Division, led by now Miriam Montgomery, who is an experienced grant manager. I think she came over from FEMA. These are folks that really kind of get how grants work. We've built out the program. We've invested and have grantees in every state and most of the territories across the country. So these are trusted voices at the community level who are currently on hold. We've had to stop enrollment for the program earlier this year, but my goal would be, if the program is extended, to get everybody back. I would much rather spend the rest of the year enrolling more folks in the program through our grantees and through our network of volunteer outreach partners than kind of spend all of our time and effort winding down the program. And I think I sometimes take for granted the folks that I know in the room. So maybe if you wouldn't mind and not be shy, how many of you are working on ACP extension or USF reform, or kind of like establishing a long-term pathway or funding mechanism for the program? A lot of folks in here are really the ones that are boots on the ground. They're doing that work. Please get to know each other. Because there are a lot of really interesting conversations that are happening. And I'll just underscore that this moment to provide, to extend ACP gives us all the necessary runway for us to have a productive and thoughtful conversation about how potentially ACP could be integrated into the USF framework. But we know that takes time. We want to be intentional. We want to make sure that all of our voices are at the table. And so that is a team lift that, Cheryl, you've been around for how many years? How long have you been thinking about USF reform? It takes a minute, right? So I think this critical moment, if Congress is able to extend the program to the end of the year, that gives us all enough time to have a thoughtful conversation about how that could work and potentially find a home with permanent funding for the Affordable Connectivity Program. So please chat with each other, be friends, because everybody is engaged. Next Century Cities is always at the table, and it's always a great group of folks that they bring together. So again, very happy to be here with you all.
Okay. Thank you all so much for engaging with us today. Please, if you wouldn't mind, help me thank our panelists for joining us.
Thank you.
For some activities now. So we got some storytelling workshop come up. I just want to mention that Corlette, thank you so much for the great work. She's also one of our board members as well that joined us last spring, I believe. And thank you for that. And we're also both from New Jersey. I just wanted to mark us both safe from the great New Jersey earthquake the other week as well. So as we're transitioning here, I just want to welcome up Drew Garner and Revity from the Benton Institute, and also Nat from Public Knowledge here. Then they're going to be leading us in a storytelling workshop in just a few minutes here. So hope you're ready to be a little more active and do some learning, do some hands-on work here as well. So.
navy jacket, and I'm here with my colleague, Drew Garner.
Hi all, I'm Drew Garner. I'm the Director of Policy Engagement with the Benton Institute for Broadband Society. I'm a white male, brown hair, beard, glasses, white shirt, blue pants, blue tie. I was once stopped by a security guard because I thought I was Edward Snowden. I think it's a stretch, but it has happened. I am not, I'm Drew Garner.
And my name is Nat Purser. I am a government affairs policy advocate with Public Knowledge. I specifically focus on broadband issues. I do a lot of ACP. I see a lot of ACP people here. I do USF stuff, all things broadband. And I am a 5'5" white woman, auburn haired, navy dress, tan shoes. I think we're ready to go.
All right. So because this is a workshop, this is going to work a little bit differently than the previous panels. We're going to talk at you for not too long, 10, 15 minutes. And then Drew is going to make us do things, interactive things, homework things, maybe.
We'll see.
We'll see. All right. So why are we here talking to you? For those who may not know us, the two of us work at the Benton Institute for Broadband and Society. We are a 40-year-old nonprofit focused on broadband policy, wanting to make sure everyone can use and benefit from high quality, affordable broadband. So we are amongst friends. The core of what we do is we try to keep people informed. So that means federal officials at the NTIA and the FCC, state and local leaders, advocates, researchers. Our hope is that we're able to contribute to a shared understanding amongst everyone working in our field about what's actually going on. As you might imagine, that involves a fair amount of storytelling. So our flagship product, if I were to use that kind of terminology, is our newsletter, which if you do not already subscribe, I highly recommend it. It's a daily dose of all things broadband in your inbox every day. We summarize other people's work, we summarize research studies, but we also do our own longer analyses on various topics, looking at DE plans, et cetera. In fact, we have summaries of all 52 DE plans on the site now. Well, there we go. So newsletters are great. They're functional. They have a very important role to fill, and apparently they're coming back big time. But broadband policy, the way our goals are to make sure that it serves everyone, also means that we need to tell stories in a really compelling way. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples of the ways we've done that. This was a series we did called Digital Divide Diaries, where we worked with a journalist named Adam Eckelman, who does great work. And he did a series of projects trying to demonstrate and really explore the nuance of the lived experience of being on the other side of the digital divide. So The Wires That Bind was his piece based in Detroit. He also did a podcast series called Unincarcerated with justice impacted folks. And what I really loved about Adam's work was two things. One is that it made abstract policy things really, really crystal clear. So you can hear that incarcerated individuals are considered a covered population. You can look at the DE plans and see the percentage of a population that is considered justice impacted. Or you can listen to the podcast. And you can listen to the podcast and listen to the story about one man who 20 years was in prison for 20 years, came out, was in a grocery store checkout line, and somebody asked him his cell number for like the rewards card situation, and he rattled off his prison cell number. So like the level of disconnect and the way that it can make it visceral through storytelling, I don't think our DE plans can really truly capture. And the other thing that I really like about Adam's work that I want to highlight is he did Wires That Bind and actually Unincarcerated with people who are actually from the community. So the Wires That Bind were shot by people in the community. It was photographed, audio recording, all of that was folks in the neighborhood. Unincarcerated was a partnership as well. And it was about making sure that not only are you reflecting community voices, but it's a co-creation. And I think that is really critical if you want to tell authentic and impactful stories. Stories are great, but they also get a bad rap. I mean, most commonly around DC circles, you might hear stories are nice, but like, where's your data? I got a PhD using ethnographic and qualitative research methods, so I am ready to fight anyone anytime about the deficiencies of quantitative data, but I will save that rant for now and just try to sell you on the value of qualitative data. So one of the pleasures of my job is that I run a fellowship program where we find practitioners or researchers that can address small research projects in our field. By the way, a new call should be out in July. Please apply, please circulate. And Norma Fernandez, who is the CEO of Everyone, just released our first report from the fellowship, From Fear to Confidence, the Digital Skills Journey of Underserved Women. And she wanted to really understand sort of the lived experience of low-income Black and Latina women who are coming for digital skills training. What does it mean to them? How does it fit into their lives? And she was able to do this incredibly well because she was and gain insight into how women feel about the experience, what the fear is, not just of not knowing something, but I think maybe we forget as adults, you don't learn anything from scratch all that much. And the fear of breaking a valuable thing like a computer can be a huge hesitation that people need to overcome. And you also don't get from surveys the data around impact. You're not going to hear that it gave them an immense amount of confidence, not just in terms of digital skills, but in all aspects of their life, because they feel like, no, I can do more things. I am more capable. I'm capable of doing hard things. Part of that was also how well Norma did her work. And the thing about it is possible to cherry pick data in qualitative research, also in quantitative research, but in qualitative research and blow things out of proportion. Norma did a wonderful job being incredibly thorough and systematic in her data analysis. And that is one of the critical aspects of doing quality research and quality data storytelling. And the last thing I will say that also ties back to the Digital Divide Diaries project is that she gave her participants a ton of agency and really respected their time. And that is also incredibly important. She paid them for her time, like a gift card, but it was a token to say your time is valuable, your perspective is valuable. She went back to them where quotes that she was going to use to make sure that they felt that they were being represented in an appropriate and accurate way. And I think that really she did the interviews in Spanish when appropriate. And then because the work of translation belongs to us, belongs to the storytellers and not the people themselves. They shouldn't have to do the work of explaining it to you in your terms. You should be the one doing that. And then because of all of that work, she was able to build a lot of trust, and people were incredibly candid and willing to share personal fears, personal experiences, and I strongly recommend the report. I'm not used to this thing. All right. So how you communicate about community needs is really important and part of it, but we also work with community leaders on how they communicate with their communities. So we run a community engagement program over 16 weeks that sort of works with county teams on how to be ready for the incoming federal investment. What do they need to know about broadband in order to make wise decisions? How could they be talking to providers? What kind of levers of power they might have that they may not know about? Which is all those kind of resources and skills building is really important. But the other aspect of that is these are teams of 8 to 20 people asked to represent the needs of an entire county. So a critical thing that they need to do is they need to communicate with their communities. They need to be able to understand what their communities need. And then they need to be accountable to their communities about what's happening now. So we work with communities that do the Facebook thing. They have websites, but they also had like a regular section on the local news, a weekly section that kept updating people about what was happening with the broadband planning work. And especially because there's going to be a lot of hurry up and wait, that kind of consistent updates is going to be important because people are going to be like, well, where's my broadband? and you want to tell them what's coming, and this is when it's coming. And I'm going to end on a last note. This is something we do not do at Benton, which is use humor and get a little cheeky. But I would recommend, and these are two examples from Michigan communities. This is another one of our fellowship projects where a researcher is looking at what's been successful in community work by broadband champions. And these are both winning efforts. They were about getting a citywide millage passed in Holland and getting more sort of community involvement in broadband. So jokes, if you've got them, please use them. All right, and I think now Nat's going to be talking about a much more specific example of policy advocacy.
I actually want to issue a correction. Benton Institute does do cheeky humor in their emails. I've been on many calls and emails with Drew and Rivety. They are very funny. Okay, so for those of you who are not familiar with Public Knowledge, we are an organization that focuses on tech policies that support an open internet. And that's very broad, so that includes AI stuff, copyright, we do a lot of platform competition, but I specifically focus on broadband access and affordability. So I want to get into a little bit more specifically on Hill advocacy. So how we as federal advocates and lobbyists can complement the work of state broadband administrators, digital navigators, and other folks that are on the ground. So to kind of start with, how does that collaborative storytelling play out? Well, partially it plays out through y'all's involvement in stuff like the NCC, coalitions that go and act as representatives for you and make your case on various broadband issues. But then it also plays out in your direct advocacy and ongoing conversations with lawmakers themselves throughout the year. And this really bolsters my work on the Hill because let me tell y'all, it's really hard to go into a conversation on the Hill with a lawmaker who is not at all familiar with your issue area, or they don't understand why it's important, or they've never heard from anybody in their district why it matters. So if I go in there and they're like, we get calls about the ACP all the time, we've had constant contact from broadband administrators on this issue, it's great. It bolsters us. It makes us look like we actually have a relevant, salient topic to bring to them. And you guys have legitimate authority and expertise that you bring to the conversation that gives us weight. So that is a little bit about how how we can work synergistically. And now I want to go on to the next page. Do you mind doing that for me? Okay. So I want to cover a couple different types of advocacy, and this is very context specific. So the kinds of advocacy that you would want to pursue will somewhat vary depending on your geographic constraints, your bandwidth, what area of expertise you have. But I'm just going to go through some of the stuff that's listed on the slide here. So first, this is the stuff that I usually traffic in. That's the Hill specific stuff. So direct engagement with member offices, obviously very important to go in and to be speaking with lawmakers directly. And they love hearing from state broadband officials. So that's you guys are a particularly salient voice. Letters to Congress are great as a sort of consciousness raising thing because they usually get covered by the press. So press are happy to talk about the letters that are being sent out. And it also signals to leadership that there is real political weight behind a movement, but behind an idea. Hill briefings are great because you get to set the agenda. So you get to get out ahead of maybe other people who disagree with your positioning and say, hey, we're going to talk about the issue this way. We're going to have a panel that is full of like good, strong allied organizations that can lend weight and support to our viewpoints. So Hill briefings are a great place to do member education, but also to have reach. Happy hours, coffees, and other means of relationship building. This is kind of like the soft power of advocacy. When you get coffees with people every week and you say, hey, I have an update on somebody who might be interested in co-sponsoring a bill or getting on board with you in this other way, it's the kind of thing that instills trust. It makes you a trusted expert so that when they've got a new broadband idea, they come to you first. They ask for your support. They ask how you would approach a certain issue. That's the kind of like, this is really like 40–50% of lobbying, I'd say, is taking coffees and making sure that you know everybody's names on the Hill. Okay, so now the stuff that is probably a little bit more relevant to y'all. So I call this like the Hill Plus. This is like when you're trying to talk to a broad array of stakeholders, the Hill, and then just the general public or industry or whoever else you want to convey messaging to. So social media campaigns, rallies, those are both like bigger, broader consciousness raising techniques. Social media campaigns are nice because a lot of y'all are not local. So it's great if you don't have a DC presence, you can at least have an ongoing social media presence to convey your talking points, your messaging. Research analysis, op-eds and blog posts. I think a lot of people, they write these blog posts or they write these, these op-eds, and they worry that they just go off into the ether and nobody sees them except for the people that work at their organization. I see them because I read all this stuff all the time, and I incorporate it into my advocacy. So if you are writing about the ACP or the importance of, reforming USF, know that advocates like myself see that stuff and we incorporate it into our work on the Hill. So it's very useful for us. And it's also just a great way of highlighting your expertise, making yourself out to be a trusted, authoritative expert. All right. On the next slide, did I take that from? Oh, there you go. Thank you. Okay, so now I want to focus kind of specifically on one specific kind of advocacy. So that is the direct member outreach. So what makes for effective storytelling / advocacy? There are going to be a lot of things that you want to consider, but it all starts before you go into a meeting with a member. Obviously, you need to research the member and know their positioning. So that doesn't just mean, do they support your policy idea? That also means, how do they support it or how do they oppose it? Like, what is the tone of their disagreement or agreement? So a couple things that you might want to think about before going into a meeting with a member. I know that you guys just got off of your Hill Day yesterday, so maybe a little too late, but you'll have plenty of future meetings to bring this stuff with you. But one thing to think about is, what kind of constituencies do I need to be activating here? What do I need to be bringing up in the meeting? So for a lot of the people that I talked to about the ACP, they have very high they have high percentages of senior populations. So I might bring in AARP talking points to talk to those members, or maybe they have a military base, and so it's useful to talk about military enrollment in the ACP. So thinking about the key constituencies for a given member is really important. Also, the ideological bent of the member. I mean, I talked to plenty of very deeply conservative members who, for them, the reason that they have signed on to the ACP is because it's a bootstrappy type program. So talking to them about like, hey, this is a conduit to educational opportunities. This is a conduit to work opportunities. That's a fantastic lens. And then also making sure that you're hitting on just their interests and preferences as a member. Some people come to issues like the ACP through a digital equity lens. It's all about, how can we close the digital divide, close racial connectivity gaps? But then other people are excited by industrial policy. So telling them about how creating a subsidized base of demand through the ACP supports rural networks, that's going to get them on board. So knowing all these angles that you can hit on to attract specific members is really important before you go into the meeting. The next one, this is going to sound, this might be intimidating to some people, but collaborating on political strategy is deeply helpful. And it doesn't mean that you have to be like a DC insider, West Wing, House of Cards person and go in there like ready to do horse trading. I'm just talking about going in there and saying things like, if I was a Hill staffer, what information would be helpful for me to know? So you might go in there and be like, hey, by the way, I've had conversations with these 3 Republicans. They seemed kind of supportive and interested. I bet some personal outreach from your office would really go a long way in potentially getting them on board. Or thinking about organizations that they could align themselves with, like, oh, hey, have you tried reaching out to this organization? I've heard they've done advocacy on the same front. So engaging them with other organizations. So yeah, don't be afraid to help them that way, because then they view you as not just someone who's coming to them and asking for something, but also like a potential partner that they can work with. Stay in contact. Obviously, you guys just took Hill meetings yesterday. If you haven't sent a follow-up thank you email yet, I mean, please do, and send over some resources that support your case, that can elevate your message from yesterday, because that really does matter. But beyond the post-meeting giving an update thing, it's also just good to have regular contact with your member as you see fit. If you can weigh in and be like,
hey, by the way, I just saw this interesting update on ACP uptake in my area, or I just saw this like interesting blog post that I thought would be helpful for your advocacy. Those kinds of regular check-ins with Hill staffers really do go a long way. And the last one, the really hard one, remaining adaptable and flexible. To talk about the elephant in the room, the ACP could lapse. That could be a thing that happens. And I think that we should just speak about that. And I think what matters when we think about the USF reforms not going the way we want them to, or ACP lapsing or whatever, is to remain adaptable and flexible to what the next steps look like. It's easy to psych yourself out and be like, my idea is dead and it's never going to go anywhere. To get Princess Bride, it's just mostly dead. It's not like all dead, right? You still got a vehicle, you still have a pathway forward. As long as there's a coalition of people who are willing to mobilize around an issue, there's a way for that to be repurposed, for that to continue on in the next Congress. So one good example of this is the CTC, the child tax credit. There were a lot of people who were like, this pandemic era provision just ended and there's no way forward for it. But there were a group of people who really wanted to continue mobilizing around it. And now it's in the latest House tax bill. Might get into the Senate bill, we'll see. But the fact that a group of people continued pushing on it and decided, nope, we're just gonna take that loss in stride and then pioneer on to the next frontier of advocacy, that's what matters. And on that note, I just want to also say, part of remaining adaptable is making sure that you're talking to a diverse coalition of members. You really don't want to get all in on one side of the aisle or one group within a side of the aisle. You really want to have a nice diverse spread of people that you're reaching out to, because no one party is going to control the House, Senate, presidency forever. You have to prepare for the future, and that means making sure that you've got support from a broad array of bases. And yep, that's all on my end.
Okay, so I'm going to speak briefly just with some preparatory material, but this is also a workshop. I know people are tired after lunch and probably doing a lot of work, but I just would like you to think about the stories that you could tell or the goals you have and stories that might be relevant to them, because I'd like you to share them at some point, and then the rest of the audience can talk about a potential platform to get those stories out there, potential audience or goals that you could think through, or opportunities you might want to include in those stories or those asks when you make them. For example, if you're reaching out to Congress on the Affordable Connectivity Program, we might be Nat would be one of the best people in DC probably to talk about that. Or perhaps you're considering applying for a capacity grant for the digital equity funds. Maybe we can help you workshop a story that will go into your application. I wish Fallon was still here, because I'd love to hear a story about the failings of the cost reimbursement structure. I think that's something that broadband offices might want to hear about and consider as they structure their capacity grant funds, and NTIA too. I'll call on you in a minute, but I'll give you a little bit of time. So just to recap briefly, there are a couple types of stories. I'm going to boil them down into the quantitative type. Data tells stories. Each one of those 23,269,550 ACP enrollees is a story. It's a story about someone who probably really needs support with an essential service. So representing those stories in a map, in an easily accessible map, where at a glance you can tell kind of how to use this thing, this is very helpful. So the picture here is a Benton Institute tool from John Horrigan that allows you to click on your area to find enrollment in your location. This is a very helpful storytelling tool. One, because of the stories the map itself tells, but two, because it empowers community advocates to tell their own stories. Because you click on your neighborhood, you know how many ACP enrollees are there, and you know the risk that's going to happen. So when you design a quantitative tool, I think these are the things you should really strive for, where it's understandable at a glance. It's accessible and user-friendly, allows people to tell their own stories. Try to keep it timely and up-to-date, because people always love something that's recent, that'll get headlines. And then to the extent possible, make it localizable so that your local coalitions or your local leaders can use it. Another thing with quantitative data is, to the extent possible, boil it down into something people will remember, like one nugget. You heard it earlier today. Haley mentioned this study, this exact fact from Benton's recent ACP analysis, but every $1 of ACP subsidy results in $2 in economic benefit. That's a great nugget. It's easy for someone to internalize and repeat. This is a very long study. It's very complicated. It's very confusing.
But I have used literally every part of the study in Hill meetings. It has been extremely useful.
Yes, that you heard it from Haley. Like having something like that up front is helpful. We also had like many examples. There are also the qualitative research, which Revati had talked about. You were all expert storytellers, so I'm not telling you anything secret. But these can be very emotionally resonant. Corlette, I want to just flag the AARP has done some fantastic ACP storytelling, particularly recently. They did a very big, in-depth qualitative study with I forget how many recipients, but I think it was 12. Yeah. I want to highlight this as a very good example because it was, for many reasons, it was timely. It came out right when we needed it. It was diverse. It had people from all sorts of states. It had fantastic quotes that were relevant and you could carry to the legislator or whoever you wanted to talk about. And it was with a demographic that was relevant, a constituency that was relevant to the decision maker. So it was timely, it had good nuggets, and it was relevant constituency. And then you also included some other information about their political preferences, their goals for the ACP, their support for the ACP, and then a blog post, easily digestible, and then the full study. Very comprehensive, very timely, very useful. And then NDIA too. They have done some very charming and captivating videos with ACP members. And this sort of qualitative research, not only is it great for the nuggets, but you also establish a contact with the beneficiary that you can use later. Like with NDIA, we can talk to these people. We can quote them in op-eds. We can bring them into interviews. Having a person who benefits from the program, a real person, is incredibly valuable and surprisingly hard to find. Like we've got 23 million ACP households, and every time someone wants to write an op-ed, we have to email the whole listserv. Like, does anyone know somebody? It's like 1 in 6 households benefit from this thing, and it's hard to find people. So through qualitative research, maintain those connections because they're going to be tools for storytelling in the future. Get pictures too. Pictures are very helpful. Speaking of pictures, this is that Taco Bell one that was so viral at the beginning of the pandemic. Like this, I think, is just such a good example of storytelling. It's concise, like with like a tweet underneath it, 10 words. This picture like captures, like this maybe launched the IIJA. Like this helped us get the Emergency Connectivity Fund, like this picture. And again, because it was well-timed, it was a relevant constituency, and critically, there was something that Congress could actually do about it. So this bullet point list are just some, again, no secrets. You were all very good at this, but just some things to keep in mind as you tell your stories is what do you want? What are you specifically asking for? And when would you like it done? And then is the ask that you have actually something that can be fulfilled? Like, if you're asking to just close the digital divide, that is good. Everyone supports it, but it's also very hard to take action, like a specific action on. Whereas sponsoring a specific bill for the ACP, that is something that your audience can do that day. They can do it now. Having that, like, I can do it in the next 5 minutes, that's very helpful for mobilizing action. And then also having some idea of what the opposition is. When you approach someone, knowing what the potential response would be is helpful. And it'll spare you embarrassment and it'll allow you to sort of answer the question and move on rather than letting them go do their own research and maybe talk to some opposition. And then also having a very good idea of your audience. Like, I think it's very easy to just say policymakers. What does that mean? Policymakers, stakeholders, like which policymaker? Like the FCC is different than the NTIA, or House representative is different from a senator. So just know, or a state legislator, they may have never heard of the ACP, but they really care about affordability. So like, just know who you're talking to, know what they want, know what specifically powers they have, and then also research the opportunities they will have to take action. So I hate to keep drawing on the ACP, but just be able to tell them that today in Congress, Representative Clark has a discharge petition. We need you to sign it by tomorrow. So that and then you can explain what this part, we can talk about this later. But having that level of specificity is really important because you want the person to be able to act. And then the content, this again, no secret, but clarity and concision, I think is very, very, very important. People are incredibly busy all the time. Like, I know you have a million emails piling up right now. So if I send you a story and I want you to do something in the subject line, it should communicate what it's about and what you need to do. And then to the extent you can, make it engaging. Like really, I read a lot of advocacy content and people are very busy. It's hard to write well, but when you want someone to do something and you want them to read it, you're asking their time and effort. So you have to make it worth their time. You have to make it easy for them to do, and be sure to highlight the solutions. Okay, so with this, I'm going to stop and sort of start to open up for group conversation, but these are just some of the ideas for potential stories you might want to talk about. For example, anyone who did Hill meetings yesterday, like as Nat said, you should be following up, and perhaps you should include a story in that follow-up. So if you did a Hill meeting yesterday, perhaps now's the time to just talk about the follow-up you might do. Or if you want to do a Hill meeting later, if you plan on applying for a capacity grant or a competitive grant, if you want digital equity money, tell us why, and maybe we can help you talk through like what the hooks are. Digital discrimination, there's going to be opportunity. We're going to need to tell stories of digital discrimination in the near future to the FCC to get them to take action. And then state policymaking. We're very lucky to have Pew and Jake Varn here. But we have some experts who really understand the opportunities at the state level right now, and where there are, sorry, Jake, where there are opportunities to talk to a state broadband office and to explain to them the cost reimbursement structure, like where the opportunities for that sort of granular community feedback are. Or a state legislator, like if the ACP goes away, states are probably going to have to take over some degree of their own affordability support, whether that's a state version of the ACP or some strong regulations on pricing. But our communities are the ones, maybe the only ones, who can tell that story about what affordability means. What is affordable? What is affordable? Is it $30? Is it free? That's a story we need to tell. And then how do we do it? So, okay, I'm going to stop talking here. I'm going to ask who has a story to tell that they would like to talk about. And then I'll also add that we have a professional videographer here available, thanks to NCC, who, if you feel ready to tell your story to a camera and then get a video in return and be able to use that as an advocacy tool, we have that capacity. Otherwise, let's just talk about it, what you're working on. And any stories you have, anyone, anything.
So love the content and all the different streams of how to get stories out into the media. But speaking from someone that works in government, we don't always have a robust communications department. Sort of has to be prioritized on the mayor's office, and then sort of digital inclusion gets left out. And there's not like the organizations that we work with don't manage the media well either, right? So what kind of advice do you have for those of us that are in that particular position? Like, I don't have a comms director, I don't have a PIO, or that, but we need these stories out there. And I feel like in story wise, we're always kind of playing defense instead of offense. And it's like, oh, the affordable connectivity plan is going away, or we did Wi-Fi at a park or something like that, something shiny, bells and whistles. So how do we bridge the gap so that the stories are continuously in the news?
Well, I'll start, and then I'd love to hear from the audience too, how you managed to get, because yeah, without a comms department, like everyone is freaking strapped right now, capacity wise. Like spending time to develop a good story is hard. To the extent you can work with local press, often the ACP has been a very good hook that like if you, we've managed to place a few op-eds or stories in the news media. So to the extent Benton can either help you, Benton or Glen Echo. Glen Echo is no longer here, but they're a communications firm that's doing a lot of ACP work and has a lot of press contacts. So reach out to us if you have a specific story in mind. Otherwise, it's just sort of developing and maintaining contacts with local press.
I have potentially a recommendation that might be helpful. Maybe rather than thinking of the person that you're trying to reach as the local journalist, the way to think about it is who are you trying to serve? If you're trying to serve a particular neighborhood, have you made the case to the neighborhood that what you are doing is of value and is making an impact in their life? Because if you could just communicate to them, how would you do that? Because those materials will be, if they're resonant for the actual community, I imagine will also be compelling and interesting to a broader audience. But it doesn't have to feel quite like it needs to be a formal press release. You'll gather content because your intention is to assure your community that you are working for them. Does that help? I hope.
Does anyone else have any thoughts for getting local community stories? Would you want to get them into the press or to a specific audience? Or do you have someone in mind you need to read this? Yeah. Any thoughts on getting into press?
You're already saying that you have to deal with them, kind of work with the mayor's office. So it may not, maybe this is already too difficult, but one of the best ways to lift stories up is to work it into remarks that you're giving somewhere, that a local elect is giving, that the mayor is giving, right? Like that's the story. Then people want to hear about the story. The journalists want to hear about the story later. So if you can get, whenever you're making a speech, whenever your boss is making a speech, whenever anybody who's making a speech, if you could get those stories and then put them into the remarks, then the journalists want to know about it. And especially if that person is available to follow up, the journalists will be like, oh, can I talk to that person? So that's one way, maybe within the context of local government.
Hello, my name is William Honolulu Jr., and I have the privilege and honor of being the inaugural Digital Equity Coordinator for Baltimore City. And I'd like to share a story with you all that I had an opportunity to experience. We are incredible partners with our Housing Authority of Baltimore City. They have done an amazing job, especially in the ACP registration. But what we didn't want to do is just to have a place to show up and just, hey, let me see if I can apply for ACP and see if I qualify, because I don't know how many of you all have worked in the public housing system, but a lot of our residents, they've been asked to come out so often to disappointment. So we made it an event. So we had residents come out, and one of the things that our office did, we recognized that we couldn't just stand around and assume that the 5 of us knew what was in the best interest of the community. So one of the things that we did is that during that event, we had, as residents came by, they stopped by our table, and we just asked them, what do you need? What's going on in your world? How is the digital divide affecting you? And one woman in particular, she was in a wheelchair and she had a nurse with her. She had mentioned that she had had a stroke a year before, and it left her paralyzed on one side of her body with very little mobility in her dominant hand. And so she wanted to know, like, well, what could you do? Is there anything that you guys can do to help? And I said, well, what's your issue? She said, I can't really use my cell phone. And now, normally, and especially in government agencies, we think about the data, the procurement, the resiliency, and all of those things. I asked her, did she need a stylus? And I explained to her how this could help. She didn't have extreme use of her dominant hand, but she could hold the stylus and point on her cell phone. Change the trajectory of her life. She also talked about the ACP and how now that she had a stroke, her heart monitor, her diabetes monitor, or blood sugar monitor and things, all of those were connected to the broadband. If she had her blood sugar go low while she's sleeping one night and she doesn't have internet access, her nurse will not know to come and revive her, and she will die. Simple solutions to make things work for people. And that's my story.
Oh, so that's such a fantastic story. Thank you so much for sharing that. For both of those. I was going to say that we've literally talked to people, advocates with AARP, who have called their lawmakers and been like, "Hey, I just want to let you know that if the ACP expires, it's between this and prescription drugs that I need. Like it's internet or it's the drugs that I need to survive." So those kinds of stories are really potent and helpful, and really appreciate you weighing in with it.
Yeah, that's like one person's story. And that's the sort like if every lawmaker needs to know that that is what is on the line. And I think if they did, if more of them, if this story got in front of more people, we would have an easier time of passing the ACP and additional funding that we're going to need. So lifting up stuff like that in particular, I think is incredibly valuable. Where did you say that was again? Baltimore. Okay. Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah, but anything else?
Hi, my name is Shelby Hinkle. I am an American Connection Corps member. So we work with digital equity work. We do a lot to kind of bring communities that are often overlooked. And I had one story, I have two stories really, how ACP was such an impact. So I worked at Redbird Mission in Beverly, Kentucky. So it's at the corner of the Cumberland Mountains. And there was this woman, and she's a stay-at-home mom. She's got 6 kids, and she's taking care of her mom. And she comes for food. So that's a big thing that Redbird does. They do a lot of community development organizations. It's also in one of the poorest counties in the US, top 20 poorest counties. And she told me, she was like, "This is such a big deal. Your American Connection program, like this is going to keep the lights on. I will be able to have my kids do their homework at home, because if I lose ACP, I'm not able to afford electricity. I can't afford the internet. And I don't think anyone should have to make a call," especially when she was like almost crying, telling me, I want my kids to have the best resources they can. I'm a single mom. I'm taking care of my mom. I can't take care of anymore. And I think that's a picture of a lot of low income families who just, they need those resources. And people say, it's really expensive to be poor because it's a constant fight to get up and kind of reach that basic level. And if you reach too high of a level, then you lose that aid. And then there was this other woman who was escaping a domestic abuse situation, and she was trying to get back on like housing. And then she got on ACP and it was fantastic, but then someone stole her food stamps card. And then without that, ACP kicked off and she got a bill of $130, and she was almost losing her home. And I was like, "I can't have this. I'm going to cover your bill this month. We're not dealing with this." But it's just two examples of how important this is for communities. Thank you.
I think both of these stories, I think we're all going to have some responsibility to collect such stories if the ACP ends in a couple days, because the fight for affordability isn't going to be over if the ACP ends. It's going to enter the next phase where we fight for affordability in the Universal Service Fund or for another program like ACP. So to the extent we're able to capture these uses of internet and the affordability issues and encapsulate them into a story that we can then save and tell, I think all of this will be extremely useful in upcoming advocacy, guaranteed upcoming advocacy. That's not going to leave the hill anytime soon. We're still going to be lobbying for these programs. So to the extent that you and your communities are able to record these either in op-eds or honestly like at Benton, like send them to us, like that's kind of our job. Yeah, it's to turn these into stories that we can save and use. We're going to need them. So please follow up. You got a hand back there.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Rondella Hawkins in Austin. Just some additional resources for capturing, like doing the storytelling, videographing. Many of our communities, larger communities, smaller communities have our public access television facilities. You've got, video production. It's all about community-based programming. And I think from a municipality perspective, reaching out and leveraging resources from public access television, even education or government channels. Also, our housing authority, City of Austin, similar to Baltimore City, they've been producing interviews with some of the residents that, have benefited from ACP, but it's not just about ACP. It's also, before ACP was here, it's like we've been championing like why internet access is so important and trying to capture that information in a really short video form, like 30 seconds, 1 minute is, just thinking about the bandwidth that people have to listen. So I just think of like also students from RTF, radio, TV, film, from universities. And I know this all takes time and energy to like just to get these ideas and people lined up and get the script and I understand that everybody's busy delivering the services or trying to fill in gaps, but just some ideas for some other assets in your communities to leverage.
Yeah, I love the idea of getting like art schools or film schools, like to the extent anyone is connected with them. Like that seems like a natural home for manufacturing advocacy content is with art programs. I see a few hands going up around.
Hi, everyone. I have a story to share. It's not specific to ACP, but it does relate to digital equity. The story goes about emphasizing the need for digital skills. And also it emphasizes the importance of collaboration and partnership, which we keep talking about across all different departments and different entities, So currently I serve in the role in the state office in Maryland. But before that, I was working with University of Maryland here. And we created a partnership with Department of Disabilities. The reason I bring this up is there is a very high percentage of unemployment rate in people who are visually blind or, low vision and impaired. And we keep talking about digital divide of underserved and underrepresented population. So one, I want to bring attention to how important it is to continuously make that conscious effort to reach that extremely hard community that constantly keeps getting ignored. We created a training program. It was meant to be just a small training program just for ACP to help people sign up for internet. Well, that translated into about a 3-month-long training session, helping them learn the devices that blind individuals or low vision could use, because we don't have manuals these days, right? The devices are launching, but there's no manuals with it. At the same time, we don't have people who can train others to use those devices. So we just created a training for a group of people. We had more than 65 participants that came on a weekly basis. They were very committed. And the best part about this is that one of the other state organization recognized the quality that was delivered in these trainings. And so they said, okay, you have all these folks who are trained with all these devices. And just to add to the detail, the participants that joined the training were also blind themselves. They became so proficient in using those devices that people with vision also sometimes struggle to maneuver them. And what the Department of Rehabilitation Services did, they recognized the training and they decided to hire some of those trainers and give them jobs. So not only did it improve their quality of life, it also helped the economy with creating new jobs. And mind you, this is not a $10, $15 paying job. It was a $60 hour paying job. So this is a story of collaboration with hard reach populations. Thank you.
Tying it to that, there's jobs at the end. Like that is nice.
That was a cherry on top, absolutely.
Yeah.
The case for something that we've talked about earlier today. Folks can hear me, right? Oh, yeah, right. Online internet. Did not know that was a thing. But I think it also helps make the case for a larger and long-term and consistent investment in digital equity. Like this isn't going to be a one-time thing and we all go home with our jobs all done. So I think that story is an excellent example of demonstrating ongoing need for resources and coordination around these issues.
I was really gonna quickly just ask, has that gotten any press coverage? I mean, that's a really cool thing. That's the kind of thing that local press should be clued into.
We haven't done a press coverage on it. We have been humble about our unique efforts, but I'm happy to talk and connect.
Too much humility among
Yeah,
the
no, this is the kind of stuff
public
that needs to
interest
be,
media.
you know, that we want to shine a spotlight
Happy
on.
to share
That's
for
very,
sure.
very cool stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, don't be humble. So my name is Jefferson. I'm with Captain Tomorrow. Before I started Captain Tomorrow, I was with an advocacy firm. I hear a lot of anxiety about the amount of work creating these kind of stories is. Absolutely understand it. Have done it many times myself. One of the things that I think is really tactical but ultra important right now in a world where, gosh, AI is coming in, where we're inundated with noise, where policymakers and legislators are inundated with electronic communication, is to send the story in whatever form it is, text, link, video, whatever, and then call, right? Because there's less and less attention. I have many opinions about why this is and what's causing it, but less and less attention being paid by legislators and their staffs to the emails that come in. If you call, you are stopping them in the middle of the day. They have to give you some time, right? They have to talk to you, and you can say, "Did you see my email? Oh, it hasn't made it to the member yet. What do you need to do that?" Start the conversation there. Second, don't sleep on your local folks, right? That's state level is where a lot of policy is happening right now. A lot of policy. If you really want to influence what the big organizations are going to do at the federal level, start at the state level. All right. Thank you, guys.
Oh, yeah, I think that's emails, especially for state level, state legislators, like those emails do not get seen. You got to find their like personal email or just call their office, tell them to look. Yeah, to the extent Benton has State Connections, which is a coalition for state legislators and their staffs. So to the extent you work with state legislators and would like to clue them into some broadband digital equity conversations, we're happy to bring them in because we try to make them read those emails. Or if they're not going to read the emails, we'll tell them. Or watch the video. Yeah, answer the phone. And I think state legislators want to, or state policymakers want wins. And often you all have like great positive stories that they would love to stand next to and like work with. So to the extent you are helping them, like humility aside and stuff, like you are doing them a service by either reaching out to a reporter with a good story or to a state policymaker with a good program that's going on. So view it as like a service to these people who part of their job is to lift up such examples. Yeah, more. Yeah.
Thank you. Julius, I work for a venture fund and a nonprofit in DC, specifically focused on a story in Baltimore City. So Baltimore City has the Enoch Pratt library system, amazing resources. You could get a loaner laptop, a lot of different things. I also teach at Morgan State. Story I have to tell, a student who, because of having access to broadband, was able to loan a laptop, use it, go to Baltimore City Community College, get free tuition, and do a lot of different things, right? The question that I have on a policy level, how do we frame where digital equity fits into the resource continuum? That's one. And where all the success indicators that come from digital inclusion, because I think we talk about it here, but the outcomes should be economic indicators of, graduation rates, economic mobility. I don't see that often paired together. And I'm just curious for myself, where do I find that so we could tell the story better? And also all the other things that you said, the states have already put a lot of resources in place that are underutilized that can be amplified as a result of digital equity. Thank you.
I think that metrics question is a really good one. I don't know if there's a good answer yet. Beyond like your state broadband office in their implementation of their state digital equity capacity funds, they're going to have to decide on certain metrics, outcomes similar to the ones you talked about, to evaluate the progress of their grants. So to the extent you can think in those terms, in the terms the state is using, the Digital Equity Act capacity grant metrics, I don't know if there's a name for it yet, and covered populations, progress among the, I think 8, 11, 13, 12, something, a number of covered populations in the Digital Equity Act. To the extent you can measure progress and tie it to a covered population, those will be valuable metrics that are useful for the funding conversations, I think, going forward.
There isn't, like Drew was saying, like a slam dunk study that'll give you the ammunition you need, but there are a couple of things that might be helpful. If you want to email me, there's a research by Karen Mossberger that looks at broadband and overall economic indicators, sort of, so not individual level. There's also some work out of Michigan and maybe also Texas looking at, so one of the weird things with the pandemic is that it kind of gives you a good opportunity to look at, like in terms of study design, it gives you the opportunity to look at what did learning from home through broadband do for people once you gave them the resources they actually needed. So I think Michigan has some individual level test scores and educational outcomes. And I think Texas does. There's somebody at, I think Kenneth Flam might be the person out of Texas, but it's Johannes Bauer and their group out of Michigan that has done some work. But if you email me, I'll send you the links.
I believe the Century Tech Foundation also has their municipal index. They actually rates their technology access, broadband access to cities, and economic impact on that as well. And they take that all the way down to cities at up to 60,000 population of 60,000 and above from there. So.
They're just using ACS data.
Yeah, and they're using ACS. Yeah, right. From the census.
I mean, far more broadly, I mean, the FCC's like internal surveys and analysis around, I mean, very specific things like the ACP. I don't have stuff about broader digital equity movement, but they have some really relevant research that can tell you how often it's been used for people to connect to telehealth, how often people have been using the ACP to connect to online schooling. They have also been kind of measuring that. And I understand that that's not like quite as granularly specific to certain areas. And that is also just measuring the ACP's effect. But that is one, just like you can sort of generalize out some things based off of their national data as well.
Okay. I think, yeah, thank you, everybody.
Yep, as Stacey was saying, yeah, make sure to find an NCC member if you want to tell us some more of your stories, and we'll connect you with the videographer who's doing terrific work. I also want to thank both Seamus and Matt today, tirelessly sitting at the IT and the IT, running the equipment. NACO not only afforded us this space, but also their time as well, and it's appreciated for all the great work you're doing. So, all right. And to the next slide. So next we're setting up for setting the stage for success. And I want to welcome up our moderator, one of the preeminent moderators in DC, I hear, according to him, Jake Varn from the Pew Charitable Trust and their team. I'll let you introduce the team then.
What we do here, I'll sit on the ends. All right, no, we got 2 down there too. Snag one of those. All right, we got our mics all set up. Well, first, I want to thank Next Energy for inviting us here, and congratulations on the 10th anniversary. And of course, thank you to our friends at NACO for hosting us in this wonderful space. I'm Jake Varn with the Pew Charitable Trust. I was joking with my friends and colleagues here that there was a 50% chance I was going to wear the exact same outfit that I was in my headshot on. So glad I dodged that bullet. So we have 45 minutes now for this panel session. I want to quickly introduce this topic and then turn it over to both of you because you all have an immense amount of experience and a wealth of resource to share today. But we will save some time for audience questions again, as you guys have gotten the theme of this conference is interactive and building on the wealth of knowledge that's in this room, not just the ones with microphones. So we are nearing the end of what has been a long day, but I think this is a really critical conversation of setting the stage for success, which I'll challenge both of you as panelists to continue that alliteration into your remarks. But we are really talking about how you all as local leaders are preparing for these federal funds, what other communities can learn from you from both of your perspectives, both the capital projects funds that's going out, state funds, local programming, the Digital Equity Act programs, and also the philanthropic and private investments that are happening too. So there's a whole range of things, but both of you have been really at the forefront of thinking about this as leaders in your communities. So yeah, I want to turn it over to both of you. I'm joined by Chad Krager from the city of Fort Collins, Colorado, and LaZon Graves from ISB in Kansas. So I'll turn to both of you quickly to just contextualize what you're doing here today, what brings you to this space, and share a little bit about yourselves and your organizations. Yeah, so I'm Jake Varn. So with the Pew Charitable Trust, I work with 36 state and territory broadband offices as part of our technical assistance program. For those who don't know, Pew is a nonprofit, nonpartisan research entity focused on evidence-based practices. We are headquartered in Philadelphia. Most of our staff is here in DC. Welcome to our wonderful city at the few weeks of the year that it is wonderful in weather. And yeah, we cover everything from pensions to penguins, and we've been working on state broadband policy for better part of the last decade. And my job is to try to work with states to continue our long-term research projects into what makes state programs and policies effective with the day-to-day policy challenges that they are facing with ever-changing guidance and new legislation or the lack thereof coming down from Congress. So thank you for that. Yeah, that's who I am. Let me hear from our lovely panelists instead.
Hi, my name is Chad Krager, middle-aged white man.
Sorry, you were asking me for my visual.
That's all right.
Yeah,
I should have been more specific.
Yeah, also a white man in a brown hair, blue suits, and wearing glasses. Thank you. Yes.
Middle-aged white man, blonde hair with a beard, gray jacket, and green pants. I am executive director of Connection, which is the city of Fort Collins municipal broadband. We have about 80,000 premises. So I'll back up. For those that don't know it, Fort Collins is north of Denver, kind of nestled up against the mountains, closer to the state of Wyoming. We decided to build out our own broadband when the incumbents decided not to invest in us. $150 million later, we have 19,000 customers, and that is constantly going up for about 80,000 premises. What's exciting about in Fort Collins is not just in our city. We're going to build it out. It's going to go well, but it's outside the city. In Larimer County, where Fort Collins is, there are two other municipalities besides Fort Collins that has municipal ISPs. And what's happening in there is that there is a massive digital divide being created between a rural area and an urban area. And we knew that funding was coming. And so we started to set up partnerships between cities and county to move forward and apply for the funding. Because the reality is anyway, the speeds are too high in cities to get the BEAD funds or CPF or other things. The opportunity is in the rural areas. With the municipal fiber, the beauty in that is that you don't have corporate shareholders that live states away or countries away, but everything is going back into the community. The last thing I'll say about Fort Collins is that we are very fortunate enough to have set aside 6% of our revenue into the general fund for a digital inclusion fee that pays for basically school district positions for digital liaisons, hardware, and for those that are income qualified, instead of paying $70, you pay $20 a month for 1 gig symmetrical service in Fort Collins. It does scare me, similar to when Josh was up here, and that ACP is a real thing. But it is important in Fort Collins. We recognized sort of the lack of longevity with ACP and wanted to do something different. And I'd love to find a solution with ACP to help bolster our efforts into the county.
Done. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? Excellent. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lazone Grays. I am president, CEO of IBSA Incorporated, not-for-profit. I started back in 1992. We got incorporated in 93, tax exempt status in 95. I'm American of African descent. I'm wearing a gray suit. I shaved my beard, and I'm over 60. I'm not going to elaborate too far into that. But one of the things that I have done, I graduated from Washburn University in 1992 as a legal assistant, was going on for political science and public policy. And, you know, so many cities right now, unlike 30 years ago, we have issues of potholes, mental health, homelessness, food deserts, and some of these other issues that were really taking up the airspace of not the digital divide. Of course, when we started our organization, we were working with Microsoft Works and Access. You know, we're doing DOS. I still have Windows NT server software sitting in the basement. But one of the things that I realized, because I've grown up in a home where education was important, on spelling, grammar, capitalization. And as I started working with lower income population, especially single mothers moving from welfare to work, and young people, even in high school, that they lacked these type of skills and knowing how important that they were, I really just sort of focused on using what one of my talents and skills was basically proofreading and editing, but trying to learn to do that in a way to where it wasn't intimidating. It was really just explain to them how being able to handle these things better is going to help you further on in life. 30 years ago, 100% of the job applications were print. Now, 100% of them are online. And so I'm able to really hit home that by the time you hit that submit button, all your errors go on the other side. And whether we like it or not, people may have a judgment call, and then you just won't get the call back. So we started working with the state welfare agency because, you know, if we can help a person move forward instead of move downward, they might be at that one step of becoming homeless, but they actually have the resources. Unfortunately, state agencies, they do pay for job training. They do want to move people forward. There are other federal funds for job training. These are the things and areas that I see where we can actually do some programming. Where's the money going to come from to pay for digital equity and digital literacy training? There's state and federal funds already there. So I'm not really in the ACP lane. I'm more into the digital equity from the digital literacy and skills training perspective. And I'll get further into that to whereas what I think some ideas and some priorities that should be considered so we just don't get lost on when is the ACP going to run out and when is it going to stop, because life is going to go on.
Yeah, I'd be curious to have both of you speak kind of to this moment in this last year and what you both respectively been up to in your communities, how you, as people who have been, you know, out in front on this, been working. Fort Collins has been running this network for how many years now? 6 months. Oh, never mind. You guys have been you've been working though to build these communities together, and 6 months is more than what 6 months is for anyone starting today. But I'm curious how you're thinking about working with this influx in federal funding, with potentially new or growing state broadband offices, or new in the way that they're thinking about these programs. What are you thinking about for these next few months and this next year ahead, and what have you been doing up to this moment?
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back to the last session, and to tell a story and to not be humble. I think the reality is the state broadband offices are, you know, have a ton of work. they're lobbied on every single side to get that funding to whatever that lobbyist is coming from, right? Including the big lobbyists that are from the big providers that may not care as much about the residents in the areas. And so what we've realized is through a partnership with the county, which is pretty unusual, because most cities are sort of operate in a vacuum and counties operate in a vacuum because they have their own really priorities. I think that's been important, so much so that we have our own website. It's called NoCo Community Fiber, which is Northern Colorado. And that's super important because the more we can tell that story and get even stickers out there, the more it shows of that partnership, including partnerships with not just us in the county, but partnerships with the school district, partnerships with universities. I really can't stress that enough, is to build those relationships, because the broadband offices want to reach as many people as they can. And if those partnerships are shown and you develop it, and it doesn't take one meeting, it takes, lots and lots of drinks and months that go by in order to do it. But it's very important because you can't do it on your own, because it's also important that you've got your council or your state legislatures that are on board. Without that support, we can only do so much as staff or areas, but it has to realize that this is a regional issue and that can only be solved with relationships.
Yeah, and you talked a little bit about the geography too. Can you spend a little bit more time in the reality of the kind of urban, rural, and the cost you're seeing, the realities of running a network in that environment?
Right. What's hard for us, we were recently successful with about $12 million in CPF funds. And at least where we are, the big challenge is topography. So outside of the city generally is very mountainous with a lot of rock. And to reach those, some of those premises are $75,000 a passing, which is so high. And one of our other challenges that some don't have to experience is Forest Service permitting. This isn't just us. This is going to happen around the United States. And so this is a really big deal. And how do we go forward and get past it with the due date of December 2026? The other thing to be clear is this isn't a revenue play. I mean, we're talking about 1,000 homes for $12 million and taking a lot of time to do it. It's the right thing. And that's why the relationships are there. And that's why it's so important that we do it in the right way, because we talked before, but one of the things a municipal provider can provide as well is an amazing customer experience that may go away if you get a big incumbent to get funds. And that's my fear in 10 years from now. What does that look like for the folks that have that internet because the O&M, it couldn't be afforded?
Thanks for that. Lizanne, there's been this massive planning effort that's been underway, led by the state, for creating a digital equity plan. How have you been engaged with the state broadband office and kind of preparing for the reality of those funds inching closer to becoming a reality?
Well, as I had mentioned, I did serve on the state advisory council for preparing the state of Kansas digital equity strategic plan. And it was signed off by the governor, and just learned that we were going to receive about $8 million from that initial capacity grant. What I've tried to do is, because I've been thinking about this and doing this for so long, I've always went to city council meetings and kept them informed on everything about digital equity, from even the ARPA funds that could be done. I was trying to make sure that we could advocate and make sure that some of those ARPA funds were used for digital equity. And that ended up being the creation funding for local neighborhood computer labs and internet hubs in like 4 low-income neighborhoods. Our organization is one of them, because even during the COVID, young people, you saw the picture, they were out in parking lots of McDonald's going online. But in these neighborhoods, there are abandoned buildings, abandoned schools, abandoned community centers. And I believe that this is under the multipurpose community facilities. This is a perfect opportunity to transform those buildings in those neighborhoods into some type of a hub for those young people. Even though they may get ACP in their home, we are social animals. And so young people would like to come and congregate. So that's one of the things that I did with the ARPA funds, educating them and then helping other organizations figure out how can we write grants to get these things in the neighborhood. It just didn't come from ours. It came from other organizations encouraged to write proposals for these neighborhood computer labs as well. Now that we have the other monies coming, I still have to be the one to go to the city council meetings and the county commission meetings and explain about the digital equity funds, the timelines, and all these other things that are going, because there's not a lot of people who sort of understand this information. And being an affiliate with the National Digital Inclusion Alliance, I already have a built-in network of practitioners and gurus and experts. So no one has to reinvent the wheel. There's already a group of people, that you can tap in to get to this knowledge base. And now we're even looking to the competitive grants. So we only have a couple of rounds that we have to work with, but I'm trying to get the states, our city particularly, to use the funding as leverage. We get a little ARPA funds, we get a little capacity building funds, we get a little competitive funds, and then down the road, we won't be there totally, but we should be a lot further than we were in 2020.
I think that's such a critical point. And it's interesting because Kansas is one of the few states that is dedicating. There's, I think, 6 that have dedicated their capital projects funds to a dedicated more of a digital equity capacity program that it will be tremendous to see that type of programming rolling out right before this other wave of money hits so that you can build on successes. Is that something that you're thinking about for that in terms of that leveraging?
Yes. Although I would say about the capacity building funds or the community capital project funds, that they should just sort of do it as it is. In Kansas, they sort of added in a requirement that you had to provide childcare. And so that was nowhere in any of the regulations that I read, and I wasn't sharing that with the city. I had other groups really preparing for the community facilities. So when the funds came, we're not into doing childcare, and we're not going to create a childcare program. So hopefully, when the other regulations come down, childcare is an issue in a lot of cities. And I can see where our state leadership wanted to put that in there. But that sort of kicked out something that was more important, not more important, but very important, because there were agencies that had been planning for these to create these multi-purpose community facilities, but we never were told that childcare would be a requirement. Then when it came, we were sort of left scratching our heads on that. But there's going to be other funds that's going to come to do the very same thing, because the buildings are still there. They're still boarded up. They're still next to low-income housing in high schools that have 80% of young people eligible for free or reduced lunch. We need to get those places open and transformed so that when I walk into our building as a formal juvenile detention facility, now we have new doors, technology, Wi-Fi, everything in the building. And we need to get some grants to get some of these nice things like this up in here, because, these are the type of hubs in these neighborhoods that's going to be good for the young people living there and the adults that live in that neighborhood just as well.
Chad, you spoke I want to give you a chance to talk more about the 6% set aside for digital equity, but also you've spoken in our brief conversations about the customer experience, really how that is essential to your mission. So I'm wondering if you can just touch a little bit more on both those points.
Yeah. So, I'll say that we've been done 6 months, but we started 4 years ago. We built out our network 100% underground, and that takes a lot of time and a lot of sprinkler lines. But saying that, we recognized from the beginning to set aside the 6%. And I'm not going to lie, when we're making debt payments, especially principal, I wish sometimes that we had that 6% in revenue. But it was the right thing to do, was for basically our residents, was to set aside that 6%. And, now we're up to about 400 residents. My goal is to get at least 1,200 by the end of the year. But what I would say to other communities that are thinking about this is to really start to look for a way to find another solution, because ACP, we hope it's renewed, we hope it's extended, but the reality, it will not be forever, whatever that extension looks like. So the more that we can find other solutions, whether that's finding some upfront capital so you don't have debt to keep your costs low, the better that we can. As far as customer experience, I'll be honest, one of the number one reasons people sign up for us is because of their hatred for the incumbent in Fort Collins, right? And I don't think this is unusual. And I think that it's not because so much of the technology, although they've invested more since we've been around, it's because of that experience that we all have, whether you're a digital equity customer or just a regular 10 gig customer in Fort Collins or anywhere else, that's so bad. And so it's important that we get funding, whether it's for BEAD, whether it's for ACP, but we've got to think longer term. And what do we have that true customer experience? Because something's going to go. I don't care if an animal chews through something or if some other reason your internet goes down. To have someone pick up a live phone quickly and roll out within 3 hours to fix anything, it shows a lot if this is truly the foundation of what we need in the future. And so I get a little passionate about O&M and customer experience because I've seen the opposite we've all dealt with for so long. And I think we need to be talking more about this space.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder if I can, Jeff, I can leave it here with you. So I was just talking about a little bit of the friction he's encountered in the policymaking space for setting these programs. Can you share any of the lessons learned in these 4 years of building this network? You have an interesting partnership and with the city and the county. You have federal funds going through a state agency to you. There's now a new federal map of locations that shows where you may or may not have service that you now have to continue to point out where you are building to. There's a lot of layers. There's a lot of opportunities for things to go wrong. Curious if you can speak a little to
There is.
challenges.
I think in hindsight, what we should have done as a city and county is to set aside funding for the match. I think it's really important. So in Larimer County, more than 20% of people that live there, more than 20% of Coloradoans are underserved, live in Larimer County, which is a big deal. And so as we move forward, there's about $100 million still in need of broadband. Well, there's not $25 million that certainly we have because we have loan payments or the county has. And our big challenge right now, and I think others are in the same boat, is how do we find that match? And in hindsight, we would have been setting aside funding if we'd known 4 years ago that we would have to find this 25% match. Because otherwise we're not going to be able to serve nearly as many people as we could because of that. So I would say that some of the lessons learned in hindsight are to set aside some of that funding and reserve for opportunities that pop up at a federal level.
Does that resonate with you as well in terms of, are you concerned about the requirements within these federal programs coming forward? And then also how you're thinking about leveraging resources outside of just this federal pot? You touched on this a little bit already.
Yes. I think one of the deterrents, one of the first rounds that the state of Kansas had for computer distribution program and public Wi-Fi's, as well as digital literacy and skills training. Great idea, but you had to have a 10% match, and the max that you could ask for was $1 million for the public Wi-Fi and the device distribution. Small nonprofits who have been having skin in the game for decades don't have that kind of money. Plus, we're not into creating public Wi-Fi's as a nonprofit from our perspective. The same with the digital literacy and skills training. I don't think the match was that high, but some of the grassroots organizations that have really been in the neighborhoods doing this, they have not been the ones getting the big ongoing contributions. So that really sort of knocks them out from the very beginning. I believe that they should re-examine that there's maybe if an organization don't receive so much annual revenue or something, that they wouldn't have to have a match up to $100,000 or something of that nature there. It's just the organizations who may sometimes have the real knowledge and expertise are not being given a good chance. You can get your SAMS.gov information, but that match, come in, and there may be, as I just found out, in kind that could be, but it wasn't made clear on what that in kind can be. So I wouldn't want to see good organizations exempt because they can't meet a match. You can have $1 million, but you have to have a 10% match. We didn't have $100,000. And the same with just some of the other things. As far as leveraging funds, I do believe in, I did a lot of work in Kansas City when Google Fiber came, and great people have working with KC Digital Drive and everything. And there was the Digital Inclusion Fund. I do believe in that concept of having a fund so that corporations who want to give back, that they would have a pool that they could put monies into. And then there's some other things that individuals and maybe even government, some public funds that could go into. Each individual location, the state plan is one thing, but each individual city or county, right now, one of the biggest things I'm doing is trying to get our city, and maybe in help if necessary, and do it by myself if I have to, is for the cities to have a 3-year digital equity strategic plan. It can't go off of the states. And that's going to be very important right now for these other monies that are going to be coming between for the capacity as well as the competitive. And like I said, all these other big ticket issues, homelessness, other things, is just taking so much air out of the room. It's hard to find people say, let's just knock this out over the next 3 months. So when this money's come, we're going to be prepared, because the money is going to come. Are you prepared is the question that needs to be asked.
Yeah, the money's coming and someone's going to get it. You on that same or maybe a slight shift of that perspective, you speak now, Liz, I'll leave it over to down here with you. You've talked about how not only to leverage other funds, but also leverage existing work that's being done either with other state agencies and other benefit programs, how you can maximize that you're trying to reach these similar populations with just a different thing that they're already eligible for. Can you speak a little bit to that?
Yes. One of the things that I had learned several years ago, especially during the COVID, and it was from an NDIA listserv, that, state welfare agencies could always use their certain funds to purchase a computer and even internet. And so I approached our state agency on, would you purchase a computer? Because those receiving cash assistance still had to check in with their case manager. And we started doing the virtual calls, the Zoom, but they didn't have computers and didn't have internet. So I was able to convince, through advocacy efforts, I would say, our state agency, to the point they said, we will purchase a computer if they're receiving cash assistance or food assistance, seeking employment, or are in a state-approved job training program, they'll purchase a computer. They will also purchase 1 year worth of internet service. And I don't think that when I first asked, they said, well, we can't spend the money on that. Well, HHS said you could. Well, we don't have the money. Well, Appleseed said you have $40 million. Well, where do we sign? So now it's trying to get it to where it's a universal, because this isn't just local. We're close to the point to where it's any state TANF or SNAP case manager anywhere in the state can go online and order that computer and order that internet for that individual, instead of having to have that third party let us order it, we buy it, deliver it. Once they receive it and we check up on it, then they will send us money back. We need to put the hands right back in the hands, because on that covered population, they're all eligible for cash assistance. Those with cash assistance and food assistance are eligible for job training and some other support services, boots, things of that nature there. The same with the Workforce Center. When we understand the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act and what those funds can do, and these agencies are a front door where a lot of these covered populations are walking in the first time anyway, those will become great digital navigators, because they're right there. They have the confidentiality. They can order that computer, order that internet, and if we have some good asset mappings, they can show you where the digital literacy trainings programs are going to go on. And if you have programs, maybe you can look and see how can you get your program approved by the state welfare agency or as a WIO approved program, so that they can send people who get the devices to your program, because we have to get them skilled up. Just giving a device within itself is not the cure.
Yeah, it's not necessarily about recreating the wheel. It's about finding how your cog can fit into a wheel that's already rolling downhill. Chad, this is a slightly, we're pivoting slightly, but I'm curious if you can speak a little bit to existing partnerships. You touched on the partnerships, but how you're leveraging your community anchor institutions within Fort Collins, what role they play in terms of outreach or part of your network, or just as community stakeholders.
And that really goes back to the school districts, universities, and that beyond just finding funding. I think that those partnerships are important, because when we all are connected, what the heck are we going to do with this tool, right? So how do we get those champions? Because it's not going to be me, it's going to be the university president, the superintendent, the head of the hospital, and how to make areas better once those are connected. Because it's great if we have digital equity programs and people can get the tools, but how does a region go an even further step? And I know no one has really solved this yet. There's a few good examples like Chattanooga that have done something like that. But that's where these partnerships are key. They don't stop at finding funding. it goes beyond that and what a future of an area look like. And everywhere is going to be different, but you've got to have those relationships in place. So those champions at the very highest level, they can establish what's needed. And then from there, staff can take and really implement what the future looks like.
Absolutely. We're going to be opening it up for audience questions just for a few seconds. So that's your warning as audience, and those of you that are still with us virtually, those of you who have left us on in the background while you answered emails, hello, welcome back. Curious if you guys can kind of cast your minds over the next year a little more into these programs. How are you planning to either navigate the work that'll be happening around you, opportunities within maybe workforce developments for both on the network side and then also on the digital jobs training side, and how any lessons you can share with folks that are working in the same space as you both for how they should be engaging with their state broadband offices, the specific levers that you can try to start pulling or that you just need to be on the defense for that you should be looking out for. It's wide open. I'm curious if you're able to jump in on either of those.
Well, for us, one of the things, and I get back to this multipurpose community facilities, and whether it's a rural area or in some neighborhoods, I believe that having these buildings that are not just set up for our organization's programs, what we're doing is making sure that all the amenities are in the building and inviting other community organizations that have some tech programs in there, and even helping them prepare their proposals to get funding. Not so much that they have to pay rent, but so that they can pay for the programs that can be not just, if we're going to have 5 low-income neighborhood computer lab and internet hubs, then my drone program or 3D printer program, I can rotate to all 4 of those neighborhoods and do my program. Someone else can come on with financial literacy for young people after school, evening and weekend. For those receiving cash assistance, not all cities are created equal. So in some cities, they have a bus that runs all night. In Topeka, it stops at 6, doesn't run on Sunday. We don't have branch libraries or branch workforce centers. So many of these 20-some low-income neighborhood residents, they have to leave their neighborhood, come down, catch the bus, get the transfer, get to where they're at, rinse and repeat to get all the way back home by 6 o'clock. They should have the ability of being able to walk or a short distance or drive in their neighborhood to get some of these. So I think that the importance for us is to put together facilities for other organizations to come in and complete their programs, because we can't do everything. As far as the funding is concerned, my role, because our funding is pretty much complete from our organization, I want to try to help other organizations prepare their proposals and look at the lens on digital literacy and training programs that will be located in their neighborhoods. Libraries have monies and things of that nature there. And like I said, the time for public comment on our state plans is over, but having to educate them on the monies that's coming, that's the biggest thing, on not how much we can get, but how can we share in the responsibility of getting as much, maximizing as much as we can. So those are some of the biggest challenges. And fortunately, I've been working with the state broadband office since it began, and even in the field before. I think that I can be a good consultant or guide or advisor to help others who want to navigate through this and start doing some things, not so much for the money, but so much for the future.
And I will say, while the plans themselves are now, they're all have been approved, as you heard earlier this morning, there is now a shot clock on states to actually apply for the money that has been allocated to them. It's roughly 60% of it. It'll be recalculated those last 40% over the years. This is the first wave of Digital Equity Act funding that will be coming out over the next 3 years for their states. And they have until the end of May to put down in writing how they will use that 60%. There's some caveats to all of that, but if you're working on digital equity in your state and you've not already looked at the implementation strategy section of the now approved statewide Digital Equity Act plan, that is going to be the genesis of what they are likely going to be planning, what they're going to be submitting to NTIA. And it's maybe a great opportunity to reach back out and connect them, make sure that those programs are going to make the list.
And an add-on, I mean, the Digital Equity Act was under the infrastructure bill, and this allows for monies for the buildings that I'd mentioned to, get the lead out of the pipes, put solar on the buildings, make them energy efficient, make them more safe. So you have to sort of be creative on tying both together. We don't just want to have a beautiful room. We want to have energy efficient, with all the technology that's available now so that it can have, why have 500 computers in the room and a $5,000 monthly energy bill when you can also go through and get, you could work with the company to install solar panels on the top and make a pre-apprentice program for young people living in the neighborhood, getting them interested in understanding of solar panels. We can be creative in, again, leveraging the monies because the monies are targeted for lower income, underserved neighborhoods and individuals. Workforce training, getting more people, women, minorities into the trade skills. So it really is a puzzle that we have to put together. It's not just about building an internet. That infrastructure bill is about creating jobs and training for this very population just as well. How we can integrate those things together in a plan, that's really going to be key. And I think it's just sort of the secret sauce that can be replicated in other places.
Yeah, Chad, I'm actually curious if you can speak to that in terms of the infrastructure side too, because there is a lot of work being done to remove lead pipes, to build new electric transmission lines, to build new green projects. How are you thinking about those deployments inside of your network, inside of your city, and either leveraging or making sure that your lines just aren't being cut as it's happening?
Yeah, great question. We have I'll say the benefit of being in our electric conduit. And those red lines mean a lot to anybody building anything compared to the orange ones from a locate standpoint. So we're basically protected because of that, which is huge. But I will build on a little bit what Lizone was saying as far as when you're working with your broadband offices, not just show relationship, but also show other benefits of digital inclusion. We took all 9 of our different income qualified aspects of Fort Collins. Every city has it. Registering your dog, a recreation class, utility billing, and we combined it all into one app. So if you're qualified for one, now all of a sudden it's called Get FOCO. You can qualify for every single aspect of what the city offers from income qualified. And that's talking about telling a story. That's a great story to tell others to get funding. The thing I'll say from a challenge is that if we don't go after this funding, I can guarantee you there are tons of people with a lot of money that will. And I would say be ready to be challenged. I'd say in this space, more than any other aspect of grants, more than anything, they just want to stiff arm you. They want to keep you out. And I would say if someone else gets it, make sure that they're held accountable. Because we've experienced others with RDOF funding that have no plan to ever serve residents in rural areas. They just want to keep out competitors. And so that's another thing I don't hear enough talked about is that if someone else wins these fundings, we want to, in the end, my hat is to serve everyone. But if someone's getting funding just to keep someone else out, we've got to find a way to challenge that and to stop it at a local level.
That's so true. And it's why it's so critical right now to be looking at your state's challenge process, because part of it is providers can submit their plans, commitments that they would have to serve within a set number of years. They can also claim areas that they already serve within a set that or can provide access to within 10 days. And there's a very brief window right now where, depending on, you look for the dates within your state, but as a city or as a nonprofit, you are an eligible entity to challenge that information. States have provided more permissible challenges than the FCC's map allowed for, although it's now a more narrow pool of eligible entities. The direct individual cannot submit a challenge for their location. It has to go through a local government or a nonprofit or a provider to the state. So it's a wider range of eligible challenges to make sure these maps are right, but a smaller pool of people who can now challenge it. But it's a really critical component. And the states, I think, are looking at that planned expansion because they it has to break ground within us. There's a shot clock on that as well. So following up and making sure those are actually happening before the subgrantee selection goes live for BEAD will be really important. And then even within that application window for the BEAD program, every single state is considering community engagement within that provider's application. And it's tough to talk to people about the power of a single line item in a scoring application, because that depends on there being competition, right? That two providers are apples to apples being compared, and one has the backing of community and one doesn't. But that is to say that if that scenario plays out, you have two providers, one has the backing of the community and one doesn't, and they're the exact same proposals, that community-backed program will win the BEAD application. So I think it's a really critical period right now to be leaning in. I know it's a tough ask of everybody to do, but this next year I think will be really engagement during this next year can really go a long way for the next 20 years of deployment. That's my soliloquy. With that, I would love to open it up for audience questions. If anyone has any for our lovely panelists.
We did have one online question as well.
Sure. And then I think we have one over here in the room too.
Okay. Yep. So online question was, this is something we've dealt with when I was doing work in Philadelphia as well. A lot of minority communities, even though digital literacy programs might be free, digital inclusion programs might be free, there's still cost there with childcare and transportation issues that are just barriers. And I'm curious if if any of you could talk, either of you could talk to about how you overcome some of those challenges.
As I mentioned before, if they're eligible for food assistance, if their child is eligible for free or reduced lunch, if they're receiving cash assistance, this is where I think that local leaders can really sort of have a meeting with their state welfare, employment and services division, and SNAP division directors or deputy directors, and the state workforce boards, and have a meeting in a room so that everybody knows that you are eligible to take care of and make sure that people have the computers. Now, if we go and find digital literacy and skills trainings program, which is normally a provider agreement, let's try to work to make sure that they get the provider agreement. These are people in your neighborhood who should be doing the programming and training in there. It's not that the money does not exist. It is really the people on the inside don't know the line item of where they can do it and that it is eligible. There was a time when we came up with the voicemail system, when welfare reform first happened. They had to put in 31 applications, and 34% of them on assistance didn't have a traditional phone. And so eventually we spoke with the state, they purchased a system, and then they provided that voicemail system for all job seekers on cash assistance, because the mandate is that you have to get a job. And when you understand the policies like welfare, these individuals only have, in our state, 2 years maximum to receive cash assistance. Once you're no longer eligible for that, and you're no longer eligible for job training, it's probably best to try to help them while they still got job training paid for, to get some training other than just trying to bounce from one job, fast food job, nowhere job to another, and then 2 years go by, and then all your other benefits are gone. So the money is there. It's really just bringing those key people to the table, the state agencies that have the monies and the authority to purchase not just the device, but also to pay for the training.
Lizanne, I'd reiterate what you said earlier too, that if you can't solve all the problems yourself, there are partners that you can lean on to fill the gaps.
And I'll say, as someone who's written grants before, building into your budget, transportation for, especially if you're doing computer distribution, transportation for Ubers and Lyft, like providing those kinds of opportunities for people, that can kind of limit some, take some of those barriers down as well. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
What we've found is to meet people where they are. So generally what we find is those that want training, the most successful is when they're picking up their kids for after school programs. So we've used schools in that case to both distribute hardware and to have instructors, specifically Spanish language instructors, to really reach out and talk to folks and really do what we can to educate in that setting. Because then they're already coming to that situation. Now there needs to be outreach and all that, but it helps tremendously with what you just described.
So much sense. Yeah. Another question? Oh, you're behind me.
My name is William Honablu Jr. from Baltimore City. We started a digital equity fund a little bit different than yours. We took part of our ARPA money and then redistributed it because we recognized that people on the ground were having transformative impacts. But what we also learned when we opened this up is that, again, a lot of them, like Taylor mentioned earlier, they didn't start with doing needs assessment, 990s, and evaluation. So what we're finding is that there are some who are doing really great jobs of like helping individuals scale up, especially our older adults. However, we're concerned that when the opportunity to find some more sustainable funding or things like that, that business acumen is going to be missing, even though now they have a demonstration that they're capable. Have you all, in your efforts to try to build some of these coalitions and collaborations, have you all ever tried to address anything like that?
Well, one of the things we try to do is stay in our lane and try to help educate organizations where the right pots and possibilities of funds are for them. Every city receives CDBG funds. This should be a part of the equation of federal funds that's already coming to cities. Again, I'd mentioned that there are provider agreements through the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, through the workforce centers. A lot of times I have to educate organizations who don't know what provider agreements are, that there are already agencies that can get an agreement that will pay for the training and programs. And it's not that they're paying, at cost. You make a little profit, from providing this specific training programs, especially if you live in an area, whereas, the population is closer to your building. People should not have to leave their neighborhood, catch a bus, and go to the other side of town, even to go to the job service center. They should be able to go right then and there in their neighborhood, because young people are also in there and they have a connection. And that 13-year-old in 10 years, they will probably be working in your program, working in your workforce center, making that connection with the people who are the next generation of young people. We have to sort of set a trend so that we can define where do we want the socioeconomic scale to be in this zip code 10 years from now, because we have 10 years of funding to work on it.
For us, it's similar in that, if you get people trained up enough, the business acumen stays. The hard part is, especially with ARPA dollars, you're not there long enough. So we hired 2 basically digital liaisons to have redundancy, because the worst thing is to have all these great relationships. They move on for another opportunity and you completely have lost that. And so the one thing I can't stress enough, but both for their mental health, having a little bit of break, but also for the redundancy, because it's likely that both of them aren't going to leave at the same time.
Investing in that, like that human capital, the human knowledge, expertise. Okay, I think we haven't gotten the hook yet. Maybe we have time for one more question if there is one. Drew.
This is Chad, I think a question for you, but just as you're operating a network, I'm just curious, any insights you have on what is the cost to provide service and what would you consider affordable to the consumer and to the internet service provider?
Yeah, I can be transparent about this. So in general, our price is $70, $100, and $200 for 1, 2, and 10 gig service. We have to have those prices because we do have debt, including principal, that we have to pay back annually until 2042. Saying that, if I just look at what our actual O&M costs are, we could easily offer I'm going to say, to make it safe, $30 a month, 1 gig service if we didn't have to have those capital dollars. So that's why there is some thought behind, if you can find the capital dollars up front, long term, you could have the possibility of removing anything that looks like ACP, because one-time dollars are so much easier than dollars 10 years from now. So I think that's just to keep in mind. Of course, there's inflation and everything else, but that $30 a month, and I'm talking 1 gig here, underground, so you could probably do a lot cheaper in an area or a wireless scenario. That's just something to keep in mind as we go forward. And what I need right now is 70 in order to meet a business plan to pay back debt. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Wouldn't it be great if you didn't have a mortgage?
Drew,
right?
no one wants to hear about your house. All right, we got to move on. God, ridiculous. But that does touch on the importance of ACP right now. I don't know if either of you have messages on that front of the reality of it closing down in the next 3 weeks or so. That $70 price point for an ACP eligible family in Fort Collins is currently, they're paying $40, and they're about to have a $30 Bill Hyde.
Yeah, but because we haven't done ACP because
yeah,
the paperwork
sorry.
alone,
Yeah.
it's a big deal.
Exactly.
Right? When we can just go through an app in Fort Collins and pay $20. But for me, I just want us to think bigger picture about, ACP one way or another, it's going to go great or not very shortly. But how do we look in the next 5 or 10 years at what that looks like for a sustainable future? If we keep talking about this is a utility that we all need, that's ubiquitous and equitable, period.
Lizanne, do you have final thoughts before we wrap up?
On that part right there, ACP, if it doesn't go, we have always worked with PCs for People and Mobile Beacon for hotspots. Hotspots are not the cure, but they are an option for some households. And it is, I think it was like $15 per month. And this was sort of the deal that we have with our state welfare agency, that they would pay for the years of service for a hotspot and a computer for those moving from welfare to work. And so, of course, there'll be fixed wireless or whatever. I'm not into that field there, but everywhere I go, I have a hotspot with me. And a lot of young people come to our office and they use our Wi-Fi. So it's not like it's not usable, so that may be an option that more people are going to have to look at temporarily until they get some of these other issues figured out. But don't discount it, because a lot of people in the conversations, they don't even know what the word hotspot means. They don't know it exists. They don't know it may be a good substitute briefly, but it is something that has a value to someone.
All right. Well, please join me in thanking our panelists. Andy will tell us what's next. Thank you all.
Everyone, thank you all that's sticking around too. This is great. I know it's been a very long day. So we have in a couple minutes, we're going to be doing our final session with the roundtables today. If we can go to the next slide. Thank you. So we're going to have 5 different roundtables today, led by some of our staff and some of our board members as well, and experts here. You can see the 5 up there: digital equity and planning, reliance, using open data tools, education featuring Brick by Brick, one of our most recent articles by Brittany Ray and our team, and broadband affordability. So we're going to just basically round up chairs in certain areas. And where do we want to? So so the leaders, so Carrie and I, we want to take. So we'll be doing digital equity down in this corner, and Ryan's going to be doing reliance down there, and Brittany Ray is going to be taking. So, yep. And I'm sorry for the online watchers. This is not going to be exciting for you. So we'll do broadband here. So digital equity this way. Oh, okay. Open data right over here. Reliance over there with Ryan. Digital equity and affordability. So if you have questions, let us know. We'll get you to the right place. So I hope that you can join us. There's a chance for you to participate in the conversations as well. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, that works. Yep. That's a good. They're just asking if we say what we're talking about. Some of the, if you want to, yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Lai Olson. I'm representing Measurement Lab, and I'm going to be talking about speed test data and open data tools at this table over here, just to give context. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Brittany Ray, and my report is Brick by Brick. It's looking at HBCUs and how they use connecting minority community funds. So if you're interested in learning about that, I'll be right here. And I only making eye contact with Baltimore because y'all are making eye contact with me. I'm not assuming that y'all would want to listen to what I'm talking about. Okay. I hope I can answer your question.
And we're going to be talking about broadband affordability over here. If there aren't a ton of people, we might merge with your group. Okay.
I found a microphone. Hi, everyone. Ryan Johnson. I'll be talking about digital reliance and kind of continuing the storytelling discussion that we were having earlier today over in the northwest corner here.
All right. Hello, everyone. It goes through. All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for spending time with us these 6 hours here. There's still many of you on the stream and on the Zoom. So I just wanted to give you a quick summary of what's happening here and what we're going to do next. 6 hours here. There's still many of you on the stream and on the Zoom. So all right, I had to turn myself off so I wouldn't echo. So once again, I know we had said we'd be live from 9 until 4, but it turns out this last panel really does not accommodate this live stream because there's basically 5 separate sessions. You can see those tables on your screen in front of you. I'll be happy to write up something at the table I go to and put it out on Broadband Breakfast so you can see it. I'm probably going to go to the digital equity planning one, maybe also with Carrie Keefe and Andy Stutzman, maybe also to the open data tools with Lai Olson. But this is the last session of the day, and then it will conclude at 4. We're going to go ahead and end the stream now, give you back an hour. Thank you for being with us. If you have any comments or feedback, feel free to email us. I'll put my email in the chat, which is drew@breakfast.media. And thanks for being with us. If this is your first time at Broadband Breakfast Live Online, thank you for being with us. If it's not, well, thanks for coming back. We do this every Wednesday at 12 noon Eastern Time. And next week, we're going to be talking about RDOF, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, and amnesty for RDOF bidders. Very interesting, very hot topic right now. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close out the Zoom and the live stream. The recording will not be sent out because it will be available online. Just go to broadbandbreakfast.com/BBLO for Broadband Breakfast Live Online. That'll take you to the page. Go to the page for this event. Go there right now. You can see the stream. You can see it afterwards. Okay. So thanks for the question, Shunda. And thank you again for being with us. Until next Wednesday at 12 noon, I'm Drew Clark with Broadband Breakfast. See you later. Take care, everyone. Bye.